side. That's not going to be good for the overall market. Meta, pretty ugly. We'll get into this. Obviously, there's a downtick for Meta as well. Yeah, a bit of a move downside here. We're already now 1% for the overall NASDAQ and the S&P at this point. Some of these big tech names not helping, but these numbers not going to help either. Again, that's a significant drop in continuing claims. 1.78 million versus 1.8 million expected there. Again, the early look on Q1 GDP 1.6 versus 2.3. That's way off. I mean, coming off 3.4%, but it does give us a hint that maybe the economy finally slowing down a bit.
Yeah, and I think this is what you want to see if you're looking for rate cuts too, Brendo. I mean, you want to see the easing in the jobs market as well as a slowing down of the growth in the economy. Like 3% prints when we were supposed to be experiencing a recession was a little bewildering. So we'll keep an eye on that. Initial jobless claims coming in here. I don't know if you got that already. All right, so 207,000 versus the 214 estimate.
Yeah, so both sides, the continuing claims and the weekly number, downside for the first time in probably 3 or 4 weeks here in a significant way. So some contradicting numbers here overall. I mean, the GDP suggesting maybe things finally slowing down a bit, but strong employment here as well, guys. Again, the big number on the week going to come up tomorrow morning at 8:30. We'll get that PCE number, this PCE preliminary number that just came out. That's a quarterly number. It's really not watched significantly by the overall market, but 3.7% there on the advanced quarterly core PCE number versus a 3 print. Guys, here we go, downside.
Get hurt. Somebody gonna get hurt real bad. I was actually about to say that to Sean. We were just talking amongst ourselves, and then the camera came on us.
Yeah.
But
Somebody gonna get hurt real bad.
No, like it doesn't look great. That said,
what the hell?
I in the poll I voted I'd rather fight a bull than a bear today because that's an easy decision. We're not trying to fight bears.
It's not even really a thing.
And so first of all, there's 2 people on this in the entire show that actually would rather face down a bull as opposed to a bear. And my logic is simple. If a bull comes at you, it can knock you down. If I'm not physically broken, I have a chance to get up and maybe you got a shot. A bear gets you to the ground, it's over, Randy. It's over. Punch him in the nose, man. You're not punching a bear in the nose. You're going to miss and it's going to kill you. That's what's going to happen. No, it's like, okay.
I mean, I would just say it was up to them and, try to reason with them and everything.
No, you're not.
I mean, I already sold the market. I already sold some Meta to the market here today. I'm short Apple right now, honestly. I just said to myself, that GDP print was really bad. I don't even understand what that even means. 1.6% versus prior 3.4 versus estimate. Like here it is right here on Benzinga.
It's
like Q1 1.6 versus 2.5. That's for GDP. That's off. I'm gonna have to find like the last time we're printing. I feel like that is way off. So I'm just going to have to wait to see here because look, we've been raising cash for a minute, man. I was mad at myself. Now it's fine, but we were like, oh my God, I can't believe you got out of Meta. Remember, I was like 487, I was like, I couldn't even remember what price it was. I almost want to buy this thing back. I mean, down 15%. I think this is a buy.
400.
Yeah. I was saying that today to Sharif. I don't think we're buying this thing today or anything like that. But this is spending money is not a bad thing. So I am fine with these guys putting money where they believe fit. I mean, you had to go down a 70% drawdown when they dropped all that money into Meta Labs and Reality Labs, sorry. And now you came all the way back up. This name got hit because the name switched from Facebook to Meta. And then it came back and screamed to easily beat and surpass its all-time highs of 385, going up to 525 in that. So he went from 385 down to 100, back to 525, now back to 415. I think there's more downside here into this gap fill of 400, and then we start to buy it. And the other name I bought, now I have 2 names that I'm dip buying. There's NVIDIA now and Meta Labs. I want to go, not all in on, I mean, don't go all in on your 401ks or anything like that on one sector, but I feel like going into NVIDIA and Meta are two areas that I'm excited
money.
to go into. I mean, the amount of cash these guys have.
Oh my goodness.
I really like Meta. I mean, despite me selling some, I still really like Meta.
They print money like a bank.
Even more than a bank.
Actually, that was the comparison that Brendan was making this morning. He's like, yeah, man, these revenue numbers are like JPM. It's not wrong. Or like an oil company, right? Like at the end of the day, look, I mean, when stocks fall, it's never going to be fun. But if you have been looking for stink bids, if you've been dreaming of 200-period moving averages and things like that, yeah, maybe we get a chance. It's going to be SSR today. That should be pretty obvious. But the 400 level, that seems plausible in the next couple of days here for Meta. And on sympathy, oh my goodness, guess who has to follow this up tonight? Snapchat has to follow that one up tonight. So they report after the bell. They're only down 4% on sympathy. I mean, if some of Meta's thing is the spend and the Reality Labs and all that stuff, and it's not all bad for like Snap and Pins, but the revenue guide being lower cannot be great for these other adjacent online advertising names. And Snapchat, I'm looking to be short this one on Pops. If Meta does an SSR bounce, I want to fade Snapchat back into that $11 level that broke yesterday. So yeah, it doesn't look good. That was a wild GDP number. I think that's going to be catching a lot of people off guard as well. So there's so much to digest today because there's a wealth of earnings, and we're probably not even going to be able to get to all the earnings. There's so many. Got to stick to the big ones.
All right, a few other things. As far as the advertising side of things, as Neil was just mentioning, yeah, Google up next. Downside in a pretty big way here on the back of Meta, Snapchat as well, pretty ugly. Anything that's advertising related or online advertising related. Here's the trade desk, even downside in a pretty big way. That said, the advertising number for Meta was enormous.
Yeah. And they continue to do really well on that end. It was really the kind of the talk about the metaverse and spending hand over fist on AI that had investors a little worried here. Snapchat getting a bit of a downgrade today from Bank of America, cutting its price target from 16 to 14. Nothing really specific mentioned with respect to digital ad sales. Also, other social media companies as well, Brendo, as you mentioned, Google as well, on the downside here in sympathy with Meta.
Yeah, another one moving around here that you were mentioning here, Caterpillar, huge downside move here. Better part, what is this, 5% now? Just took out the lows, just popped up in front of me again. But yeah, I guess a revenue problem here for Cat.
Yeah, so this is interesting. So I've been in Caterpillar for a while, guys. Since the fall, I'm no longer in it. It is done as a trade for me. I'm pleased with it, but here is the look. Last time around, we really skyrocketed on the back of building out, believe it or not, data centers for AI. So this was actually an AI story for Caterpillar, but from the construction sense. But it doesn't look like they met expectations this time around, Brendo. And the housing starts, really an issue here. Interest rates remain elevated and nobody's building.
Yeah, been super strong for the beginning of this year anyways. This portion of the show, guys, brought to you by our friends at Alfonso AI. Their adaptive AI predicts the best times to buy and sell stocks, helping you increase your odds of generating alpha. Join now. Get 50% off their pro monthly subscription using code TRADER50. Scan the QR code and download the app today.
Yes, sir. Well, obviously, I'm not that happy with Caterpillar either. Like, we were going to be showing the same pattern a lot, and it's that 50 period getting lost on strong stocks in reasonable pullbacks. This is nothing resembling what you saw in Meta, but you do have to wonder, when you talk about like bellwether-ish type of names, like we already had, and it's not like I'm not telling you that the old boys are as important as the semis, but you already had JB Hunt, right? So you get some weakness in transportation. You get Caterpillar showing a few chinks in the armor right here as well. And then look what we had in the big major chip names. Is like we just had Lam disappoint on revenue guidance. When that happened with TSM, it's just like all of these, not necessarily your big name, but all of these bellwether names are showing you this weakness. So, I guess we are fighting bears. Whether we like it or not, whether we think the bull's an easier thing to fight. So the Caterpillar is probably not a trade for me. I'm like in my long term, like I'm not really panicking or selling any of this. This is not one of those stocks for me, but I don't necessarily think this one's a trade, but it does give me more, it just gives me more reasons to be looking short. That's the way I want to think about this. Like I feel if I had come in today and only Meta was down and Caterpillar had blown things out of the water and Lamb had somehow managed to buck the trend and blown things out of the water there, and IBM had somehow had a good numbers and had been up, I might have felt a little bit differently if this was just Meta that was down. But it's all of the majors, with the exception of it was AAL and what was the other one? Ford. AAL,
Ford, yeah.
AAL and Ford.
Ford's coming back. I think.
Those are the only two earnings names that I noticed that were. I mean, I'm sure there's something else. A lot of things reported, but those are the only two names that really went to the upside, and neither one of them do I care that much about for the market overall. That's the problem.
The biggest upside was this one, AstraZeneca.
Well, yeah, okay, fine.
But this is to this point though. We just talked about Caterpillar a little bit right there, and the thing about this is, see, so now we go over to another name that's not a tech-related name. You know, Sharif was mentioning Caterpillar with AI, so obviously it gets hit a little bit here because it enjoyed such a nice move up. Now you're getting a name, obviously, in the healthcare space, some biotech names coming through using AI, but in a different space, like not necessarily for, you know, llamas or large language models, things like that. We're gonna find out more about AstraZeneca. But look what's happening right now. I'm short Apple, right there. I mean, I sat in, Brendan said the GDP report, came back down in, I said, what am I gonna short? I picked Apple, and now Apple, we are now 75, 50, 55 cents or so in the money here on Apple. So let's wait to see where this goes. I am bidding 168 quarters, see if we can get out for $1 early here on Apple. I'm gonna be short today, and I'm just adjusting some levels here on the sticky note, but it's gonna be another bearish day.
All right, let's bring in Luis Barredo from Barcelona, Spain, the real trading office over in Barcelona for a recap of what's been a pretty exciting week here. Luis, good to see you.
Good to see you, Brendan.
Lots of little ones to talk about. Once again, small cap land has been back in action. We're already seeing, just looking at my gappers list here, probably half a dozen, if not 8 or 10, that are above 1 million shares already traded today. What's catching your eye so far this morning?
Yeah, we'll narrow this list up to 3 or 4 tickers mainly. We're looking into 2 tickers that were active yesterday, AIDE and MTC. Those 2 tickers were running yesterday. Let's see, we have the first red day or they keep pushing. AIDE, we're trying to short against the 2 round dollar number. If it fails there, we will see a bleeding day, all day fade probably, but if it holds above this VWAP at 181.90 and breaks $2 number, we will see a second day running. This is for AIDE. And then we have MTC from yesterday as well. It's fighting important levels on the way up as well. So let's see how it reacts, if it keeps volume high or it starts to lose volume on the way down. Let's see these 2 tickers. And then we have BRFH. Up big time right now, is up, let me see, 100%. I don't see news on this one. Maybe you can help us in this one.
BRNH? No,
BRFH.
Oh, BRFH. I did see that one. I haven't checked on the Y side of things yet, but big mover as well to $5 as you were mentioning. I mean, this is a stock that barely trades here, Luis, on a regular day, but as you said, 105% right now.
Yeah, it's a 7 million float. It's already traded 5 million, so it's a huge volume comparing to the float. It's going to rotate the float probably several times today. We don't see any news about it. We see some earnings report, but I'm not sure if it's actual reports.
Yeah, sometimes it's maybe just the right person talking about it on social media. Yeah, we'll check that out. AIRE, I'm just seeing topping the list here as well. Alpha Tech Corporation, ton of volume behind this one. Huge runner yesterday as well.
That's the main ticker for us today. As you can see, it broke a high of yesterday after the close, and it keep trading a lot of volume and fighting the resistance 170, 175. There's going to be a lot of volume there. Let's see if it holds VWAP we might see another short squeeze above 180, 190, and then of course we're going to test $2 round number. It's a main ticker for us today.
HashiCorp was another one a lot of people were talking about over the past couple of days. This one's been, HCP, not NCP. This one's been having these crazy moves and then really doing nothing, and then it'll pop up again, really do nothing. What are you looking at here for HCP?
Not really looking this one. We don't see enough volume there. It's very, very thin, the level 2 on the chart, as you can see. So we don't like this kind of tickers that you don't really have control about what's going to do. You know, you cannot pop in or pop out the trade as fast as you want because of the low volume. You might see some huge candle like yesterday or 2 days ago, you know, where you don't have the control of the risk of the position. So we try to avoid mostly these kind of tickers.
There's a lot of focus, obviously, on earnings season right now. The biggest week of earnings, we're halfway through here, still more to come. When so much attention is being focused on big tech and those who have reported, how do you pick and choose where to focus your energy on a day like today?
Well, as you know, we mainly look for a small cap, so it's not so much about earnings, but when it has news about it, you know, like we have stocks that maybe they don't give nice earnings, or they don't move with earnings, but they move more with the news. We are checking OPTN today. It's a crazy movement, 50% up now, trading 4 million, you know, so it doesn't matter if it's earnings season for us. We look for these kind of tickers, a lot of volume, a lot of price action on the level 2 on time and sells. So this is another one very, very nice for today.
You want to touch on maybe some levels here for OPTN? Seeing this one popping up in front of me here as well.
Well, as far as it keeps so strong, we're going to try to avoid front side going short on the front side, right? We have this 150 is an important resistance, but honestly, 4 million traded already in I think it's a very small stock. Let me check. Well, it's an 80 million float, so it's not so small. It's not going to rotate the float so fast. But so far, if it keeps holding, we're going to try to avoid shorts until it fails, until it goes backside.
When you,
I think 150 might be an important level to go backside.
Is there one or two things, Luis, that you look for to get confirmation in that sense?
Yeah, usually we go a starter before it goes to confirmation. We test with a small size, a starter position, as we call it, you know, maybe half size or 1/3 of the size you want to trade. You go this small size to start to check if it's failing or not. Then we look for lower resistance. I mean, if it fails 150 and then retry and stop in 145, 146, and you see offers on the level 2 coming in, pushing lower, bids are not showing up, you know, so these are the kind of confirmation we're looking for. And of course, the last confirmation we check with the VWAP, you know, if it fails V1, it reclaim and again bounce against it and it doesn't break the VWAP, that's like the last and really confirmation that the backside is working on.
One more I'll throw at you here. Not as much volume behind this, about 200,000 shares so far. This one popped up as well after the close yesterday. CDTX. This type of a move, when you get that breakdown already.
Yeah, I know. We might be a little bit late for this one. It was a good short before last night, probably, but the movement was done after the market closed, you know, so not very interested in this stock. I see it's one of the most expensive locates on the brokerage area, so a lot of people looking for shorts on this one. You know, we used to check how much are the locates, not only in real trading, but in the whole, you know, brokerage side, to see if the people are really easy to borrow the shares or not. If it's easy to borrow, we might see more likely a short squeeze, you know. If it's expensive or the traders don't have borrows, it's more difficult that you get a short squeeze, you know, and this is one of the most expensive stock to locate right now.
It's a great point in the crowded aspect of the trade as well. If everyone's looking in the same direction, ends up being a traffic jam.
Absolutely. We used to say, you know, like few people make a lot of money because a lot of people lose a little money. So don't try to go where the mass psychology goes. You know, if everyone is short, be aware that they might be wrong because few people are right.
Luis, best of luck on a Thursday. We'll speak again soon.
Thank you very much, Brenda. Have a nice day.
That's perfect. That's exactly why DJT is a dangerous short.
I mean, I think that's why I picked the short on. I mean, it's why we're going to go 2 for 2 in these mega caps, right? We picked the long on Tesla because everybody was hating on it, and then we picked the short on Meta because I thought that was pretty overdone a little bit there, and just the ride it's been having upside. And you could see by our poll yesterday was
58.
Yeah, leaned heavily to the north side of Meta, and then they come out and disappoint. So I think that's a great point. I mean, double check the price of the locates, and maybe the more expensive they are, the better the trade's going to be, because there's going to be less people that can afford to do that. And then all of a sudden that short gets squeezed just a little bit higher because nobody can pay for the shorts. And
Speaking of squeezes, by the way,
yeah.
DJT is at a kind of a squeeze-ish level. And this is a prime example. Like, shorting this one, you wait for the big moves up where it's already maybe bamboozled some people. Because I think if you look at a resistance like this, on a normal stock, you might say, oh, but it's resistance at 38. But on this, if it breaks it, it could go on a pretty decent run. And that's without even a catalyst. You know, it doesn't these things don't need catalysts. But I love that point because I remember Veru did it one time when it was Veru was cheap locates one day, and it was like, ooh, back off that one. And then you just watched it go and go because everybody thought, every day trader out there was like trying to take pot shots at it short, and we're just getting chewed up and chewed up and chewed up. And then you had to run a bunch of stops before it would pull back in. Sometimes that's just the way that it goes. The market continues to fall. We might see, we're at 1.6. Every time I say we might see X, the market goes the other way temporarily. But yeah, we might see that 2% by the open. Thank you, Randy.
Yes, sir. I am writing the word bear on here, even though I will fight a bull.
Yeah, come on, son.
Randy. Yes, we are very, very
He's just fronting on that.
bearish. We are already 70 cents in the money right now on Apple. The thing about it, I saw a very good point in the chat there. You could whip off the tarp, you know, and then use that as a cape. So a bull's running at me, whip off the tarp. That's my cape. Hold that thing. Bang, guy runs right into the wall or something.
You got options.
Bye-bye bull.
That ain't working with a bear, that's for damn sure. Tell you.
You know what I'm saying, Randy? Randy said, oh, well, I would just buy bear spray. And I'm like, okay, well, if we can buy weapons, then
It's like, come on,
I'll,
man.
you know, I'll
Defeats
just
the purpose.
go under the bed and grab that AK and start to spray. You know what I'm saying? Okay, whenever we are ready, and I don't own an AK. It's an M16, but all right, let's go back over to the desk or to the board.
I want a shotgun.
No, I just own Fisher-Price toys.
Big list of names here in the upgrades and downgrades. Kicking it off with Goldman Sachs upgrading here TJX. UPS getting an upgrade, trading slightly higher here with this upgrade from HSBC Securities. GM, after its earnings on Tuesday, getting this upgrade from Bernstein, and Sherwin-Williams getting upgraded here by KeyBank Capital Management. Downgrades list started here by Li Auto, trading down here over 1% after this downgrade from Barclays. Truist downgrading Monster Energy here. ServiceNow, after its earnings, getting a downgrade from BMO Capital Markets. And last but not least, Goldman Sachs downgrading Victoria's Secret. Some interesting names on here, guys.
Oh, no. There we go.
I'm
That's for Li
note
Auto.
out here.
But yeah, Li Auto continues. See, flat bottom break, and then underneath that, you just look for the short. It just broke another. See, this is the problem with this. Is the only beef I have with Li Auto, is you get something set up like this so perfectly, and what does it do? All it has to do is open at 24. That's all you got to do. Just be at 24 the next day, and then you're just taking this breakdown 23.80 break with a 24 even stop. Now you're like, I got to short the pops. I got to let it get back in to some reasonable levels. But yeah, when that flat bottom broke, it's trend down ever since. It gave you a relief day that couldn't fill the gap, then a rejection breakout. Short till it's not. There was I forget the name of they have this big auto show in China, and the name completely blanks me, but like Li Auto came out with a cheap model.
Chinese auto show, I think.
And Neo, is that with L6? Yeah, and Neo came out with like a cheap SUV as well. So all these, and BYD's coming out with another new model. Like, it's insanity. So everyone's there's so much competition.
We're having quote problems, 100%.
Oh, no.
But there it is right there, guys. We will take that dollar. It's already a club member over there, Sharif. It's $1 right there on Apple to the downside on that GDP print. I was telling Neil, I can't even log in and out or flip stocks anymore, boys. So I'm not going to be able to go over too many charts, but I do have another chart available. So we'll be showing some e-signal charts until this gets back going. Are you okay over there?
Mine
All right, so maybe I'll
good.
log out and in. Look, as much as, what's up, Zuckerberg? This is yesterday. Sorry, that's this morning that I was doing this. I'll sip a little bit of water there. Don't look at the earnings report for Meta all the way to the downside right there. But this is what I'm about. So I just wanted to say here, sassy and classy right here. So yesterday, like, you would think that she's a baseball player, but she is. Hockey, baseball, this is what I do this for. There's really nothing else. And for you guys, finish update. Okay, Chrome updates.
Oh, I didn't do mine yet.
Maybe that's what's screwing that's what's slowing my computer
No,
down. I'm going to do that. I'm going to relaunch.
What does Chrome have to do?
Relaunch. Google reports tonight.
Google tonight, Microsoft,
In a heartbeat?
Oh, Intel.
What happened to Intel?
Well, no, it's just more along the lines of the market's already down. Like, it's already bad going into it, that sort of the thing. I would check the Windows for like
No, I know what the problem is.
I was going to say firewall thing.
It's not.
But,
I know what the problem is.
Yeah, look, it's
I
not
logged in
looking
twice.
very healthy right now. I don't.
You can't log in twice.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. That's a thing too. No, it's actually. Well, it's interesting.
No, it's a safety thing for the software.
It is a safety thing.
I had the login window up, and then it doesn't let you do it because then you'll have. It's probably safety so that we don't spend more. Like, if you have $1 million in buying power, maybe if you open up 2 accounts, maybe it thinks you have 2 million. I have no idea, but that's my bad. So the system is 100% working fine, and that's a rookie mistake there. So I will correct that.
Disregard Wayne.
Close and reopen my software.
All right, let's get into what we need to know here. There's a lot to digest this morning. We'll kick things off, as always, with a look at the overall market.
5107, guys. That's where in the closing yesterday. So we did defend 5100. I think it's an entirely different ball game right now, though. We broke aggressively there on that GDP and jobs number, breaking below 50-50. So the support level is literally going to be 5,000. To the high side, we're going to say 5100 resistance.
If you have not done so yet, we have an absolutely free resource you can grab. Go to the website, tradertv.live. You'll see that pop up, enter your email, and then you get that sent to you every single day for absolutely $0. We do your homework even for you. Here's Meta, a ton to touch on. I mean, long story short, it comes down to the spend. I will do that in a second. Give me a sec, Fabian. It comes down to the spend. Everything else, though, just absolutely monstrous. It was pretty impressive, the actual numbers.
Everything. I mean, the guide, the revenue, the earnings, everything. We'll get to what wasn't good in a second, but net income more than doubled, guys, year over year on the quarter. 12.37 billion is how much they're taking home in profit. Revenue also increased aggressively, 27% year over year on the quarter to 28 2/3 billion. The guidance coming in decent here, a little bit below estimates. They're guiding 36.5 to 39 billion for the next quarter. The street was looking for 38.3 billion, so it sold off a little bit there. But really what it came down to, Brendo, was the talk about excessive spending on AI. The capital expenditure increased over 33% on the year. So we saw what he said last year with the year of efficiency, and that's what really brought up the stock.
I thought you were going to say what it really came down to was Mark Zuckerberg's new hair.
Hey, I like that. I like it. You set it up well.
What did I mean? Maybe he cuts it today?
Maybe. And that gold chain, too.
Oh, Zuck. But hey, man, they're printing money. The problem, again, we kind of already went over this in terms of the last time this started on Meta, you saw the destruction that happened. The good news is I don't think there's much chance that that's going to happen again. You can zoom out as far as you want. The thing is, ours changed when it went from Facebook to Meta, so even if I go back far enough, you're going to miss some of that Huadunk. They had multiple earnings moves down past 20% on that first move that got you down to $90. I think that's pretty unlikely. They got to adjust some levels because when we're sitting at 425, 430, my thought was, okay, you had support at 450. Let's be fading into that, and I was going to be 440. I wanted short, and 450. I probably wanted short as well. and now we've dropped $15 from there. So you almost have to adjust all targets. It's SSR. I'm expecting there will be a good sized bounce on this stock at some point today. I'm not guessing where it's going to be. 400 would be reasonable, but I'd rather let it happen and try and play a fade. So I have to move it a little bit, thinking the 430 is now going to come into play on Meta as opposed to just the 440 and the 450 levels. I was pretty unwilling to move on NVIDIA yesterday, and that ended up being a mistake. You know, like I liked an 850 on NVIDIA, it had gapped up, and you saw it kind of failed at 840, and then watched it go down all day. I was able to get ARM instead, but it was still a missed opportunity. And if Meta does a pop that's good enough, I want to take a shot at it. And if I take a shot and lose, it's something I like. At least I didn't miss my shot. At the end of the day. So we're gonna go for the fade on NVIDIA. I mentioned I do like Snapchat on sympathy back into that 11 level. Snapchat reports tonight. Do we really think that they're gonna guide well after this? I'm tending to think that most people will not believe they will. Oh, if Pinterest was doing volume, I might jump over to that one as well, because I think both of those names should be under pressure based on this report.
Yeah, so I'm just writing it out. I'm writing the sticky note out right now as we speak, and I'm just basically tagging. I'm tagging the Fed because I want to find out if. So I'll talk to Jerome after the show, but I do want to find out if we are going to be cutting rates sooner now because of this GDP print. Because that was not a good print for sure. All right, so I wrote down 430. You're going to get the sticky note in a couple of seconds. I just have to put it out now that I'm reloaded and back in here. 430 for the short is something I want to look at, and then I want to look at 400 for the long. Other than that, not that interested until we get a big level. So yesterday on Tesla, we nailed that that 168. We had that top there, and I told you guys it was a really big trade. So we waited for that 168. We shorted early, took advantage of it, then wound up losing when it took the top. Then it came into the level that I wasn't sure we'd get, but we did. So that was $8 on 160. So if we can't get right now on Meta, the level that I'm looking for here is $13 higher on a $420 stock. So this move is easily something that we can expect up to 430. I like the stock. I'm pretty happy that we got out of some of it. Obviously, I'm net long everything. So all this gives me is the opportunity to reload this name. So I love Meta for the long term. This will be a $2 trillion company. This stock will be back to those highs. But for now, it's really cooling off and pretty much looking to get back to the gap here of 400. That's an area for me. And then the ultimate bottom, in my opinion, is its past highs. So in and around 385. Our charts won't show it, but this 385 area in and around here is where I think we could rest our head. And what a surprise. That's crazy that that's where the 200 period moving average is. I don't know if that's accurate, but I mean, we have more than 200 data points here. So I only picked it because the past high, well, actually the 200 right here is actually at 373, but the past high was 385. And then when we took that, you kind of saw up to the races, and then there was that dividend announcement right there. So I am buying Meta on dips, but not yet.
My question was going to be stink bid already in or waiting for?
No, I don't have any stink bids in anywhere.
I love stink bids. 392.69.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's good. I miss a lot of trades because I don't put them in there.
No, seriously, I'm actually not making that. 392.69. The 200 period moving average, and it was 42 or something silly. But it is what it is. I just feel like Meta's one of the stocks that I would say I'm relatively kind of underweight on. And one of the things, when I look back at it, one of the reasons why I've been selling some Eli Lilly is because I've been looking at it. It's like I own way too much Eli Lilly. And do I really believe that much more? Like, do I really want to own more Eli Lilly than I do like Meta? I'm kind of a conservative person. And my answer would be I'm a little too conservative to think that
Eli Lilly, so I bought Eli Lilly yesterday. But for me, I mean, for someone your age, maybe a little closer to retirement than I am, I would think maybe Meta, I love the cash that Meta has.
We're like 2 months apart. And you're older. No, I'm just kidding.
I think that I like Meta. I actually think of it as not so much, like not a value stock yet,
I
but
think so.
I mean, with the amount of cash they have, they're trading at 20 times. I'm fine with this valuation.
Under 400, I'm all over it. That's all I'm saying.
But that's not even Neil. That's like 2%.
That's what I'm saying.
away.
Like, that's what, like I want a dollar cost
Yeah.
average, and I'm 100%.
You're almost right there.
The first buy is easy at the 200 period moving average, and if it loses that, then I buy more than a quarter after that. That's just my approach. But let's get on to the other big two names, because wow, earnings season is just starting, and if we think yesterday and today are big, you got a couple big dogs after the bell.
Just real quick, I was just hearing yields back at highs. Fed fund futures officially pricing out December rate cuts.
Huh. Wow. Okay.
Let's just say it. It's not coming.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it is.
Just say it.
I think the market's reflected that too, that big down move that we've had lately.
Yeah. It's becoming real. Yeah, let's go on. Microsoft and Google to come tonight. Both downside here coming off of that move in Meta essentially after the close yesterday. I mean, we'll see what Google has to say as far as YouTube is concerned, as far as digital ads are concerned. But I mean, the number for Meta was huge.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I don't really understand the sell-off. Down 4 1/3 right now is Google in sympathy with Meta, and we didn't hear any cutbacks on spending in digital ad sales. So I'm a little confused by this whole thing here. The other one reporting tonight, Microsoft, looks like Satya Nadella is going to head over to Asia. He wants to talk to the prime minister or the leaders of Indonesia, Thailand, and Malaysia, possibly to set up centers there. So what I'm looking for from these two are one of the two biggest AI players in the game. I want to see what they have with respect to AI, and that's really what I'll be looking for tonight.
Just on that chart I was showing there, that's the 2-year, just about to take out the highs on the daily chart. The longer dated, if I just quickly go to the 30-year, already through those highs. So 482, 484 coming into play right now for the 30-year, 5018 right now for the 2-year, guys.
Yeah, hard to get bullish when
I might put some money
Rates doing
into the bonds. I mean, like to be able to get that percentage, like 5%, just sitting in there for 3 years. I mean, 5% a year risk free. I mean, you're gonna have tax implications. And
I have a
everything,
small
but,
amount locked away, but
what
it's
is
like
this? Oh, I don't have anything.
it's small. I think I was like, I didn't like. I already done dollar cost averaging, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, we'll get to that. Well, there's a lot to talk about in earnings season when you have this first little pullback with long-term stuff, and it's a lot of fun to be able to go over it. But for the trading day, Alphabet, maybe you shouldn't be down this far, but look, man, Meta is down 15%. So regardless of what we think about the advertising, you're going to be under pressure for Alphabet here. It just is what it is. I think if you're looking at pops in this one, I think there's going to be a lot of people that are wanting a little bit of risk off here. So I have 153.5 marked off because it was a bottom end of the range previously. But let's be real, the 155 as well. Like, it's more of a range that I think you're fading in. It's going to be hard to be on this over Meta, Snapchat, and then a couple of chip names as well. So I like it for a sympathy fade play back in, but if we're bouncing, I'm suspecting I just like the one that reported a little bit more. And Microsoft wasn't really on my radar as much. And I feel with Meta leading the way, Google's a little bit more adjacent to it and would be a more interesting trade. So I did mark off a nice level. I don't know that I want to short bottoms on Google because they report tonight. But if they do pop back up, I think once it's above 153.5, kind of into that 155 would be the level for me. 157, you know, I got it in there, but that didn't, like, that's the kind of level that mattered when I sat down, right? Like when I sit down, I'm like, oh, well, if we pop up by like 57, you break down, kind of move that limit a bit.
All right,
Revenue falls 84%.
All right. Something's falling 84%.
That sounds bad.
We just heard. So let's go back over the desk and find out what that was.
Oh, we were just laughing at Ford. Yeah, I was going to double check on the call. I'll do it in a sec here. But this kind of sums up everything you need to know. So they beat street estimates. Guidance improves. EV revenue down 84%. So it was higher on the numbers itself. But as Randy was saying before we came on here, it's all pickup trucks.
Yeah, exactly. The consumer has spoken, Brendo. This is what's really boosting Ford here. Their commercial division, whether it's the F-150 all the way up, that's really what's doing well for them. Also, hybrid sales, and we've been hearing a lot more about this lately with all these emissions mandates by the government on a lot of these automakers. They're forced to look outside the regular internal combustion engine, and hybrids is where they're going. Hybrid sales and commercial vehicles helping Ford.
Call was 8:30, or it started at 8:30. I actually don't see any comments from it at all, but it did start at 8:30 there, so just be aware for Ford. That said, I have seen more and more of the F-150 Lightning around the city, so they are out there, just not enough, I guess.
You know, I mean, look, I've seen them too, but it's disappointing that they're actually giving up this move a little bit, because it would have been nice to have a little. Like, I was hoping to be a couple of things strong that we could go over to, and AAL seems like the lone wolf on earnings. I don't know that I want to be buying a dip into this. It was so much more interesting if there were buyers above 13 for a stair step up. So, yeah, anything I was going to do on Ford, I'm not now. It's that simple. You're selling through, and then with the earnings call on, I think you sit this one out until you get the opening range and things chill at 10 o'clock, and maybe when the dust settles, it looks a little bit better. This also throws out the window the potential breakout in General Electric and GM that we've been looking for. So after their earnings was a consolidation with Ford up. It felt like you were going to get this punch through on General Motors. That's out. That's also out the window, but that's fine. Like, you got to be able to. You got to be able to pivot, is what it is. Maybe after things settle down, this will be available, like the GM breakout might be available next week or something. Still looking much, much better than the only EV plays, which I think are just all in a lot of trouble still. So yeah, it's disappointing, because I really did think last night when I was at my daughter's gymnastics and I was looking through Ford and how it was up, I'm like, oh, the GM's probably going to give you that breakout tomorrow. Not going to happen.
No. I'm still looking at this Apple trade. We just got out our sticky note. Forget about Ford. I'm going to look at Tesla. I mean, this is starting to go, and real quick again. So I actually, again, when we're writing the sticky note, Tesla's at 163, 164. We should have shorted this instead of Apple. But Apple, hey, look, man, Apple fired off for you, Big Kyle, right there. Shout out to Sharif with the Big Kyle Burdette. But there it is right there. Like, this was a great short and will probably continue to be. Tesla's quarter was great, but it was, I just closed that chart. Tesla's quarter was great, but I think it was lipstick on a pig. So call it like it is. I still long the name, but I don't think it's much there, man. I mean, 168, I don't know. I think I wrote down that I'd love to take that again, but there's a reason why this was the biggest trade of the month yesterday. I like the name, and I think we can even break this 158 now that I see this. So that's, what level is that? 158, yeah. I mean, you guys want to make some real money again here today? Let's see. What about 157.50 break right there on Tesla? I like that one. And by the way, guess what's back in the building? Another dollar club right here. I mean, we just went back up and back down. Let's see if we can go even further now for Apple as we start ticking lower. So there's the short that we put on, and it is starting to go one more time. So we're already pretty nicely done right here. And I want to say a big shout out yesterday. Here's today's sticky note. And as you can see, we have a new entry into the building. So Real Traders Stay Late, you guys know that one. Let me know how you guys think the market recap show is going. We have added Adara for now to the show. So I think that should be fun, and we'll be adding hopefully some more pretty soon. I just got to get my guy Sharif to work a little later, you know what I mean? Back over to the desk.
Just till 9:30 every day. I just wanted to point that out to everybody.
Same. Just real quick, Ford, there is something called an investor call right now. The actual earnings call was after the close yesterday, but there is something called an investor call right now for Ford. American Airlines, meanwhile, there are comments coming out right now. So AAL, anyone looking at AAL, that is happening this morning. So AAL back downside right now in a hurry on the back of some of these comments. And it looks like they're mostly surrounding Boeing delivery delays. And the CFO is just making comment to the effect of, It's affecting the whole industry. There's not much they can do about it, but it's going to be a problem as far as capacity is concerned. But pretty good report on the demand side of things.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that the Boeing having an issue with everybody. Love as well reporting today and saying basically the exact same thing. So let's talk about how they did. Revenue did increase to $12.5 billion, but it did miss the estimates of $12.6 billion. Also, EPS came in a little bit light, but it was, as you mentioned, Brendo, the demand for their first class or business class or whatever you want to call it these days, where they make the majority of their margins. They don't really make a lot of money on economy, and there seems to be a good amount of demand by business travelers.
Yeah, not a lot of conviction behind this move so far this morning, guys. We're still pretty stuck here for some of these airlines.
Well, one of the things about if there's less planes and there's less routes that they can run, then there's less availability of those higher priced flights and they can charge a little bit more for them. It ends up like this weird thing that's not that bad for them and it's bad for Boeing. But, up 2% for AAL. The good news is it's still above the 200 period moving average. This really felt like, yeah, it is what it is, man. This felt like it was a potential breakout play today. Right in through here, like 14 3/4. And you look at the 15, it's a little bit better on the 15-minute chart, you can see. Like this was really set up for a bit of a break it out and just go. Now I got to pivot to, hey, if something's going to hold a support line, it would be this 13.8 to 14 level on AAL. So I'm just going to have to be patient with it. And anything that looked bullish got thrown deeply out the window with that economic number. And you just got to be able to adjust to that at the end of the day. Like add some short plays. I think those are the only things that we're going to have on at 8:30 because we'll probably get a little bit of a pop to be able to fit 9:30 to be able to fade in. And if we do pull back into 13.8 and hold, okay, maybe you have to go dip by hunting on AAL. But yeah, that breakout, kind of like the GM one, is just going to have to wait maybe a day or two. So we'll have to pull back on that. You don't want to be taking breakouts or have the order out there, let's just say, when the market is looking this week. But I think sometimes you have to have an idea for if the market goes the other direction. At least I know I'm bullish on this one if we do hold that 13.8 and if we get that breakout at the top.
What I forgot to mention was the 3.24 billion daily active users that are also present in Meta. And check out this, 40% of the total population on Earth uses Meta. That is insane number. Like the fact that they can keep growing this number, 7% growth rate on users, that is ridiculous. Like if you can grow 1%, 2% would be monstrous. Like 7%, like pretty soon, I mean, what exactly are we even talking about if Mark Zuckerberg and company, gets this AI to where they think they can? This is going to be an absolutely monstrous company, I feel like, moving forward. Let's just see what happens here. I started messing around with the WhatsApp AI too, just asking it questions. It's pretty cool, back and forth like conversation style. So I think there's something there. But what I meant by getting Sharif to work the afternoon show is I've stolen Adara from him. So now I'm trying to steal Sharif, but I don't think that's going to happen. So I guess you're just stuck with me and.
You don't want an Arsenal fan next to you, anyways.
Oh, okay. It's funny because I messaged him. I'm like, the reason why I love you so much is because you're a Cowboys fan, and then now
Sharif.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm trying to show some love, but there's always going to be some hate in the football.
I got no issues hating on a Cowboys. I'll tell you this right now. When the Cowboys are on the podium at the draft tonight,
the draft is going to be nice.
I am at home with nobody to listen to me, and I'm still going to boo. Like, I will boo my TV when nobody can hear it. I'm a Bills fan. Like, that is how I roll.
I don't think the Cowboys pick. When do they pick?
I don't even know when. It doesn't matter when they pick. I'm
20s.
just going to boo it anyways. Y'all need a running back.
See, we have hockey tonight.
Y'all need to pay your quarterback, and then you can have less success because he's still not going to give you guys wins. No, don't get me wrong. Like
they're going to draft a running back. There's some pretty hot. Yeah, there's some nice running backs. They're going to get one in the second round.
Yeah,
I'm at hockey till 7:30, which is perfect. I think the draft starts around 7:30 or something.
Yeah, and then
because the first 3 picks are done.
Yeah, it's not until it gets to 4 or 5. Pick 4 is where it gets interesting.
Yeah, so because it's going. You can mark this down right now. It's going to be.
Caleb
Williams, Daniels, May.
and then May.
And then we'll see if McCarthy gets taken out if they move up.
Chargers could. I don't know.
Okay, let's go back over and talk about Semis are strong. Uh-oh, I wrote down short on AMD.
Did you guys hear that Ezekiel Elliott actually might be making a return to the Cowboys? Yeah. I know. Well, it'd be a nice return for nostalgia, not for actual production.
Just keeping an eye on, man, these yields are moving higher. This is, yeah, I mentioned our semi is going to be strong today, and that was back here when they were in the pre-market, but this overall market move has changed things a little bit. NVIDIA getting cracked here pretty quickly. As soon as that number came out at 8:30, AMD, same story, SMH as well, all downside in a pretty big way. This Hynix, South Korea's Hynix, which is a supplier of NVIDIA, reporting better than expected earnings. I mean, obviously, but does that matter at this point?
They're probably buying these RAM chips hand over fist to put on their H100, a new Blackwell. Yeah, a big supplier of NVIDIA, so we have our eye on that, like we have our eye on Micron. With their DRAM. So good report for them there, Brendo. Operating profit of $2.89 trillion, which is about $2.1 billion. Significant turnaround from the $3.4 billion loss that they had last quarter. So we'll have to keep an eye on the chips today. But, you know, as with the overall market, everything's really down at the moment.
Yeah. I was just hearing these moving around here again. I mean, this is November. And then if you go to December, we're still kind of floating around. You know, the majority of the percentage towards a quarter point here, but again, Fed funds futures back to the highs right now, pointing to basically pricing out a cut through December.
Yeah, look, I want to short pops today. NVIDIA was going to be 820. Things have changed a little bit here. You've got the 8 to 805 level, which is going to stand out. You already know how I feel about Intel in the 35 level. I don't think anything has changed there. Oh, that's right, I was already offering up here. I was already offering up here early on. Not really moving much. I think you can still play the 35, 35, 25 on them. And then ARM, which was my best trade yesterday, was failing 103 and failing 100. I still like the 100. It hasn't traveled far enough that I don't think we're going to get away from that fade. But I do want to be shorting pops in the chip names today. I just want to be careful because the last few times we've had to move this far down at the open, there's been a decent pop. And you've had to be very patient getting into shorts if there is a pop at the open. And I want to stick to that. Just a little bit of patience at the open. What was the uh-oh?
No, I shorted AMD just very, very small because I wrote down here on the sticky note that I liked the 149 break. So I did take it because so many times we've sat here and we've watched out, you know, there it is, 149 short sell. We even talked about it here as well. Watch out for NVIDIA underneath 800. But we've been looking at the short here for AMD for a while. So what I said, it was like, uh-oh, it just popped up. And I looked over, it's not even in balance time yet. So potentially my next fill, I'll take one here in the, I just put one at 60 to see if it does pop up there because I was like, what? But if we can get something up to VWAP, that's 150. I really like that trade. And then I wrote down 153 because that was pretty much yesterday's high right there in the afternoon. Obviously, we've come from there, so we have to, zoom out and see that there is a possibility that we could rip today as well. I just don't think this is a ripping day right now. Even if Meta goes, remember, Meta had a great quarter. It's the guide that's the problem. So today, we're going to have Microsoft and Google come that are also going to have good quarters. But where does the guide come from? We said that was the scary thing for Meta. So, AMD coming, I think it was next week or May 9th. I'm not worried about their earnings yet. I still want to fade these pops. So for me, despite the semis being strong up there on the board, they're definitely not strong right now as the market has changed direction. So there it is. Like Neil mentioned, look at NVIDIA. We said yesterday that NVIDIA at that 8:05 in the afternoon, remember we were like, maybe we should take it, maybe we should take it. We wound up making money on AMD short anyways, but this is a good level, man. This 8:05, I feel like that's just like that 153 level on AMD. So if you want a little more juice, and maybe you have a bigger account or maybe options look better on NVIDIA, I'm not sure. I would look for that 8:05 if we can get back up there to try to fade that kind of a level. And then on the downside for NVIDIA, honestly, I think we're at jeopardy to break Fridays. Is that Fridays or Thursdays low right there of 760? So I'm watching out for that, and then you're at, well, I guess the low is really 755, but down here to 760, I think is where we try. I think that's where we try. So we're going to have to watch out for that one right now. And then again, we had marked down Tesla for the short, as I hear Ty behind us. I don't have it yet, but remember what I said? If we really want to make some money today, I think that break is pretty good. 157.50 as down goes Tesla. We're short AMD and Apple right now.
Such a miss.
Yeah.
We were just talking about what's going to happen tomorrow. Like, what if we come in here tomorrow and this PCE number is light after this GDP print?
Well, look at the December print. Remember the December CPI print was in line, then January came in high. Oh, it's seasonality. February comes in high.
Yeah.
So I feel like, it's zigzaggy.
Tomorrow, make sure you're here, 8:30. We'll have that for you as it happens. What's coming up this morning on the midday?
Well, we're talking about bull flags all week, Brendo. Today, specifically, we'll talk about scalping the bull flag, capturing fleeting profits in a bull flag setup. Catch that with Adair and I today at 11 on How to Trade.
Yeah, you would have made him.
Yeah, so just look, the imbalance locator came out. You're going to see a monster name. Oh, you could have gone to Sean. It doesn't matter. You can go to mine too. It's the same thing. This monster number, this deal's closing in a couple of days. It's like a cash deal, so you ignore that. It doesn't really matter. Tesla's the big one. 400,000 to the sell side on Tesla. I mean, most of the things are sell here. And then there's going to be rubrics. There's an IPO today. I don't know if we mentioned. Did we even mention RBRK?
We didn't mention it, but
okay, so we didn't mention this one. They're like a cloud security company coming to market today. That's RBRK. Don't know what time it's going to open. It's going to be on the New York. It's in the system, and there's like a small imbalance, which indicates it's going to be today. We just usually expect it to be somewhere after 11 o'clock, typically speaking. So Tesla with a sell imbalance there is probably the one worth paying attention to. Going to be looking to short some pops today at this open. Do anticipate we're going to get some. Meta is actually rebounding a little bit here. Got to zoom in so that it looks like you can, like that's an $8 move that when you zoom out, it looks like nothing happened. So 430, 440, 450. Those are the places I want to look to short some pops. You had Bitcoin, which is now down at 63,000, so that's failing a little bit in there. Short the pop situation is going to be in play. I already have an offer on Snap. I don't know if I need to have that still there out in front of 11. Probably too far. Like I had some offers that I wanted to short pops in. The things have changed a little bit. Might have to get a little bit more shallow if there's a pop in Snapchat. But I'm not looking for any longs off this open. Now I'm going to be, if there is a move up, it's one that I want to be fading today. With just a couple of minutes to go, I want to short the pops. I got NVIDIA, ARM, Meta, obviously, we talked about, and Intel pretty much every single day. And we'll not going to be in AAL, but if the market somehow decides to hold the bids, I might come back to that one at 10 o'clock. If it's trending up, that's one I would like to join a trend. I don't really have any other long kind of ideas outside of possibly AAL after 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm just, so we just got more short Apple, of course, and we got short AMD, and we're going to print on both of these. I'm pretty confident on it. So, but right here, I just want to look at this again because this is the futures, and this is the NASDAQ, and we're still kind of in the middle here. From the top to the bottom, we're kind of hanging out. So even though we're down 1.7% right now, I'm not like loving the fact that this is looking like a crazy short down into here. If we do get to 17.2, that's worth looking at. So that's 150 handles lower. So we're not, that would be awesome. Like these shorts that we have would be awesome at that point. But watch out for 17. I'm just keeping that in my mind because we're down 1.74%. Once we touch that 2%, we could cascade even further. And then that's when we want to watch out for that 17.2 to see if that comes into play. Man, oh man, to have been sitting there at 149.50. We were at 150. I mean, I just was not expecting that. So Neil was like, oh, what was that? And it was a nice move upside. But now the market's trying to come back. So that's why I wanted to say, you got to watch out for the tops and the bottoms, man. Like 17.5 as well coming into play here as Meta bounces back up as well right now. So just be careful with all of this. I feel like this open could get real spicy real quick on all of this.
Oh, yeah. And
Randy, did you ask if I needed a reload? Because that would be awesome.
a word?
But I'll put that over there. It's getting cold already. Looks like my hands around here.
I don't
How's
have
the
my heater
HVAC in
plugged
this
in.
place? All right, 10 seconds to go right now. Lamb research on people's minds. Apple on people's minds. Ford on Randy's mind. As we get ready to go, there it is. Let's go open up. Oh, that's not the, I thought you had the Ford hoodie on, but you do not. You have the Roots hoodie. Shout out to Canada today. Okay, here goes Apple right up to the upside right now. We did fade into that 170, but we did not get the highest print because we're there right now, up to 170 on Apple. Let's see what happens now. We'll take the short. We are printing on AMD right now. That's a nice one. Let's go. We said this name would print, so let's start to do that. There it is right now, 148.95. We're $1 in the money right now on AMD, the Dollar Club reigning, but it's Apple, Neil, that's starting to go to the upside.
Wow,
we were off pace on this yesterday.
Well,
and it looks like Apple's strong again.
Here comes Alphabet right back into that 153.5 as well. Nvidia's chilling at 91s. If it gets to that 800 level, that's where I'm looking for the curl.
Apple is, wow.
Meta's at 22s, 30's the level for me there. So it could be Google coming in line first. Intel can't short a pop that doesn't exist. So that's all we're looking for there. I have no idea what everyone in the back just kind of.
I think they're looking at Tesla because I should have probably.
What happened in Tesla?
Just rocketed up.
Tesla's rocketing upside as well. I got eyeballs on Meta. It's popping. Want that 430 level.
Yeah.
Nvidia cannot even seem to get past 790. It looks like. Ooh, sometimes wherever, if you like a fade in Nvidia, sometimes you just got to look to where it is and not where you want it to be. So again, I'm trying to be patient. We're too patient.
Yeah, we are monstrous over here, guys. Spin that right here for AMD. AMD is now $1.80 in the money and going lower. And again, this was the talk of the day, man. We even put it on here, break 149. I mean, we wrote it down, and there it goes, man. This is exactly what the kind of trading that we are here to do every single day. And there it is, another move all the way to the downside. It was a pre-market take. So let's put another bid down here. We could still get lower and lower on this one, but it's Apple. We're going to go 1 for 2 because we got a little bit out of Apple as it came back into 170, but it is really starting to go here despite the market. So we got caught in these plays before. Where we short something against what the market's doing, and then boom, the market goes, and you are like double wrong. So that top right there of I'm just not going to mess with this. 170.60. We break that, man. We got to get out of this, and let's just regroup because the more we sit in this, the worse it's just going to get. So we'll regroup on Apple short.
Wow. Okay. Didn't think it was going to be Snapchat first. That's a little bit surprising. But Snapchat,
that's right. Pigs
back
get slaughtered,
into the upside
baby.
there. Oh, you got the pig one. I can't drink out of that thing. It's annoying. Snapchat just came in 1070. I got 71s in there. Oh my goodness, Meta's now dumping. Yeah, it couldn't even get up there. So I'm in Snapchat on a bit of a pop. Just got Alphabet as well. So way to short these pops. The first two to come in there were going to be Google. It could not get the 153.5. Our other resistance line just got taken, and we're short 150, 188 underneath that 152 level that we have set up. Nvidia is really giving up the ghost here as well. That's already backed off that 790. So we'll look at that 790 level now for Nvidia. We got Snapchat and Google for now.
All right, yeah, we should look at that Snapchat as well. Good trade there. How high did that? Oh my God.
75.
We like the 11s up there. Nice 176s or so for Snapchat. Yeah, that's not too bad as Meta's back up to 420 and change. So we got Apple down there at 71s right there. So we'll be positive. I mean, now it's back above 170 again, but so far so good here for Apple. That Snapchat, we were waiting for a little bit higher, but that's a good one. Yeah, now here comes the rip up now for AMD all the way back. So watch out here for 150. I got to now think about an out because we were laughing at NVIDIA because of what it was doing, and now it is turning that around at us, pointing the gun directly at us now. All right, 151 and change. We did reload it, but let's see if it can get into a paid off position right now. 149.70. Let's try to take 20 cents if it can get back down, but then let's be very, very careful with this one because as we all know, man, this market is a dangerous place, especially when NVIDIA is making its move all the way back up as well.
Yeah, it's charging here. Maybe that 800 is going to be in play. I took one out in Snapchat when it popped down into the high 50s there, but when NVIDIA is moving, I'm not going to get off this level too as we approach the 800 level. So if we get to that 800 for the curl, hopefully patience is going to end up paying here, and we can get that one to the south side. Google's even coming back up. I might get a reload in Google. Come on, NVIDIA, get up. See, this is annoying. When you want it to get to a level to short and then you just watch it drop $5. It couldn't even get past 97s. This is a heavy, heavy market. I got to check ARM for a quick second while this calms down. Yeah, ARM nowhere near that 100 level, so we'll continue to be patient there. Snapchat,
We are
now
too.
down at 1050, so I'm going to get another bid down in front of the low of the day on Snapchat because Meta is about to break the low. So I think Snapchat should see the low of the day if Meta's breaking its low. There's no way that shouldn't happen.
Yeah, good trade right there. And by the way, it is time again to do bang, 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 and drop a little bit of money down because look at that reload there on AMD as we get a 150 there. And now it's starting to come back down again. So we're just, we're trying to go, baby, right here, right now. So let's see if we can. I just put another bid there at 50, actually at 47, to see if we can get a move down. We are also realizing here that Apple is still hovering around a little bit. We did write down Snapchat at 11. We should probably have that trade. That's a good one. And then we did want to look at Tesla again because that was whipping around there off the open, all the way down there to that 158 that we talked about this. If that had broken, I mean, but instead, flip that trade around and go the other way, right? And then you can see what that's doing right now as well. So good trade there, I feel like, anyways, for those of you that were on Tesla long. Watch out for resistance now up to the 200 period. So that would be something. But the market's starting to go again here, Neil. So I don't know. I mean, let's wait to see where we're going on this market. But for right now, it seems like it wants to go higher, but still under the 50 period, still under VWAP, and we're still in these shorts. So let's see if we can continue to print on them.
Yeah, I'm still in Snap. Google's out. Let me just go to
AMD got up
Google's. What was
high
happening?
right there.
That's not updated.
Oh, no. We should have faded that even
Alphabet
more.
broke out, and I got wicked out. It's back under, so I might get back in on the same trade at that level, but it did come out there. And if I get in, it's a separate trade, everybody. And I want to take it above the 152, back into this local high, which is 152.80. So I do want to be getting a better price if I'm going to be fading a similar level. So I'm not in that position, 151.8. You can see that I got that out. I'm looking to get back in the mids, and then giving it to that local high that you see. NVIDIA's still churning. 97s now on NVIDIA. NVIDIA just gave me that 97 because that was the top like a second ago. But NVIDIA's starting to come in. So there is the wick. It couldn't get to 99s. 98.5 is the level there on NVIDIA. So I want something in front of 95. Give me something in front of 95. VWAP's down at 91. So again, here I just kind of, yesterday I bungled this when I wanted a specific level on NVIDIA, and I was unwilling to compromise when it set up a curl. So I got the wick here underneath 800, was able to get 97 change to this level here, which is like 98.5. So like $1.50 worth of risk or $2 worth of risk. We'll look to see if we can get some VWAP in here. So we're short Google again, but remember, that's a new trade. I got out of the old one.
Yeah, okay, I don't mind all those trades. I was just saying to myself under my breath, like, this seems just really quiet right now. Like, I don't...
The back's very quiet.
Not just the back. Yeah, everyone's super quiet around here. I'm not even sure there's traders behind us. But the thing is that we also have, and there's nothing wrong with that. You don't have to be loud. I meant the market. Like, I was just thinking that there's just, it's pretty chill right now. You know, it's pretty chilling right now. All right, so we're just gonna go short. We're still short AMD and short Apple, but we have our outs, man. Like if AMD takes 151, we're out. And the market, I guess maybe this is why I think it's slow. It's just kind of hovering around some levels, waiting for something to happen. We're in two red positions right now with Apple and AMD. I've taken profit on both, but they're about to go against us here in a couple seconds. So we'll wait. Apple's trying to make a move down. You got something for us, Adara?
Nice look here for Processa Pharmaceuticals. PCSA is the ticker for this one, up about 60% after getting an $8 price target and a buy rating from H.C. Wainwright. Worth noting as well, we have a float of about 2.53 million shares, 6.6% short float for PCSA, guys.
We got a little bit out there on AMD and Apple, but still not much happening here. What do you want to talk about? DJT, people talking about?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Yeah, okay, here. All right, so just real quick here. I just want to talk about AMD. We're going to get out of this if it breaks 151. Normally, I would wait for the top here, but I'm going to get out on a 151 break. I do have a position that I'm comfortable with, but I'm too favored to the short rate now today. I'm biased to that way, and I've understood that those have been my mistakes in the past, is to, average in until it's too late, and then you look over and you're like, not what happened to my month, but like what happened to my day. I thought we were being disciplined, and then the next thing you know, like I said, the gun's turned on you because you're just the wrong way. So we'll wait for everything to come through. I'm going to bid.
Holy NVIDIA.
Yeah. Oh, NVIDIA. Okay.
It's like right back up.
Just real quick. I'm just because we just talked about AMD. So my next position that I'm in, and then we'll go over to the chips with Neil. But Apple. So I love the 170 short. This was a good idea here. We're going to watch out for that. So I did put more bids here in the was it in the 80s? Yeah, low 80s. So here comes, yes, sir, right there. There's a fill now. So Apple working, chip names not.
Well, I know
there it goes. So I'm out of that.
And everyone's style is going to be different. I took the $2 scalp trade and then risked the rest of it. But we'll be up on NVIDIA, but I expected we'd see VWAP on that move. It's now challenging the $800 level. So we're backing off a little bit here. Just to go back over to Snapchat, I feel like we've ignored Snapchat a little bit here. We're back.
How about
Google
that one,
on a
Sharif?
reload, but Snapchat did give us
that one?
1050. So we're able to grab that one to the downside. But back over to NVIDIA, which is now at the 800 level. So it's now challenging the pre-market highs. So this
Short
805
170.
about to come into play here for NVDA.
Not long, my guy.
I am in Google off that 153 as well. So if we get 152s, we'll take some out there. Basically, the futures are just channeling at this bottom. Like we're consolidating on the bottom on the futures. So you just want to respect that.
Please check this.
Gimme.
All right. Ty behind me, my guy back here, he's like, wow, nice trade out there on Apple. And I said, please refer to sticky note because we had it written down right there, 170. But you know what? It's the only trade. Like this AMD, I just got back into it and it just went, by the way, like 40 cents in the money and I didn't take it. So slap me out there again at that side. But Apple, so the only trade that's been triggered on our sticky note today is Apple. So we'll play with AMD, we'll do a little dance, and we'll have some fun with it. But at the end of the day here, shout out to the mug. But there's the Apple 170 short. Meta hasn't hit these levels, Tesla hasn't hit these levels, and AMD hasn't hit that level. And then Snapchat was a good one by Neil there with that near that $11 mark. So we'll wait to see if that can come out. I know you took a risk taking it at 70, so I like that. But Meta's coming back.
Get in that much.
Meta. I'm just saying that Meta. We're gonna go to Adair in a second, but Meta is coming back upside right now, and yeah, there goes. Good thing we got out when we did on, not good thing, but we did get out of AMD. It was an L, but over to Adara.
This part of the show brought to you by VinFast. VinFast is committed to their mission. The company reiterated that they're on track to deliver 100,000 vehicles in 2024. From the bustling streets of Vietnam with their new VF3 to the highways of North America with their luxurious VF7 and VF9, VinFast is setting the pace for a greener tomorrow.
And NVIDIA is setting a pace for a greater now, apparently.
And Apple's like, yo, make Apple great again.
Make Apple, I like that. All right, NVIDIA, here's the 805 level. Well, I mean, Apple's already...
I thought of that myself, that whole slogan, make something great again.
Yeah, you know what? Sometimes you just got to put that creative hat on.
Yeah, like I just
You know the worst part about that? Is someone's probably going to come and steal that from you, which is...
Well, then I better trademark it immediately.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, that is
Joking,
unfortunate.
obviously,
Oh, you've heard that before? Okay, here. Whoa, hello. Yo, what's up, Elon? Pick me up in that taxi, my guy. 165. We are getting, a little bit of a cheese trade happening right here because as something's going back all the way up, we're gonna have to watch out for that one. I'm just gonna chill out, man. Like Apple's been, that's the one for me right there. AMD, what? Okay, that just came through. All right, okay, let's go. We are now short AMD against our 153 level. So we're here to take a couple pennies if it comes back in because, again, our level there, 153. So let's wait to see what happens on this one. And again, you can get your mind changed real quick in this game as AMD, I feel pretty good about getting out of this one and holding on to the Apple trade for sure, because for right now, we're kind of just like watching this level up, Neil. We said that we want to get out of this if NVIDIA was above 8, or watch NVIDIA 800. Watch NVIDIA 800.
It's at 808.
That's what I'm saying. Where's the heartbreak? But like, nice move up to the upside into 812 now, a level that we've shorted before on that top wick, but my poison is picked, and it's the wrong way possibly here with AMD. So let's wait to see if we can get a little closer to 153 to average into this. But if we blow too much past 153.50 and change, we're gone. Zeno on AMD, as this one's not working out. The short is not it, but we wrote down 153. So let's start to take something up here and just see if we can get a little more near our targets, as this name has really impressed me.
Yeah, I'm now looking at Google, and it's higher lows, man. First short underneath, higher low. Well, that's that low, higher low. We shorted again.
Wow. Okay.
Half, higher low. We shorted again, higher lows. If it breaks 153, we're out. And I don't think I need to be taking it unless it shows me some kind of a better pattern. Sometimes you just got to get out of the way, right? You take your profit, have your stop, have your stop.
Loving
NVIDIA
this
is
play.
running to the upside, but I'm not taking any $5 hits on this stock. It has to come to a really big level, which is going to be that 820. Meta is now, see, we didn't take a single trade in Meta, and now Meta's pressing.
That's
and
getting
you can see
there,
that
right?
fourth. It's at 426. I wanted to short some pops, but this never came anywhere near the pocket. If it's going to continue higher, I do have to keep an eye on Snapchat, because Snapchat could be a reload back in these 75. So I want to get a reload in Snapchat first, as Meta's starting to get to the upside here.
Okay. Here we go. We now 50 cents in the money on this sticky note call, baby. Let's get back down to the downside. We'll go 2 for 2 on sticky notes, man. It's 153 on AMD. If you're here, you're here. If you're not, that might not be a bad thing, because I'm not sure. This is going to the damn downside again. We'll go 2 for 2 on Sir Sticky. That didn't sound good. But let's see if we get to the downside right now. Again, I'm here all day, baby. All right, here we go. 152 and change. Apple as well, now 50 cents in the money. Now, so yeah, man, that's what we're talking about every day, all day. Ty, man, hey, Mr. Marketing Guy, get that OnlyFans locked and loaded. Here we go. AMD to the downside, nicely going here, 152.20. Hey, OnlyFans plus trading, we talked about that numerous times. Shout out to my guy, Big Patty Ice. I think that was one of his ideas. But there it is right now. Let's go, man. It's deuces up. We've got 153 on AMD. Who would have known about that? And 170 on Apple. But the thing about Apple, it just made its move all the way back. So we are almost out of our Apple trade. Let's just go play this little roulette here, as Meta is saying hello, up to 428 right now. Watch out for 430. That was our level.
Yeah, it is getting right up there on Meta. It were 29s. Once we get above 29, we're starting in on that one. We're back underneath 810 on NVIDIA. I just got a curl in ARM. I'm on the 98 offer. Meta came first, so Meta just broke that 29. We're short for the first time on Meta. We said be patient. I do have Snapchat as well. Very, very quickly, because it's brand new. ARM just curled when NVIDIA did.
Look at that.
So I grabbed the 98 short there. Meta already starting to back off. VWAP's so far away that I almost don't care. 425 is going to be a more important level there on Meta. If it holds 425, then maybe it's making another stair step to the upside. So first scalp trade, we're going to take $2 on Meta. It's a $400 stock. Keep all that in mind.
Bang that Meta short. Bang that AMD short. This is just another one of them days here, guys. Let's just go. Like, this is absolutely, yeah, let's get some more coffee up in this building right now. Look at Meta, guys. That's the trade that, I mean, for me, that's singing right now. We are monstrous on AMD, $1.50. We are $1 on Meta. And what happened to AMD right there? We got more on that bottom side right there. Let's go. It's
another one.
And
another one.
And no more. Because right now Meta is coming right back up. So we did take a nice piece out right there at 427 for $1. And then it went down and sort of bounced off of that 426. So let's wait to see. We do have a 200 period now at 424. But again, on earnings, I'm not like 100% convinced that these 200 period moving average or anything like that are going to mean anything. So here comes Meta right back up into 429. Looks like it wants to, and when it breaks that 430, we brand Zeno on that one. Here we go onto the upside, and no, not a break. A little rejection right now. So now we're short again at 429. So let's see what happens here. Hopefully down. downside, Neil, because there it goes again. Where's Brittany at, baby? Let's go. We did it again. Let's see if we can flush down to the downside. $2 in the money on AMD, and now $1 on a reload there, Neil. Tell me you reloaded, my guy.
I reloaded Snap and wasn't quick enough to get over to Meta. Why? Because Snap's actually weaker than Meta. Meta got to the high. Snap was already breaking VWAP. I think these guys are dead. If Meta gets under 425, this is seeing $10 today. So reload over here. I'm only short the two names because we are not in ARM. I like the chips to the short side, but we took our shot at NVIDIA. So right now it's just Meta and Snapchat. I feel like that's the right spot. But Meta, no, it's not. DeBeard. Meta needs to touch 444 before it dumps again. Yeah, that would be bad. No, that would suck a little bit if Meta touched 444. I'm not gonna lie, but I don't think that's gonna happen. I think Meta's gonna see VWAP down here. I'm looking $7-8 on Meta. If we get a reload, we get a reload. It's been a fun morning, but you don't want to get too far away from the pocket. So we haven't really traded any ARM because ARM didn't give us our fill. I haven't traded Intel like I usually do because that never gave any fills. I'm not even looking at AAL.
Oh, hell
But the shorts are starting to come in here. Meta 29. We said we wait for 430. 430 came in, and that's what it's all about. Tesla.
Wow.
Tesla 165. You know, Tesla's actually too strong for me. I'm going to stay away from Tesla unless we see like that 170 from yesterday. But here's our 25 level on Meta finally. Let's go.
Let's go is right, everybody. This is a Sticky Note Nation day right here today, and congratulations to everybody that's rocking right now. This is what we're saying, man. Fortune favors the bold. When you see a trade like this, you hit it with shares, man. This is the trade that you need to make. We made it. It's $5 in the money. It is as literally as it was written. We're short 429.50 right here on Meta, and just takes them out right there on the bottom. You know where my stop is? 430.50. So there it is. That's why you put the shares in. I mean, this is why we're doing the work. You know, we talk about that. Do your own process. You know, we rolled in late today. What do we have? 1 for 1, 2 for 2, 3 for 3, right? I mean, the show is what it is. The show must go on, as they say. And right now, AMD 153 is just, I'm going to take one more out here, but I do want to hold for an eventual collapse here today. So we're just doing this. Thanks Comp SRX1. This has been such a awesome opportunity to be able to sit here and trade. So I'll probably just hang on, see how low we can get on Meta. We've already put that money in the pocket right now. I'm pretty confident just holding on to this. Hold on to everything now.
Yeah,
I think this market tests back lower.
I'm getting a bid out, and it's exactly the same. This is not history repeating itself, but Snapchat, same two levels. Like it breaks 70, fails 75, short 70, first out VWAP, second out in the 50s, and then we're gonna hold the rest for the low of the day. Don't need the second bid in there. We'll just take the first in the 50 level. So Meta 500 for sure, Gonzalo says. Look, man, if Meta gets to 500, I'm 100% with you. It's gonna get to 500 again. It's just not gonna get to 500 today. That's all. I'm dip buying this stock in my personal account if it gets anywhere near that 200 period moving average, but that's for the future. Right now, the short is what's working. So NVIDIA has finally made a double top. So the last couple times we shorted it, had a good scalp win, took the out, keep it tight to the vest. Now it looks a little bit weaker off this 810 area. The only thing for me is, you know how I feel about why short the strong one when you can short the weaker one. I'm going to cancel some ARM orders. I can get ARM off of its high when NVIDIA is at the high. I'd rather pick on the one that's showing me a bit of a downward pattern as opposed to the one that's still looking like a bull flag. Adara?
This small cap here on watch, ACON, this one is a penny stock. They have a market cap of about $2 million. And Aclarion, ACON, basically having this news that they have their solution playing a key role in this LifeHab trial for lower back pain treatment. So interesting connection here for ACON to the upside, guys.
You up in
We got DJT I meant to look at.
Looking at you and you already know I want.
Say it right. You already know I want.
I mean, if you don't think I'm in a good mood. All right. We just, that Meta, we got a cover down there at 424.50. Like, you can't even paint this on here. Like, I don't know where if you got an out down here or not, but like that, sometimes you just sit there and it's like, okay, we'll take that one. And then we also did the same thing on Apple, although this was a 50 period, we were sitting there. You guys know that we're sitting there on Apple. But those were good. Shout out to Daryl. What's up, Daryl? Hope you're doing good over there as well. All right, so let's move along. Move along, nothing to see here. Snapchat, nice move up to 1075, but again,
NVIDIA.
little too. I'm just going to, like, we're starting to go lower, lower, lower here right now.
I watch the market's bouncing.
We
just
trade,
now.
yeah, like, so
Big.
you guys know we trade a little, we'll trade more shares, and I'm, going to just to hold the rest of this, just to see, because, we've done well on this so far. Here comes Meta screaming back in. AMD, we already have $1.40, $1.50. We've taken a lot out of these names. I think this market turns, and I'm happy holding this. Down to 17,350. I still said we could see 17.2. I don't see why that's not in the pocket here again today. We are just continuously climbing higher and higher here right now. There's that out if you wanted to get on Meta. Like I said, we're not going to be taking that on there. So this is going to be hopefully a real, it's already a real big day, but let's hope this can get real. And we'll see if we can get lower on this one. We're 3 shorts right now, and they've been pretty good names. So we'll wait to see if we get some more AMD up at 153. But until then, I'm just going to stone cold chill right now. We're $6 in the money on the sticky note there. We're $1.50 here on AMD.
My trail's in on Meta now.
Okay, yeah. That
So basically,
might be good.
It confirmed a bit of a pattern. Like you had one bounce. Come to my chart for a quick second. I'm in ARM. One little bounce here, and then a rejection. It's now broken support, so we're looking for VWAP next. Trail back into 425. So it is what it is. I'm into ARM for the first time, and we just grabbed it here as NVIDIA just gave up 815. I was going to short 98s, and then this happened. Right, I said, why look at NVIDIA when I can look at ARM putting in lower highs? So I saw this curl, like okay, it goes 815. I'm gonna get a starter position in ARM. I would like to add here in the 98 level if you get it, and then stop at that high. So right now it's looking pretty solid for the shorts. If NVIDIA can't hold 800, I think everything is gonna look good to the short side. And if you're watching, look, AAPL actually gave it up, so I'm glad we didn't look at that. And then Ford also gave it up. The two things that were up on earnings last night, Ford's red, 1.5% to the downside. AAPL also giving up the ghost. So we're into ARM. That's the only new position for me as we got it underneath VWAP. I think 95 we can get to here. But I like that relative weakness versus NVIDIA reason for it. And Lam didn't have a great quarter either.
And hopefully I'll have some time. I want to I want to create a sort of like a trading template for everybody. Look at this 430 short right there. And I just showed Sharif. The 3 trades that we have written on here are Apple short 170. That's $1. AMD short 153. That's $2. And then Meta short 430. That's $6. The only other trade that we wrote down here was Snap. Neil's got that. That's short at 11. And then Tesla 168. And we actually left Tesla alone for a second here. But it got going. But again, in the vein of being patient and waiting, see, I'll show you the problem with this. This is still, you can't see because I'm going to drop it everywhere. It's still very full, and it's almost tipping over when I do that, but it's cold already.
Mine's also.
Like, he gives this huge cup and loads it up, and then it's like.
That's why I don't like that big.
Oh, by the way, I just want to, I'm about to add to this because, on today, whoops. Hey, what's up, Kim Ann Curtin? I just clicked on that, so I don't know whoever that is. But right here, you could see, hey, what's up, Zuckerberg? Right there. Little nervous, but not anymore. We talked about buying that dip. That was a good one there. But this, to me, is what it's about right now. Shout out to High Park and everybody else. You get good vibes, you get good returns. So right there. So I say shout out to that. And family over everything. I have a shirt that says Etobicoke over everything and Toronto over everything, but I should make another right there. Okay, a nice little move back here now, obviously for Meta, and look what it bounces off of. No surprise there. Basically clean off of that 200 period moving average. So nice clean bounce back off of that, and then AMD as well, bouncing off the 200. So we can think the market's going lower here, but at the same time, these technical levels still need to be respected because they're bouncing off them. So it's going to give you opportunities for reloads. It's going to give you opportunities to do everything. So I'm going to try to be as patient as I can. Of course, Apple is back into that dollar club and trying to break lower. I say Apple does. This is the one that I'm going to wait for because we're still up on the day on Apple. I feel like people might realize that and say, huh? Let's go down. So there goes Apple right now. Here comes AMD. And I will go and refill my coffee as Meta breaks. Now, wow, but 420. Okay,
Yep.
now we're going.
Here
We do have
comes Meta.
pending home sales. Let's go over to Adara.
We're just getting these pending home sales numbers in right now. Pending home sales month over month is in 3.4% versus the consensus of 0.3%, forecast of 0.9%. So pretty much quite a bit higher than expected across the board there. Waiting for that year over year number, but we're expecting, or sorry, the forecast of negative 4% there for the year over year. So we're going to take a look at the SPY and then come back to that. Continuing to move downward here on the SPY, as is the NASDAQ amidst some negative reactions to earnings, particularly Meta, bringing the market to the downside. We do have Alphabet and Microsoft earnings after close as well, so it'll be interesting to see how those could potentially move the market. Still waiting on those pending year-over-year home sales here, so we're going to wait on that. Some earnings to keep an eye on today as well if you missed them. American Airlines initially trading higher, now down about 2%. They missed both EPS and revenue expectations, but they provided a more optimistic outlook than expected. We also have IBM to the downside. They beat EPS expectations, missed their sales expectations, and they did also announce the acquisition of HCP, HashiCorp, right now trading down about 10%. I'm going to see if we have these year-over-year numbers. Not quite yet, but basically pending home sales month over month higher than expected, guys. Also, we are brought to you by Kalshi. Have you ever wanted to trade on events that directly relate to companies and the economy? Kalshi is the first legal financial exchange in the US where you can bet on any event. Ever wondered if TikTok will be banned, how many cars Tesla will ship this quarter, or what a new movie's Rotten Tomato score will be? Now you can use Kalshi to put your predictions to the test and trade on what you really know. Visit kalshi.com/tradertv to sign up today and grab a $20 bonus after depositing $50 exclusively for the first 500 people using promo code TraderTV. It's easy to get started. Choose an event, like if Boeing will have a new CEO this year, currently priced at 76%. Buy 100 shares at 76 cents each, and if Boeing announces a new CEO by year end, you cash out $100 on your $76 bet. Don't just watch the news, profit from it. Join Kalshi's 100,000 users and dive into diverse markets, make your moves, and potentially profit from global events. Kalshi.com.
Yup.
Oh, Meta just missed a shot at a reload. It just put in a lower high there on Meta. So 429, you could probably, well, maybe not. Okay, I was about to say you could stick a fork in the 429 again, but then we're right back up to 27s. One more pop, and we'll look to reload that short. Snapchat's also starting to come back in, so the same level. A third time, gonna let it try to run that top. If it makes the same rejection, we'll try to short it back in through. Let me just quickly double check you. Yeah, Intel, I'm going to cancel my order on Intel. We're not going to get that one up there. We are in the ARM short, and apologies for completely ignoring. I knew there was something I was totally forgetting. Alibaba is doing a bull flag again. So when things settle down at 10 o'clock, it's like, remember what Bob has done every day. Dip and rip. There's your dip. Here's your VWAP consolidation. It's holding 74. I do like some Alibaba. 74 level looks pretty solid, but the market's testing lower, so I think this is the point where you want to look for those longs, but if they don't bounce, if you don't see a consolidation, if you don't see strength or support, you don't have to have it. ARM, we got it. VWAP looking for a push back to the low of the day as NVIDIA is starting to calm down. Yeah, Meta's really dancing. I know a lot of people have said look at end phase, but I think getting out of pocket on a day like today when you have so many earnings is not going to be the way to go. Because what will happen is you go look at something else that you weren't planning on trading, and if Meta gets back up to 430, you miss a chance to short that, if that's what you're doing. I'm not telling everyone you got to do it, but I want the reload back into Meta. I got my scalp trade at my trail in when it broke back through 425, so I took it and ran, and I'm looking to get back into that one. So that's the priority here.
All right. Yeah, if Meta does come back up, so we're out of like, I mean, I have to look to see how many shares we had, but here we come up to the upside. So it's coming up to that 428.50 level-ish again, or it's at 428.50, 429.50 is where we're at here. I feel comfortable shorting again up near 430. We still have that same stop at 430.50 right now. So let's see what happens here with Meta as, again, like I was saying, you can hold things forever, but then you have to be right forever. There is worth value here in scalping, and that's what we've done there. We did it again on AMD as it just, remember it was up to 152, and we're like, oh man, we got to respect that little level right there. Well, we did, and it's right here right now. So let's wait to see what happens now, but we did take another piece out. We took out a third of that one because we had reloaded up here at 153 again. We would be infinitely higher if we had just waited for that level, but it feels like a broken record as this happens every day. All right, here's Meta. We just missed. That's crazy that we were at 50. So we'll just punch a little. Okay, now it's going to fill me.
I got my favorite number.
Yeah, there we go. We got it. So here it comes back in right now. Watch out now. Meta is danger zone now as we continue to go a little bit higher, trying to break right now. Remember, last time we broke and came back down. So we'll see if we could do that. There it is, but that's not enough right here. Let's see if it comes back just a little bit more than this. Would be nice here on Meta. We'll punch out a little bit there. Yes, sir. There it is again. Another hot dog cannon for a little bit of a win there on Meta. As you can see, we took two load ups. I will take red because we are bearish today. Thank you, Randy, and thank you
Randy.
for doing that on the run there. I went to go get me and Neil coffees, and Randy was like, I'm here, baby.
Oh, I'm sniffing it like I put sweetener or something in it. I don't.
Okay, but again,
I love the aroma of coffee. I know.
This coffee again is like not that
Well,
warm.
it's okay. It's right. I want to get a 28-bit here if we're even able to get it. Oh,
Randy.
Meta just took the 430 half.
Yep, there it goes.
So there it goes. It just took it out. Let's see if it'll be. If it does a fail break, I don't mind getting back in, but it needs to hold underneath 430. That just hasn't happened yet. I'm giving a couple of counts. Snapchat I have to watch as well. Snapchat's about to take out the. Never mind.
There it goes.
Snapchat also took out that local high at the same time. So it's a sympathy play. So obviously, when one goes, the other goes with it. All right, if we're going back to the upside, where are you, Alibaba? Baba. Okay, Baba's still holding VWAP, still the same pattern.
Meta
Yeah, I like VWAP here.
overbought.
It's a bit of a flat bottom, flat top break as well in Alibaba. I like it back into 74, but until the market was breaking higher,
440.
I didn't necessarily want to see anything else. But the market's showing some strength to get any kind of a long trade. 440 is the next. I had 430, 440, 450. I'm keeping it very, very simple with Meta. That was 430. 440 is the next round even number. So if it doesn't curl fail here, then I wait for the next level up. Snapchat's a bit different because you've got 11 even still for Snapchat. It's only at 1083. So Snap could go to $11 and I still go back into that one. But eyeballs on Meta, Snapchat, I'm not really changing, the names that I want to trade.
Yeah, same thing, man. So Snapchat comes up to a level that I'm comfortable with, so we will now look for that one. You can, so we did, I mean, you can't celebrate and party on, when you make winning trades and then not explain and, figure out what's going on when you make losing trades. And that was Meta. Meta broke that 430. So we're gone. It's basically the same kind of stuff that we talk about all the time. You can sit in something until you're wrong, but better to get out until you're right. And we'll have to wait. Wait until you're right. And what I mean by that is wait until you see something that you've seen before. Like for me to get in, and just because we're mad at the stock makes no sense at all. So let's just wait. I mean, we love Meta. It's just let's just wait to see if it can control itself up on the upside and let it try to die down a little bit. Maybe that was the push right there. We just try. Okay, well we're short now, so it doesn't matter. 433.52. Whoop, there it goes. 434 now. We're not. Yeah, see. All right, well, here we go, man. This is starting to rip now for us. Not for us, the other way, of course, because we're short. On Meta, watch out for 435. So we were just looking at 432, and it just went up $2, almost in a straight line. There it goes. So if we break through 430, there it goes, Neil.
Here we go.
It's going through 435, man. We better look at our Snapchat position,
That
too.
just gave me Snapchat at 90.
Yep.
So, we talk about it being a sympathy play.
Can't hold this down
One
for
goes
long.
up, the other goes up as well. Now, if there's a big down candle on Meta, I'm watching it like a hawk that isn't 440. I probably take a shot getting more shares underneath 11 on Snapchat. But we had to get out of the original short. Man, that pattern's higher lows. That could have been a breakout long. It could have been, it is what it is. Didn't take it, but that could have been a breakout long, no question about it.
It's going to break now.
NVIDIA, okay, this is that setup on NVIDIA. Oh, this is what happens when you're bearish. Is
We just
NVIDIA,
gotta go long.
NVIDIA has this now flag breakout at 8:15 set up. So, as I said, it's been 11 for 13, and if it goes 11 for 14 when I'm bearish, then so be it. But you guys can all see it. Like NVIDIA tries to take out the bottoms, it stair steps up, it shows you a level, and now 8:15 kind of looks like a break. I'm still overall bearish. ARM's still underneath 98, so that's holding. But if you see me long NVIDIA, it's because it's an 8:15 breakout trade.
So I think what's happening here with Meta is that like there's a lot of people like us that were like, hey, we got to buy this name on weakness, and they did not let the 3-day rule come into play at all. Because everything else is fine. AMD is still $2. Apple is still $1. Snapchat's not doing much. I mean, it's going up, but I'm more looking at like Meta because
This is,
you know, was that the top there?
Aftermarket,
we could try it. What
38
was
was a
that?
level.
Yeah, I was looking at 40s again. I don't think that was. I mean, I'll try it there on the break back. We're not trading large shares now because you could see this is just loss, loss, loss. But, you know, so obviously we're not feeling these levels. So let's just try to see if that was wicked out there at the top. But we have a top wick there as well. So we'll go short on this and see if it will pull back just a little bit now. But we got to hold this now to make it back, right? Like a 430 or so level. So let's wait to see if we can get that back in now on Meta. We're an amazing 10 cents in the money right now. So let's see. Here it comes. We will take this. We will take a level down there for this 40 or 50 cents. If we can get it, there it is. We'll take a 40 fill. Now we're starting to break a little bit lower on Meta. But again, we're trading this a little bit differently now. The level of like our supreme confidence is gone. And that was that 430 level. So once that's broken, it's a slowdown on the share size and try to pick your spots. So we tried that twice already, got run over both times. Let's see if it will work now. We're bidding 433 to try to take $2 back down on this name now. So that's what we got to do to get back into the pocket. Let's be patient with this. 435, we're short right now.
Well, so we're long NVIDIA. It made that break of 815. So far, resistance at 816.5. Here's 818, 819. Actually, it's 818.5. That's where the next offer is going to be. And this level up here is 822. So we'll go station to station on NVIDIA on this breakout play. Kind of thought it was going to be a short day, but you know, it is what it is, man. You know, like you can think anything you want, and the market doesn't give a darn what you think. And I've learned that lesson over and over again. Like you can have, like if you're unwilling to sometimes take a setup in the other direction, when the market's showing you that that's what's happening, then you're just going to miss out on trading opportunities. And again, this is just a simple, yeah, you know, it's a bull flag breakout. And that's the lesson this week, is bull flag breakout. So it looks like it's turning at 818. I just tried to grab some underneath 818. That'll be the next leg. 822 is the target. And we're just underneath break even now that it's holding the bid. So NVIDIA to the upside. I did get Alibaba, which is just a consolidation law. Man, Baba's been doing this VWAP consolidation thing literally every day this week. I'm just trying to join the party, man. It's just, it's giving it to you, and it's just slowly going up. It's really only going like 50 cents or $1 at a time, and it's taking most of the day to do it, so I'm just doing that same thing. ARM came out as NVIDIA went up, so we had the short. ARM broke out the 98 level. Obviously, we'll take the hit there, but my concern will be, can NVIDIA make that next push? A lot of sellers at 817 here, it looks like.
Oh, man. I am, yeah, I mean, Meta just keeps going. It keeps retracing, and we keep getting in the money, but then there it goes. I was just going to say, oh, we're on, sorry, that was Snapchat. So it keeps retracing. We took some profit. We'll take that out there at 437. But it's just, the move is not continuing lower. So yeah, we're going to be off of that one for a minute. And I think we got to now start to, I mean, there's that 17.4. Remember we had faded this and then it wasn't right yesterday? No, or maybe that was 17.5. So now we're going to have to wait because that was a big move there. We're going to stay away from Meta, there was the level, of course, that we mentioned before of 440.
It's 440 or bust.
But is that's what I'm saying, like, is that an or bust level or what? Because right now we're gonna have to wait on that. We are loaded up nicely on Snapchat just in case there is a push down.
Time to kick the tires and light the fires.
Yeah, well, I'm already lighting a couple of fires for sure, and they're blowing up. So we'll have to wait. We've lit some fires on Meta, but Snapchat is sort of the name that's much more in the pocket for me right now. So
Snapchat's chilling. I think.
Yeah, we wrote down 11. We got 93s.
I think 11. Look, Snapchat at 11 is
okay
obviously
about
the
it.
better trade because Meta is flying much more. So if Meta curls,
Meta had it.
Snapchat's gonna die. The way I see it, I haven't added to Snapchat. I still just have 90s. Actually, my price is 90 half, so it's probably showing you guys 91. My price is 90 half. I don't know why I feel like I need to be that particular about it, but I took 2 entries and 90 half is the price. I want to add to it above 95 into that 11 area, but it is going to be now the concern, Meta. Once it's above 439, I'm going to be in position probably really quickly short. NVIDIA's punched through 818. I like 822, so probably $6. If it gets through 820, I'm going to trail it through 820. But yeah, I'm not glued to that level 2. I'm glued to the moving freight train, which is about to
Freight train up.
break 39s. Nope. Yes.
Oh my God.
All right. We're here now.
Thing is like this move is to be, honestly, man, we probably should have expected this a little bit more than we did. That's too bad. There was so many opportunities. Oh, we're still on Snapchat. Hold on a second. Here's Meta. There was so many opportunities to get away from this name. Like, look at those. It's like when we got this bid down there at 424, and then it came back and bounced off the 200 period right there. Like, that's supposed to be something. You know, that was supposed to be something, and then we based out right there. So again, let's just like put on our thinking cap here and like try to think a little bit better because we're not, okay, well now we're spinning it, but you know, this is a risky trade that was probably not well devised by myself. So
Ain't over yet.
no, it ain't over yet. It ain't over yet. We still got a position on it. We just took money, guys. We just took $1. We just took 80 cents on that, and we still have got 60% of the trade. So let's wait to see what happens now for Meta. Maybe we do pull back into this 436-ish area.
So Snapchat's now at 1099.
Oh no! See, now that one's going against me.
Which would be that's a nice little 100-meter time if you're into that kind of a thing. But I want it down, get down. So I have Meta at 39.16. Let's see if we can get the first. Oh well, technically that's like $1 and change. We'll take that. We'll try to ring the register there. NVIDIA still chilling at 818, just keeping tabs on that. I got 94 as a price now on Snapchat. You're really stair-step up. 430, look, if 430 was the big level, the first original short level, I think if you pull back off
Okay, we're
440,
doing damage
you should
now.
be seeing the 430 level, to be sure. So we'll keep reloading this one every chance it gives us until that level breaks. Oh, and by the way, Alibaba, thank you, Alibaba. So it's bouncing off VWAP pretty nicely. We just got into the halves. I didn't even notice we were past the halves. So I'm going to offer right in front. So VWAP bouncing Alibaba. Don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth. Actually, I haven't hit that one in a while.
Yeah, that's right. That used to be a staple.
Oh, no.
We like that.
Oh, I know what I did.
All right, we.
Oh, yeah. I bid everything out instead of P.
That's probably a smart move, dude. Here comes Meta down. We still have half of our Meta, but
I was wondering, like, what the hell?
well, what price did you get? I mean, we got 437.50 there as our last fill, or 437.50 exactly.
Oh,
I said we would look for maybe 436 and change. I think we could probably do that. We are starting to pull back in a little bit here, so we've made back. Like, it doesn't really matter what we make back because at the end of the day, everybody's risk parameters
And
are
there's
going
NVIDIA.
to be a lot different than somebody else's. So, you know, we've already had some bad trades on Meta. I'm not happy with it. So, regardless of what happens,
NVIDIA 822.
boom.
It's 12 for 14. So we're shooting 85.71428.571 on that trade over the last few weeks, where it's simply a bull flag breakout where you fail the low at the open. Really, this could have been had here, but it doesn't really matter. It's the whole idea of it traps shorts and then it's just momentum breakouts. But yeah, in hindsight, this was even better. You could have had the 800 long. I was shorting it at that level, but the longs that have come through, I'm even between the two of Meta and Nvidia, but you got to keep in mind I was short Nvidia twice before this happened. Meta was not necessarily, it might end up being okay, but that was not really the intention to bid it all out. But we're going to get right back in off 839 here, it looks like, on META. So, right,
Yep,
we're
here we
back
go.
into it. So we're back to square one, and it ain't the mall.
See, sometimes the mistakes pay off. You know, that's what I was saying. Like, where did you get out? Like, this name is going to be rallying, I feel like, today. We were lucky enough to get some Snapchats out there. We're short at 95. We got a 95. That was just on that pushback down there for Meta. I still want, remember, we wrote down 11s. So we just took some more 90. We took some, we started it down here at 85. But then we took, you know, much more at 96 and then more at 98. We were just sitting here. I mean, these are the trades that we've wanted on. So hopefully we can pull back a little bit here. Remember, this is a different story because this is not an earnings story. This is an earnings story tonight for Snapchat. So again, not 100% certain. Okay, we just reloaded there. Let's take another piece for $1. There it is. Let's go. Let's just keep spinning it. I don't know if you guys are noticing, but like we're slowly, I am. I don't know if you got the reload there, but we just got another piece at 429. Sorry, 439. Was it 439 even? Yes, it was 439. So 438.88 right there. So now we just took $1 on it. Let's see if it comes back down into the downside right now. Meta's trying to work. AMD's upside. So you've already identified that with NVIDIA.
Well, I haven't seen it. I have no idea what NVIDIA.
No, but I'm saying NVIDIA is ripping. So, I mean, AMD is making that move back to 153. Maybe we should look at that. Let's go to the small cap recap as there it goes. Nicely done for Meta.
Much like the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, IWM trying to curl up here, but still down more than 1% on the day for the Russell 2000. Some individual small cap runners here include Safe and Green Holdings, SGBX. This one announcing it's entered into agreement for producing 4 molecular electrical distribution centers for this deal with a big box retail marketer. Nice look here for SGBX. Next up we have Processa PCSA. This one trending to the upside after getting a price target of $8 and a buy rating from H.C. Wainwright, about 6% short float for this one as well. And last but not least, Aclarion, ACON. This one continuing to trade higher after announcing that solution will be part of this chronic lower back pain treatment. It also does have a market cap of about $2 million. So ACON to the upside as well, guys.
Oh, man.
Already
okay,
then.
bye-bye, Meta. Good out on the downside there. But yeah, Neil, we're going back upside right now on Meta.
We're going streaking through the quad.
There it goes.
There it goes.
Yeah.
Oh, Meta.
So we actually didn't do too much damage there, actually.
So with Meta, like your stair step up,
that, though.
it'll be a happy accident that we got out there for taking some profit, but I probably wouldn't have taken all. I basically just jumped right back in up at that top, and now you're flying. Snapchat hasn't broken 11 though, so one of these things is not exactly like the other, and we sort of identified that, but probably should have been a little bit more aggressive with it. If you show me that the sympathy play is rejecting and not breaking highs when the other one is just flying through. And if Snapchat was breaking out at 11:15, I'd be telling you something different here. But when you see this, you got to be thinking this is the better play, because then if you turn around in Meta, you're just going to get that benefit anyways. So you might as well short the one that's at a liquidity point or underneath and showing you a wick high through 11 even. Meta now at 442. My stink bid in the long-term account, just like it was with ARM, is no good. So my 392.69 stink bid that I threw in last night on the personal account is just not going to happen for me. This exact same thing happened when I was going to dip buy ARM. It dipped to 85. On Sunday night, I put in like an 81 or an 82 or whatever the heck I did, and then it just rallied the next day. It is what it is.
Yeah, we at least one of our calls will be right. Apple to the short side is going to be right, and AMD. It's Meta's the one that's not been good. Snapchat's been good. Snapchat's been fine. Obviously off that 11, but it's right there now, so you got to watch out for that break up to 02 on Snapchat. Like Meta is still, I don't even really want to look at it anymore because it's going to have to go to 450.
No, but I'm leaving it up because I'm in Snapchat.
At this point, well, yeah, I'm in.
If this thing gets to
I have a lot of
450, then
shares
it's
in
probably
Snapchat.
time to hit the exit on Snapchat, whether or not it's above that 11 area and holding a bid. So we got one long trade, and even then, it's just like good old Alibaba. If it ain't broke, like come on, look at Alibaba every single day. Dip, then rip, then dip, then rip, and dip, and rip, and dip, and rip. The only thing, see, what you should be doing is just buying the dip and not just waiting for it to get to VWAP and hold.
Right.
That would be the, see, you know, if you're thinking 2 steps ahead, which I'm not, I'm thinking the easy trade is when the buyers already show up, just join them later. I love doing that. Like, let somebody else be the front money, and then you wait till it looks like it's a bullish setup, and then you get in. But at the end of the day, if you bought every single dip for the last 4 days in Alibaba, you've gotten the high of the day, the pre-market highs, every single time. Every time. Until it stops happening, I think you just do it. And then when it gets to VWAP and it holds VWAP, you buy VWAP till the high of the day as well. 75 is a good enough target for me because there's resistance overhead. So we're just in Snapchat. We're just in Alibaba. I should probably go and look now at Intel. Yeah, this can't even get to 35. So they report tonight. Probably not going to be the best. I mean, okay, yeah, it's probably not going to be the best. But if it can't break the 35 level, I kind of like it a little bit better above 35. Like money fills above 35, rejecting 35 in general is the way this stock has been going.
Wow, Google actually went to 150. Man, I was gonna buy back some Meta and some Google today, but now we've gone nicely to the upside on those plays. And by the way, like Snapchat just went right back into the money again and then just ripped up again right there. Like we were just at 95s there, and I was like saying, okay, well, we're short here, 97s. Maybe we'll take a little bit out, and then it just goes ramp right back up to the upside. So we'll watch out for that one. We did take out some Apple there. That's still going lower. Like, so, I mean, if there's one name that we were, you know, it does go to 170.50 or 170.60 there. But you're starting to push lower here. So this is, I mean, Snapchat doesn't look like it's going to work out. We'll give it a couple more minutes, but if it doesn't, it's getting close to the highs now for Snapchat. So, you know, we've gotten some out on the way down. We haven't gotten enough out to absorb sort of this. So if it does continue to go up higher,
Okay.
Snapchat will be the loss. But yeah, Meta's still 443 and still going higher. And then
825.
yeah,
Woo.
we did have an opportunity here on AMD.
I always get out too early.
To get out right there at 152.50 off this recent, reload. So let's just be careful. Secretary Yellen is speaking right now as well, so that could be something. But okay, here we go. Snapchat, we're short now at 11.
Alibaba, apparently.
So this is the price that we want. We wanted this one. Yeah, she is talking some Chinese.
Well, that's exactly what she'd be talking about. What else would they be talking about? So.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna
She's
put
in China, isn't she? Isn't that where?
No, I thought, wasn't Blinken going to China, not her?
I'm not sure. We'll have to look it up.
No, I thought Blinken was making the, but anyways, it doesn't matter. I'm going to put a trailing stop, and I do not want, like, I'm not giving this, if something gets said and all of a sudden all the Chinese ADRs flush, just for whatever reason, man, I'm not trying to get trapped on that. Who knows? So I'm going to get a trailing stop in here on Alibaba underneath this, like, 74, 75. So Alibaba, it's been good, but yeah, I don't want to look that gift horse in the mouth. You tell me that Yellen's talking, and I don't want to get rinsed. We're going to see 450 on a Meta. Well, I did say 430, 440, 450. So this is 430.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I shorted at 430 and only 430. I shorted at 440 and only 440, and it's going to get to 450 at this rate. So buckle up. You just got to be ready for it when it gets there.
What's up, Buttercup? Yeah, we are doing okay here as that reload on Snapchat does bring it back down a little bit. AMD, we still can't get much love on the downside for AMD. Let me put a bid at 60 and cancel our 50s and see if we can get that as here comes Snapper right back down into the downside.
I love red snapper.
Right now,
That
yeah,
might
very,
be
very
my-
tasty fish.
That is my favorite. Red snapper is my favorite fish. 100%.
All right.
There's a really great place on the beach. Actually, you know what? I don't even know if it's still there in Antigua, so I probably didn't say that. We knew the owners. Oh my goodness, the red snapper was delicious.
When was the last time you were there?
It's been way too long.
When was?
It was, let me think, 2000 and, oh goodness, is 2016? No.
Antigua.
No, it can't be. Antigua, my family's from Antigua. Yeah.
All right. all
Anyways,
right.
look, I gotta get back.
Yeah. Well, I
Holy
was just gonna say, I
crap.
mean, shout out if anybody's there, if they
Been
know.
8 years? Oh, that's
A
bad.
place that's on a beach somewhere in
Yeah, that's
Antigua that
horrible.
sells red snapper. 122 in the money now for Apple. I'm trying to be patient with Snapchat here. We have the price we thought we could get here on Snapchat. Not that we thought we could get, but one that we would like. I'm still disappointed. Like there's 11. I'm still disappointed in Meta. I'm still looking at it. That's why I keep looking over there. I want to go short, but it's like we've already touched that stove way too many times, and our hand it has like first-degree burns on it. It's not super burnt up yet, but the thing is we do have a big position on Snapchat, so hopefully that can go for us. And AMD did come down, so far AMD is good. So like on the sticky note right now, we'll be wrong on Meta because we wrote down 430. So that's going to be wrong. But the AMD 153 level has now printed numerous times. And then Snapchat right now at 1099 is going to the downside, hopefully. Hopefully we can be right on that one. And then Apple, no more right than on Apple today, as that's been really destroyed, and not destroyed, but continues to go down despite the market trying to get near highs. So now that Meta is finally falling, maybe Snapchat will follow suit. I'm not.
I waited for that to actually add up.
I'm not bidding anything yet on Snapchat. I'm going to put something at 9. Oops, here it is. Sorry about that. It is at 95. Look at Meta really pulling now down $5. What's up, Adara?
Just a summary of some of these Janet Yellen comments quickly as well. Earlier in her speech discussing inflation, just saying that the Fed, basically echoing what the Fed's been saying, that they want additional evidence of substantial decline, to use her words, in inflation before rate cuts. Mostly, though, mentioning what's going on with China and China's economic issues as of right now. So those inflation comments came a little bit earlier in her speech. Also, interesting update here with Bitcoin. BlackRock's Bitcoin ETF, IBIT, yesterday snapped its 71-day inflow streak. So yesterday, no investor inflows, and it had inflows every day since its opening of trading on January 11th. So interesting note there. A little bit of weakness perhaps in Bitcoin on the investor side, and certainly a bit of weakness in Bitcoin on this chart as well. Third day in a row to the downside for BTC on the daily chart. Currently trading here around 63.5 right now, down about 2.5%. Ethereum also weaker here, pulling back near that 3,100 level, down also about 2.5%. Whereas these cryptocurrencies a bit mixed, or cryptocurrency related names. BNB up about 1.3%. The rest of these mostly to the downside. Dogecoin down about 4.5%. Shiba Inu down about 2.5%. Avalanche down about 6%, guys.
Yeah, that thing's.
Yeah, crypto, man.
Yeah, crypto's a dangerous name here, 64, especially if the NASDAQ gives it up. I mean, I don't think crypto's in trouble at all, but I mean, if the NASDAQ's already given it up, but today it's battled back, so
Coinbase is losing the 50 period
okay, that's what I was
on the
gonna say,
daily,
like
like
some
right
equities
now.
there.
That's, like, if you look at this pattern, see trend reversals everywhere.
Damn you, Snapchat.
And I know the market's rallying, but remember the NASDAQ's down 1.3%, the ES down 1.2%, so you're underneath this 50, and if you're really looking, I think this is lower highs into a trend. I know it looks good, but this looks like a downward trend in coins. Perhaps going to be a concern. I do this every single time on NVIDIA for this trade, where I know what my strategy is, and then like after I'm out, it's like, oh, but it pressed all the way to 824. But you know, the breaks to this level and that level, so that's what we did. The good news is, if you're short stuff, NVIDIA is now looking like it's top heavy. I still have not been able to get Intel short, which I suppose means it's really weak. And after that, okay, I would like to be shorting above 35, but if it can't break 35, then I will start getting into Intel. And I see Tesla. I'm not standing. I mean, Tesla's an absolute rocket ship. The market's at a curl level, and Tesla's a rocket ship. I'm still saying that 170 level from yesterday, but it couldn't get to 170. It got to 168 and turned. Just like with Meta, I think if you're going to look for key levels to short, then wait for key levels to short.
Come on, AMD, break
It's
yourself.
that simple. Meta's really pulling back now. Look at that.
Good.
Okay.
All right, we're
little
just
bit.
chilling out here right now because we're at AMD as another dollar. We just shorted that. We're waiting for 152 to print. What's up, Adara? There goes Snapchat back up, by the way.
Beware of this microcloud hologram here, HOLO. This is not the first time this one has run. This one runs semi-frequently, has a short float of about 13%, about under 4 million share floats, pretty small float, pretty significant short float there for HOLO. Not saying any news on this, but keep an eye on it, guys.
Well, if you're holo, I'm holo. We're all holo polo as Snapchat is going to the downside right now, and so is AMD. Let's go. Bang, bang, bang. Sirens up. I mean, you have Meta? No.
Nope.
It's a good thing we have Snapchat. I mean, we
Nope.
have XXX amounts of shares on Snapchat, so it's fine. We'll take some more out here. We just reloaded it. I'm just like, damn, shorty, as my kids say.
Damn Gina.
Oh, damn. But look what's happening over here. We'll you know, okay. We'll take some more here as this is starting to fall down again. So we can maybe ring a lot of registers now because this has been a big trade here.
Look at Meta, man.
I'm looking at Meta, but honestly, guys, I'm not. Remember, no FOMO. We're in a monster right now. As long as Snapchat can fall back in, then Meta can go down as low as it wants to go. Because we've got Snapchat and no FOMO here. I have FOMO because we're down on it, and it just went down into that level. But this one here is the pay dirt. It's Snapchat for me, and glad that finally happened. Like, we just got short, like crazy up there. So now let's just wait and see if Meta does, Neil, continue that move back down. Let's take some more out.
I got now eyes on VWAP here.
Yeah, I'm now out of 70% of this Meta. That's how many shares we had.
You meant Snapchat. I know.
Snapchat, yeah, I'm out of Meta. I wish.
No, it's fine. I'm out of 60% myself, but see what's happening on Meta? I'm basically watching Meta 434. It looks like it's holding a higher low, so I want a little bit more out there. Oh, Alibaba came out, so I don't know if maybe Yellen said something, but either way, Alibaba did this reversal. So shout out. This is why you want to be paying attention to the news, right? Like shout out to Adara for letting us know that was happening, because I really didn't know, and I probably would still be in this and not have gotten that 75. Maybe we get a VWAP reload. I have no idea. But the second I heard she's talking, it's like, okay, well, she's probably talking about China. I'm in the Chinese name, just take the profit. So we're out of Alibaba, still just in 2 names. I did get Intel, which is still on the NASDAQ, Neil. Did get Intel, and it just bounced off VWAP. So that's a pretty harsh bounce off VWAP. I think I'll wait for the high if I'm going to reload this one. That'll be off the 35 level. So let's get some 90s this time instead of the 80s on Intel. Next bids on Snapchat are until it breaks the 1090 area. And we got, actually might even draw that back because Meta's now at 432.
Let's go.
And this is the thing. The best level is the one that usually doesn't get to. And that's what happened here. Like, look at the reversal candle. The other option for a trade is to get it on the other end. Like this move here, there's your rejection candle. This big, strong one like it did here, and then you just try this short, like a 442 would have given you a VWAP in here. But you always try to learn and do a little bit better. I'm exactly flat on Meta, because every single time I was in the money, I just rolled that into the next short, like every single time. And then I didn't get the last one. It is what it is. Snapchat is making up for it at least.
Yeah, Snapchat might not make up for it soon as it's coming back to the upside. We were able to get, like I said, 70%. We actually got more since then, and we just punched a 94 out right there back up to the upside. So, yeah, this has been, like we talk about how fun these days are, and they are exactly that. And you just got to be careful because this market can throw you for loops, and that is for sure. But what a fun day it's been for us. Make sure that you do hit the like and the subscribe button. Wow, okay, yeah, good congratulations on Daryl right there. That was a good one.
442.
I mean, see, Daryl, that's the difference, right? It's like if you're going to go for the big trades, then that's what you need. So you probably have it on right now, you know, and that's how you can make all of your money back, you know, by making those great trades. So a shout out to you, Daryl, for that. I should have noticed that up there. Like I said, we had kind of left it alone because we had gotten hit so many times going short there. And again, look, like some of these are outs. But as you guys know, we'll trade big shares. So when we lose, we'll get hit there. So we're down on Meta. But we did make it back. We just put on probably more risk on Snapchat than we did on Meta because it actually came to this level of $11. But that's why our not our big loss, but it was kind of like in and around here. This 430, like we did put areas on there and then we reloaded and then got out. These are just kind of small cuts that all eventually wind up adding up. But the market right now, so forget about Meta for a second. I don't want to forget about it, but the market's bouncing around VWAP right now. So that was a huge move down, bouncing around VWAP and the 50 period. So here we go. Like, it's going to test a little higher here, I feel like. So be careful with all of this. We could get back into this area. Again, Meta, a lot of people changed their minds. They were really red, obviously dead red early, and then all of a sudden, boom, back up there, immediately back up to the upside. So be careful. Meta had a little bit of a move down, but since then, it's really based and now gone higher, and now stopped at the 50 period. Like, without a retracement back down to VWAP, I don't think I'm going to short this until we get way back up to some of these highs. Hence why we dumped a lot of this Snapchat, and we actually got out, as you can see, as AMD, basically waterfalls back into the 50 again. So a level that we liked was 153 on AMD. We hit that. We hit the 170 short on Apple that's on our sticky note. So both of those are really cooking. Our Snapchat is cooking off 11, but kind of flat now. And then the other trade that we only have 4 trades. They're all sticky note trades. Apple, AMD, Meta, and Snapchat. So we're sticking with our guns. It's just too bad that Meta fell on its face or fell on my face, but that's okay. We'll get that again. So far, so good here. Let's look for some more opportunities. That's the whole point.
Yeah, and the market, the market's starting to curl in here.
Aight.
And let's see what might be driving this market curl, some of the chips in Meta, with Sector Watch and Adara.
Come on.
Despite the overall weakness in a lot of areas of this market, which we will talk about, there is some strength in some departments. We have a lot of these chip names headed to the upside, AMD and NVIDIA especially here. NVIDIA supplier SK Hynix posting some nice earnings, so that could be what's driving NVDA. Health services also some nice strength there. Consumer durables as well, despite some earnings coming out of this name a little bit more volatile, earnings out of this sector. We do have Tesla bringing this group to the upside. Transportation also having some strength here as well, and non-energy minerals. In terms of weakness, very much easy to find here on this board today. Retail trade led by Amazon to the downside. Finance pretty red here. Health technology, with the exception of Merck on earnings, pretty red across the board. And of course, we do have to talk about technology services, Meta, Microsoft, and Google, all leading this group to the downside. We did have Meta earnings yesterday after the close, Microsoft and Alphabet earnings on watch for tonight, guys.
For fun.
But I know he didn't play for the Blue Jays. I don't care if you read it all.
Just
chill, Neil. Wow. Calm down, Neil. We're getting some words over here.
I'm
so
just saying, don't challenge me on Blue Jays trivia, man.
Neil, calm down, okay?
No.
Look, yesterday.
I used to read Blue Jays almanac.
Neil, no one even knows the story.
Go, you tell us.
Okay, so yesterday, Sharif goes to me, did I know that Darryl Strawberry played for the Blue Jays? I go, almost immediately, I say, no, he did not. Then Sharif turns to me now and goes, yes, he did. Then Neil's now getting involved and saying, no, he is not.
So he said in 1998. I'm like, he was a Yankee in 98. In 1998,
Sharif is right here.
In 1998, I don't care what ChatGPT says. In 1998, Darryl Strawberry was a New York Yankee. You guys can all look it up right now. He was playing for the Yankees. I'll never forget that too, because he was involved in that. There was a huge brawl with I feel like it was the Baltimore Orioles and Armando Benitez or one of those dudes, and Strawberry was on the Yankees at the time. Anyways, it is what it is. You guys.
People are going to say in the chat that he did. People are going to probably be sure.
Well, maybe he was in a spring training. He didn't play a major league game for the Blue Jays. Maybe they signed to a one-day contract that we don't know about. But trust me, the guy he was a Yankee in 1998. You can look that one up. Bet.
Oh,
Bet
man.
what do we got going to the market? I know, I'm just messing with you guys.
I mean, I don't know what cocaine prices are in Toronto, but.
That was more Doc Gooden than.
Yeah, I know. I'm just playing.
Yeah,
those Mets are crazy.
And
there. First of all, here we go. Yeah. So congratulations to everybody there on Meta, by the way, because that was the wick that we're waiting for. So we talk about learning something every single day, and I mean, we were waiting for that wick. I was even trying to show you them up here at 435. I don't know. Like, you see there was some here. It's just they didn't last, and then that one was more dramatic, and not even really with a big sell volume candle, but still, that's kind of what we're looking for. And this is why I feel like trading is very, very difficult. It's because a lot of this will drive you crazy because you're going to look back and say, like you always hear me do. And it's just more for dramatics. There's nothing you can do when that kind of stuff happens. You will wick the highs of some trades. You'll see Neil and myself pretty much every day have the high or low of one of the names that we're trading. That's just how it works.
Sure.
And it could be both ways. It'll be you're getting stopped out at the high, or you've picked up the high or the low. It goes both ways. So it's like stock market gods just don't hate. Remember, they'll give you fills too that you perhaps weren't aware of. So, all right, 10:44 right now. So, Snapchat came back up. I thought I got out some more. Okay, I did. There we go. So we did. I put a 99 there to get some out. I thought I got it. We just did when it came back in. Meta and Snapchat are tied at the hip today. So if Meta falls, we took advantage of that. Snapchat's right here, right now. What else is moving around? What's USO doing?
Tesla is really...
I looked at Tesla, 166, right? I wrote down 168.
Higher lows again.
Oh,
it's going to get there. I think I like 170 still. Brad saying, look at Google. See, you know what? Sometimes I like when things look like this. I know it's trending to the upside, but I had some resistance levels on it. So this is Google. We take the first short, and then it did this wick high. So I short at that level, and then it starts trending to the upside. It holds the higher low. We back off. And you got to be able to back off. Sometimes the best you can do is back away from a thesis and just say, hey, man, it's doing the other thing, and wait for a key level. Maybe we're going to get 157 on Google. When I said we're not going to have it, when I sat down, I was like 157 short the pop on Alphabet. When we were sitting here at 55, when we broke down lower, I'm like, okay, we got to adjust the plan of action. So I'm waiting for 157 on this bad boy. It's just Snapchat and Intel for now. And oh my goodness, IBM approaching the low of the day. This was another earnings play. Yeah, I mean, it was an SSR bounce, but this couldn't hold above 170. This might have been an easier trade based on the aftermarket levels. Like, look at this. It just cannot seem to break that 170 even, so it fails a breakout. Now you're trending down. The nasty one of the day, I'm going to do this because RY, no word of a lie in the chat, just said, how far does Boeing go down? I just looked at this chart, and if there's a short right now in the market that is more simplistic than Boeing in a general sense, then it's got to be, I don't know. You show me, because Boeing, I don't know where the bottom is, man. Every single day, it just looks like this. There's little bounces, and they're just opportunities to short the pops in Boeing. You can count it up. I think there's 2 green days this month on Boeing, and you can barely even see them. Like, maybe it was up like 1.5% one day, but that's about it. It's a dumpster fire. I'm not calling any bottoms on there, even though I do think at some point when they just don't have bad news every single day, something's going to good happen to them. I got one, there we go. I put one more bid in front of 1090, and now I'm waiting at the 1080s on Snapchat. But this is very much like Meta. Like, shorted one level, waited for it to get to the next level up, and it's still looking like it wants to punch a little bit higher. So we're just going to calm down. It's 10:47. We'll chill out. Obviously, the lesson of the day is going to be coming through at 11 o'clock. We'll be back at 2, but the trading is real, and the movement is spectacular, to steal something from Seinfeld there.
I mean, I think the lesson of the day should be, as you did, is we can all just go to Baseball Reference, and we should show that website to Sharif.
Oh.
So that he can go to Baseball Reference and look up to see if Darryl Strawberry was indeed a Blue Jay. Okay, so far so good here.
Hold on a second. I'll do 2 seconds.
Yeah, you can look it up. I mean, maybe there was a place that he was in there at one point. What about NVIDIA?
You want to know how gangster I am? Here, I can tell you he had a year with 39 bombs, 104. Yeah. Let's see where it is. 39 and 104 was his career year. Homers and RBIs, don't mess with me. 98, he was a Yankee. What's crazy is Darryl Strawberry never hit 40 bombs in a year. The guy was an absolute stud. There it is.
That's when everybody was
New York Yankees in 1988. I'm pretty sure that was the brawl. They had a big brawl, and he socked Armando Benitez, who was like 6'5", 250. And Strawberry's a big boy himself. It was one of the wildest, because there was an actual fight in baseball in 1998. I know they just kind of mess around nowadays, unless you're... back in the day, they used to really throw down. Like Nolan Ryan giving that. But Sharif, man, I'm just saying, I know especially like 80s and 90s, I know my stuff. Anyways, doesn't really matter.
All right. All right, let's check out Ford. We haven't looked at Ford yet today. Yeah, so downside. I actually said this to Randy. I was like, I should probably sell the Ford move there today because it wasn't really that exciting. I mean, it had a nice move up, and then it was just faded all morning to the downside, and it hasn't really gotten that pop yet. So down 1.2% is Ford. I mean, it's at a good level to buy, but it's just like, again, I tend to stay away from earnings names. You know, obviously it worked out really well yesterday with Tesla, and it's worked out today with Snapchat against Meta. But here's Meta again, back down to 430. Like, wow. Pretty nice move back in. We said maybe we'd have to have a look again, fade it back to VWAP. So right there, maybe we can look at a 430 long now. We still are in Snapchat though, so let's see. We'll take this long now against that 430. I mean, that is 427.50. Feel like we can sort of wait to see what does happen at VWAP. We didn't get there last time, so let's see. That's 427. I'm just, again, we've been wrong on the read of Meta, and we are short Snapchat. So we're not going to load up here at these levels, but we will take $1 if it goes back up there that quickly again. We are long at 4, there it is. So there's $1.40, like in a second there. But it's on the same kind of shares that we were continuously getting blown out of $1 losers here. So yeah, okay. There it is. Be patient sometimes, man. There's the move for Meta back through. Now we're $2 in the money on Meta, trying to get a little bit higher. That's 435. I mean, we could take another piece off right here. So far, so good. We made a little bit back there on Meta. I mean, I have to be pretty pleased with this. Nice move back up. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going. But here we go. Let's go back over to Adara.
Before Money Talks, we did just get some news coming in here that could be impacting some of these social media related stocks. ByteDance saying on its official count on Toutiao, which is a Chinese social media network also owned by ByteDance. ByteDance saying that they have no plans to sell TikTok, and the media reports are untrue. So ByteDance saying they do not plan on selling TikTok. Just something worth noting there coming out from ByteDance itself on its social media account. For the USD here, I put on the 5 minutes so we can see that move up we had leading into and after that GDP print that we got. Much lower than expected, 1.6% versus 2.5% expected and 3.4% previous. This moving the market a little bit. We also at the same time got continuing jobless claims and jobless claims a little bit lower than expected there, and core PCE prices higher than the estimate. So lots of different economic data driving this market today. Also some comments from Treasury Secretary Yellen basically saying that they're talking about China a little bit, but also mentioning U.S. inflation, saying that she still sees some underlying strength in the economy. So just something worth noting there. No Fed speak, but some talk from Fed's Yellen or Treasury Secretary Yellen. Also, we do have PCE index coming in tomorrow, so definitely stay tuned for that and how that could impact the USD, guys.
Thank you very much there, Dara. So one note, AAL has regained VWAP. So I said at some point, if it showed me some kind of strength, I would be interested in a long in AAL. At the open, everything tanked, higher low, break, hold VWAP. So the next step would be to sit on the bid in front of maybe actually at 14 and maybe just under it. And if we break VWAP down, it's an easy out. We've seen the airlines and travel be okay when the market's bad. So, just try to give it that credence. We're just still in this, we're in the same two shorts. Intel, okay, so what I did on Intel is gonna end up being wrong. Like as this was bouncing off VWAP, I made the decision, well, don't get filled at the same price. You should be, if it's doing higher lows, I should be shorting at the top. And the second I do that and make the decision not to reload at my price was the right price. So you're gonna make these adjustments to your strategy. I still believe when a stock is upward trending, and I'm shorting a lower high, then in that situation, shorting the lower high doesn't make sense. I should be getting a better fill. I'm risking less up there. I'm getting a better price if it falls into VWAP. It's just not gonna work out and won't be the right call here at Intel. I'm gonna bid in the 60s, but they report tonight. I'm not expecting great things from them. Their margins are gonna be under pressure, all that kind of good stuff. They're gonna talk about how much money it's going to cost them to catch Samsung and, more importantly, TSM, and how that's now going to be a 2026 to 2027 project as opposed to 2025. So anyways, Intel working to the downside. The NASDAQ and the ES both headed back toward lows. It looks like we're going to get that 2% after all.
Okay, we just, so we were, I mean, you can probably see me looking at these things here. Okay, I was gonna say it's gonna break. So we just went, Snapchat just got us filled up there. Remember we were like, okay, let's see if Meta tests VWAP again. Well, here it comes one more time. We just took a 430. The 430 went $1.50 in the money again. I keep on thinking that we've got good prices and that we can run from here, but all that's really happening is it's kind of just like hovering and then going lower, hovering and going higher. And right now, it's funny because we had the short 430 and lost on it. Now are we gonna have the long 430 and lose on this again? So all we've really done is like lowered our expectations here on share size because it hasn't been right. The funny thing is that we're getting a pullback in Snapchat and a push back obviously in Meta as well. So these kind of two trades, it sucks because I can't even celebrate that Meta's going down because it's going down because, Snapchat's going down because it's going down against my Meta long. So I guess we should have just, there we go, now we're done. We're gonna play VWAP. So here we go. Looks like we'll lose again on the long here for Meta, but it's at VWAP. I think it's worth a shot here. Let's try it.
Yeah, and speaking of VWAP, I'm now long VWAP on AAL. So, hey, we're allowed to go long in the market.
Yes,
if they're green
you
on
are,
the day,
Neil.
the report, you guys can read it. It was on the watch list as well. Make sure you're checking that out every single morning. But yeah, if it can't hold on to this, it's going to be an easy out underneath 1390. I'm not going to get complicated here. If it breaks 10s, I take something out in front of 1420 and then go from there. So, keeping it tight to the vest is going to be the plan of action. And let's go 18s, and then we'll see if it can bust out. It is a relatively strong stock because the market's down. The other thing that you've got going for it at 14 is the 200-period moving average, right? So it's cresting that. It doesn't mean it has to hold it, but it doesn't hurt at all. So there goes Snapchat. Once it breaks 90s, we'll take some more out there. NVIDIA, if you're watching, I know we're not paying enough attention to Tesla and NVIDIA, but this was a Meta kind of day, so Meta and Snapchat were always going to be the focus. And that's how the market is. Like, where you're going to be looking on a day like today. NVIDIA is holding a higher low, well above VWAP. This could make another run up. If it does, I probably don't want to be reloading too much in Intel if it makes another press to the high.
All right, let's go, man. Yeah, good call there. I didn't even realize Intel reports today, so we'll have to double check that. Well, not double check it, you're right. But we'll have to watch out for that. We just got a 430. Like, I mean, we just got excited there because we're finally deciding to start to scalp things out. So finally we take a VWAP trade, man. And then it goes. So, that was close there. All right, so we can hold something else for the dream, but so far so good on that reload there. Like, we're out of half now. So that was made a little bit back there, which was good. And then we're also able to take advantage of the drop in Snapchat. So that last 3 minutes of action there really was nice. It's just hilarious that we have 3,400 people in the poll. Let me see how many likes we have.
50-50.
Go. 300 likes?
You have to refresh.
That can't be right. I mean, let me refresh this. I want people to hit the like and the subscribe because here goes Meta again, man. We're almost $3
Come on,
back.
everybody.
What is it?
Oh,
Take this opportunity to
900.
like and
That already-
subscribe
That's
to our
good. We've
YouTube
got to
channel.
get this going.
Pointed, there's lots of bang.
You know what? Every time I hit yours, this happens. I'm not going to hit. No, yours goes all choppy and everything.
Yeah, well, I think we need to re-render those.
Yeah.
Raider, 917 likes. Come on, hit the like, hit the subscribe. Let's get going on that one. All right, yeah, Snapchat's trying to go. Apple's $1.30 in the money. We've got AMD 70 cents. I mean, look what we have right now. Apple $1.30, AMD 70 cents, Meta holding on by dear life right here, probably going to go lower. And then we've got Snapchat, which has been really cooking off of our 11 level. We really, really like that one. All right, so it's a good thing we took out half because it looks like now, as this breaks 428, we're going to be getting out very, very soon on Meta. So again, that scalp mentality working out there on Meta, but for how long, I don't know. And on that note, I'm going to put out another one here if we can get back into 429.30. And there it is again. I'm just going to spin the money. I want a lot more money, but today, Meta is taking mine. So we'll take a little bit more out there and just say thank you, Meta, for that, because we're pretty happy now that it's going back up to the upside here, breaking back through 430. Let's see if it wants to go a little bit higher and just continue to punch out of some of our Snapchat. So Snapchat's already down low. We've done really well on Apple, and it's just been a great day. It's almost 11 o'clock already, thank God.
Yeah, it's 10:59. We got seconds to go until we throw you guys on over. I just realized, oh my goodness, there's a couple of things we didn't even pay attention to. Like, we didn't even show a chart of Lamb today. Like, I didn't explain, like, the reason I was initially bearish on, I know we went long in NVIDIA, but I was initially bearish on the chips was because of Lamb. Lamb's now up 1%.
Ooh-wee.
So, you know, that just changes things a little bit because they got dumped and it felt like it was going to be an ASML thing all over again. But shout out to, look at it, hold the line at 860 at a key level on Lamb. So, I mean, it's working right now that I'm short Intel. They report tonight, but it's worth mentioning. Lamb went red to green, and that's a power move as far as I'm concerned. But you know where you're headed. We'll be back at 2 o'clock for more real trading. But let's get on over. We got the professor, we got Adara, and Daryl Strawberry still ain't played the game for the Jays.
Not that I know.
Just let it go, Neil. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That right there on, yeah, there she is your girl Dara in the lovely baby blue. I am Sharif, and we're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream, which I don't have loaded, Adara, so I think you're going to have to do the shout-out today. I knew I had something that I forgot. That is just typically, you know, what I do. I always forget one thing on the day. So do we have the people coming in? Oh, let's go.
Chantel Saint, you, Picky Eater, Max Trades and Investing, JC Finance, Ryan, Andrew Chow, MM, Robert Isaac, FFTB, Stupid Bitcoin, Peta Panda, Fonzie, C. Hoon, The Piper, Joshua Walker, Stupid Bitcoin, Glitch Ops, Manesh, Mahat, Naps, Trixie, B, Kyle Burdett, JF Trader, Daryl Flint, D. Poppin Short, Julia C. Solo Cristo, Trinity 3R, Paul Mulligan, and of course, Bears vs. Bulls. Thank you so much to everything you do, Bears vs. Bulls. Mr. Lisa, J&M, Day Trader Cutco Kareem, Smita Patel, Kareem Anwar, lots of Kareems here in the chat, I love it. Anthony, so many people here. Kyle Burdett approved also of the way I said big Kyle Burdett, so please just punch about that. Also, please just punch to get into these here markets. Thank you guys so much for all being here. Not as well versed in the roll call as Sharif, but
I think you did fantastic. I think you did fantastic. Shout out to you, Adara. Welcome everybody. What a day it has been. In case you're just joining us, Meta's been on watch. NVIDIA's been on watch. Obviously, we got Google and Microsoft on watch as well as they report after the bell, and that's what I've got loaded up right now. The soft one, just before we get to the lesson of the day. I was looking for a possible dip trade here, long on Softy at 390. We had these topping till candles that came into 390, and we rejected beautifully off that 20-period moving average, curling back down. I had a resting order like at 390.05, didn't get triggered. It looks as if, you know, this one might not make it all the way back down into that $10 level. We'll keep an eye on Softy. Meta getting a beautiful bounce off the volume-weighted average price there. If you were resting at that 328 while you're 5 smackaroos in the money, because it looks like it might be headed back into that 440 area or thereabouts. We'll keep eyes on that. Google at an interesting area here. The 200 period on the 5, I'll be looking to short goggles at that level. It's down 2.7% in sympathy with Meta. Yeah, with Meta. And the stressful one on the way up today, near high days at the moment, 166 1/3 is where the HOD is. On TSLA, we're at 165 3/4, up 2.25%. So good luck. Lots moving around today, guys, in these markets. So we shall keep an eye on them. while we do the lesson du jour, Dara. So let's start talking about that. Oh, you had something to
Before
say.
we do that, though, we are going to talk about our sponsor. Thank you so much to Kalshi. Have you ever wanted to trade in events that directly relate to companies and the economy? Kalshi is the first legal financial exchange in the U.S. where you can bet on any event. Ever wondered if TikTok will be banned, how many cars Tesla will ship this quarter, or what a new movie's Rotten Tomatoes score will be? Now you can use Kalshi to put your predictions to the test and trade in what you really know. Visit kalshi.com/TraderTV to sign up today and grab a $20 bonus after depositing $50 exclusively for the first 500 people using promo code TraderTV. It's easy to get started. Choose an event, like whether Boeing will have a new CEO this year, currently priced at 76%. Buy 100 shares at 76 cents each, and if Boeing announces a new CEO by the end of the year, you cash out $100 on your $76 bet. Don't just watch the news, profit from it. Join Kalshi's 100,000 users and dive into diverse markets, make your moves, and potentially profit from global events. Kalshi.com/TraderTV.
Profit, baby, profit. That's what we want to talk about today. But the way to get to those profits is vis-a-vis this scalping. What's going on up there?
This is what it means. This means interpretation of this lesson.
I like that. Okay. Did you put that in the AI? I'm assuming, obviously, scalping the horns. I love it. That's a sick one, Ram. Shout out to you. Okay. All right, guys. Scalping the bull flag, capturing fleeting profits in a bull flag setup. Let's talk all about it. The bull flag, as we mentioned, beckons with its promise of an uptrend. But what's going on, Katina Man, before I continue? The Katina Man, $7 in the money on which trade? There was been so many. Meta VWAP trade. He's long now. So I love this. He's like stressed out from all the profits. It's fantastic. Well, I know you were fighting with Meta back and forth. I know. All good. All right, let's get back into the lesson. So the bull flag beckons with its promise of an uptrend, but who says you have to wait for the big move? Scalping offers a way to capitalize on short-term price fluctuations within the bull flag pattern. That's what we're going to talk about today. In case you haven't joined us before and heard my friend to the left over here say the word scalpulation, she means scalping. And scalping, is, in essence, is basically trying to take small amounts of, I don't want to say profits, small amounts of price moves, usually with a bit bigger of share size to make up for the lack of the bigger move. So imagine a butterfly flitting from flower to flower, gathering nectar. Scalping is similar in essence. You aim to capture small, quick profits from tiny price movements within a trading range. And that's essentially what we're going to be talking about today. We're going to be talking about that, obviously, within the context of the bull flag. So the bull flag, your scalping playground, or so to speak. So the bull flag within its defined range, okay? Think of it as kind of a flower garden, providing you with the perfect environment for scalping. The consolidation phase is where you're going to do the scalping, not the big pull. So if you're unfamiliar with what the bull flag looks like, this is kind of what it looks like, right? You have a big up move and then a sideways movement here within like a consolidation range. There's usually a pretty definable top and a pretty definable bottom. And so you're going to work within this range over here, not the breakout. We're not talking about momentum now. We're talking about the range scalping on the bull flag. That is kind of what we want to get our mind around today. So let's talk about some of the strategies to scalp these bad boys. So there are various approaches to scalping within a bull flag. The first and foremost, the easiest one that we can kind of articulate is the support and resistance scalp. So what you're doing here is you're identifying the upper and the lower trend lines, like I showed you over here. You see the upper and the lower trend line. You're going to identify those on the flag, and you can buy near the support line on the bottom and sell near resistance. Conversely, you can also sell at the upper support line and buy near the bottom for the short. That's all you're doing there, okay? And one thing I want to mention, if the bull flag's consolidation top and bottom also happen to conflate with better areas of support and resistance for that name, all the better. For example, if we were somehow to have a bull flag in a 200 on Apple and the resistance area on the bull flag, I'm just giving you a random example, was 200, all the better that it has, that key area of technical resistance on the wider time frame. There's also moving averages that we can use to scalp within the consolidation phase of the bull flag. So use short-term moving averages like the 7, the 10, the 14 or the 15, whatever what you're using, to identify potential entry and exit points. But when the price crosses when the price crosses above the moving average, indicating upward momentum, and then sell when it falls below, signaling a potential pullback. In case you're wondering what this style of trade is, this moving average crossing to buy and then crossing down to sell, essentially these are what they call mechanical trading systems that use moving averages. Do a quick Google search on that and it should kind of explain it to you a little bit better. Mechanical trading systems that use moving averages. But there's also price action, right? That you can identify how to get in and get out in the consolidation phase. So observe how the price reacts on the edges of the flag, like the top and the bottom, if there's no clearly defined support and resistance. Look for quick reversals after touching the trend line that you've drawn, obviously, allowing you to enter and exit positions based on these short-term movements. So price action also plays a large part here. But beyond the basics, guys, we really need to talk about the actual nuances of trading intraday using the bull flag setup. It's fast-paced, man. I mean, you're going to have to make quick decisions, and that's really where the challenge comes in. Scalping requires constant monitoring and quick decision-making. It's not for the faint of heart. I can tell you personally, just from experience, knowing what this floor, the traders on this floor, there aren't too many very profitable scalpers. It is a tough business, okay? And small profits. Scalping deals with tiny price movements, so profits generally are small. Consistent execution is the key to building gains, but you need to keep that in mind. The fact that your profits are likely going to be a little bit smaller than the bigger price moves. So on the other side of the equation, your losses need to be equally as small so that you can weigh them out. There's no point in eating like a bird and pooping like an elephant, okay? And that's one I really want to keep saying, because I think it describes that perfectly. You have 10 good winners and one monster loser, but your monster loser is like 2 times the size of your 10 big winners. That doesn't help nobody. So keep that in mind. And trading fees. This is a legitimate thing, especially for traders who are at home. Scalping involves frequent trades, and trading fees can eat into your profits. Choose a platform or a brokerage with lower trading fees. I know on the floor here, it'll cost me a few pennies to get into like 100 shares of, say, Meta or whatever, Tesla. So for us here, it's not a big thing. In fact, sometimes when we use certain gateways, we get money back because we add liquidity into the market. So it's not an issue for us, but it likely will be an issue for you guys at home. I know on my brokerage, to get into 100 shares of Meta is going to cost me $1. So imagine doing that over and over and over and over on the day, and then all of a sudden you find yourself with a $20, $25 bill for commissions. And also, last but not least, beware of breakouts. Because the bull flag formation can also lead to a breakout, which it kind of supposed to, be careful when scalping against the overwhelming trend. For example, going short at the top of the flag formation and then having that continuation of the bull flag basically manifest where you got short bin there. So yeah, keep that in mind. By definition, the bull flag typically continues up the same distance that the initial bull flag was, and if that is the case, you always need to be aware of the breakout at the top end of the range, especially if you're shorting. Not so much if you're going long on the bottom end of the range, because then you'll continue through the top. But if you're shorting at the top end, be aware of breakouts. And a bonus tip here, guys, combine scalping strategies with other technical indicators like order flow analysis. Keep your eye on the book and the tape to gauge buying and selling pressure, potentially enhancing your entry and exiting positions.
Yeah, that was, I love the way you said that. It was like amazing. And also, yeah, no, it is, I find too, I want to touch on what you said about profitable scalping. I think it's really important as well to know what type of person you are, because I find when I don't scalp, that's when I have my worst days. And so for me at least, I'm not saying like, oh, I'm like, this method that's harder. I'm just saying that for me, it's something that I'm more attuned to because of my personality type. You know what I mean? I'm not patient, so I like to get in and out of these moves quickly. And so I had to understand that to find a trading style that works best for me. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, I think understanding what type of person you are and what type of trading environment you're more comfortable with is pretty key as well. So I just wanted to touch on that because I like that you said
completely
that.
agree 100% with that.
Also, I do have two scalps that I want to talk about and I'm pleased to punch about. But also, Picky Eater mentioning the bull flag, so we're going to start with that. Tesla, a bull flag on 5-minute. Let's see. I will say that's the reason I didn't go short on Tesla, where I did go short in NVIDIA. But yeah, so I look at Tesla, not TSLA. So Tesla, I don't know necessarily a bull flag, but I did see what you were seeing on this. In terms of we had this big flagpole moment, then we had this chop and turn, then we start to consolidate a little bit at the top. We had that big topping tail candle up into 167. I was like, maybe this is a short. But I think whether or not you want to label this a bull flag, and I think this is important to note, not everything is always going to manifest in a certain way, but whether or not you label this as a bull flag, there was that upward momentum, a little bit of consolidation where it could have looked like it was going to, you know, stagnate, pause a little bit, then it pushes higher. So I think that's a nice look there for TSLA. And I do see what you're seeing. I don't know, again, I'm not sure like the bull flag manifestation in the 5, not necessarily there, but definitely we had that move up. So I just wanted to address that because great call from you, Picky Eater. Also, I was really, this is the type of scalping I need to be having in my life, I have to say. Bless you. Getting short near that 33 area because I saw that topping tail candle and lower high. So to me, this is a bit more of a bearish look than Tesla. And I said, where am I going to get out on this NVDL? Where we had that earlier top, right? Support can become resistance. So we scalped 10 pennies. Then I did it again because we came back in. I watched us fail that 33. I said, Adara, just do it again. So we took, be like Nike and just do it. I got short like 32.96, I think, took it to about 32.86. So please just punch with that trade. That is the type of scalping I need in my life right now. I was saying to Sharif as well when I was looking over the lesson this morning, it was like invigorating me. It was motivating me because I've said the last couple of days I've not been scalping enough and the market has made me pay for it.
That's okay.
So that's what I need in my life.
And that's why you have another trading day to make up for that whole thing, and you're going to scalp. It's going to be Scalpulation Nation today. Okay, so shout out to Adara, baby.
How's your trade going?
It's good. We just wet our beak on some profits on the TQQQs. I'm looking now short softy. Reason being, here, let me explain to you what my crazy thinking is here. I already got a resting order at 393 to short the soft one. And the reason is it's down almost 4%. And it had a beautiful rejection off that 20 period earlier. I'm looking for a rinse and repeat on that. If it works out, great. If not, we're going to take the L on it. But I'm looking at here, I'm sitting at 393 exactly to get short. That might be a problem for me because it may not make it up there. Last time around, it did have a couple of, punctures through that 20 period to the top side, but so it looks as if we are short now. So let's see what the situation is going to be here for the software, and we're short 392.96. Let's go ahead and put our beak wetter at that $0.75 area. If it does make its way down there, I'd be pleased as dang punch. But if it doesn't, well, then we're going to have to take that punch in the face. But we're doing well here on the future. On the way down, we're short 51.18s. Just took a profit there at 7s, and now it's at 5s. Let's see if it can break 51. I'd be pleased as punch as well, but it looks as if the soft one is fighting with that 393 there, so I'm going to send it to you to put my out.
Indeed, yeah, that TQQ shirt, I really like that. So I'm happy somebody took that because I was too busy scalping my NVDL. So nice look on that. Also, I want to point out another chart. I was talking recently. I was like, does anyone know any like meta ETFs, like a metal or a MET? Turns out there's an FBL. And this is the Facebook long ETF there. Of course, right now it is to the downside with its big sister Meta. But this one's interesting. I noticed you can't short this because I was trying to short this into this area. So this one a little bit more tricky to short. But this FBL, I was looking for potentially a range play off that VWAP bounce. We didn't get it, so I'm not getting involved. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. If you want to trade Meta, but you do not want to meddle with Meta's expensive trading there, FBL is under $20 right now, so just wanted to put that out there so you can take a look. Oddly enough, same initials as Facebook Live, which is kind of funny there. But yeah, FBL, remember when Facebook had shows? That's crazy to me. Facebook used to have shows. Yeah.
Like TV shows?
Yeah, because I remember there was this show. It was like a remake of a Norwegian show, and it was like the American remake, and for some reason, they didn't last very long, but they like premiered and stuff and showed on Facebook. So weird thing I just remembered there because I was like, why is the show on Facebook? But yeah, interesting stuff there. Facebook having TV, market going down. I saw you pump your fist. So
I did. I'm out of what's it called? The TQQQs. We wet our beak there nicely for a 20-penny winner. Down goes Softy. Go down. I'm looking for maybe a 392 touch here if we end up getting a good trade here on the soft one. We already wet our beak on some profits for a 25-penny winner at the $0.75 level. That's already out, so we're going to nurse the rest here and look for a 392 drop down. It is finding at least momentary resistance at the 393 level. That has a lot to do, in my opinion, with the fact that the 20 period is there. Don't care why it's rejecting off the 20 period. Absolutely do not give a you know what. But the fact of the matter is, it is rejecting off that level and was earlier. So there it goes again. Down goes Softy into that $0.50 level. I'll be looking to take some profits, hopefully, at the 392 or thereabouts level. We'll see exactly what kind of resistance or support, we run into on this way down here. So nice trade right now on the soft one, looking for a little bit more. The Hayes Records, what's up, the Hayes? I haven't seen you in a minute, homie. Scalped 5 points on the E-mini. This recent bounce long on a sounds good. Shout out to you, my man. You take the E-mini, I take the TQQQs. Same idea. Looks like you probably profit a little bit more than I did. Shout out to you, the Hayes Records. All right, keeping my eye still on the soft one now as we come down into that $0.33. We're 60 some odd pennies in the money now. Let's see if we can get out here. If it dips into that $0.25, I'll likely flatten. Here, the $0.33 still acting as a level of support right now. So I'm just going to try to pack my patience, Adira.
Yeah, I just, was motivated by this lesson. We're just scalping. I am so proud of this. I got involved here off that bounce on Tesla around that 697 on TSLA. It is going to be, let me get the level on its big sister, TSLA. TSLA, that level is going to be 166. I love that bounce. I said, Adira, if you don't bounce in now, it's going to bounce out without you. So I just had to take that opportunity. We're half a penny away from our final exit at 702. I feel very invigorated by this scalping here. Again, these aren't huge trades, but I did take this with more size than I normally would, just because it was something I felt confident in. I was going to risk about 2 pennies there going to that 695 area. So I'm pleased as punch with this. We're going to get the rest out now, though, because I don't like that little drop here. And I know Sharif and I were actually having this conversation off camera this morning, saying, can we still call Tesla stressful? Because it's not as stressful lately, but that move back was. So there we go. Scalps everything out for a profit. Pleased as dang punch. Ready to see what else this market has to offer me. But I want to look at some other stuff people are looking at here as well. BFRH, Bar Fresh. I know that one. I believe also Luis Barbados was mentioning this one as well. Yeah, right now, I wasn't seeing any news on this. I took a look for this, and if I remember correctly, there wasn't a super impulsive short float or anything, because I did take a look at this in the big desk. I'm going to clarify that. No news. Let's look at our float on this guy, which is, again, going to be Bar Fresh, BFRH. Here are the deets, BRFH. The deets for you guys are, it's 51% insider owned. So it's like an ARM type situation where there's a lot of insider ownership. So a little bit more, float a little bit more.
Ram, can you show her chart? Because I want to comment on something.
Yeah.
How beautiful is that VWAP rejection?
I was going to say.
Right? I mean, it's a little tougher, in my opinion, my humble opinion, to short small cap gappers, especially with short floats, because you can get wiped out real quick. And that's why I don't do it. But that kind of almost wants to entice you to trade these small cap gappers that break down. We are now out of our softy trade. We got out at the $0.33. It wasn't breaking into the $0.25. I'm happy about this trade. I wish I would have taken it the first time around at the 20 period because it gave you a 5-banger. Now you're struggling to get a 1-banger on this particular one. It could still retrace, and if it does, then we're gonna watch that. Now, the reason why I was a little hesitant to hold on to this one a little bit longer is because we had reclaimed the volume weighted average price. So I talked about the fact that this one was really respecting the 20 as a resistance level on the day on the 5-minute chart. Don't know why, and I really don't care. The point, though, is that it was a little bit more anemic on its descent this time around than it was earlier. So that's number one. Number two, it looks like it might be respecting VWAP and the 20 period. Look at these prints over here that used VWAP as support and then the 20 period as resistance. So I was worried that we would get into a really tight range with the 20 period to the top side at 393 and 392 at VWAP to the downside, kind of that $1 range scalp. And that's not what you want to do on the soft one, right? It's just too expensive to range for $1. Maybe some people can do it. Maybe I got out of this too quickly. But the point of the matter is, it feels like the range was tightening up a little bit here, especially with the higher lows. A bit of a compression pattern. We'll see. I mean, it does look like a bear flag. This does look like a bear flag, not a bear flag, sorry, a bear pennant. And the reason is you have that big move down, you have compression, lower highs, higher lows. And so typically, the bear flag resolves in the direction of the trend, which is to the downside. So I'll keep eyes on this one. We'll see if we can get something better out of it. It's knocking the door of 392 right now, so it does look like I got out a little too early on the soft one, but a good look nonetheless. The other one that I want to talk about is AAPL. So this one was awfully strong earlier, but it's since given up the ghost. That 170 rejection was a little bit emboozling. So you guys know I'm in the sim in the morning because I'm doing all these like practice test trades based upon my charting the night before. And so I was looking at this 170 level here on Apple, and I was like, okay, so I set up a trade in the sim to take 170 short on Apple. And I got cut up on this. I had to average into this a couple of times because it wasn't so cut and dry. If you were just waiting at 170 and said, okay, I'll give it 25 pennies, you got stopped out. Okay, I'll give it 50 pennies, you got stopped out. So you had to either DCA into this in order to get, a better cost basis and keep you in the game, or you had to be uber precise with your entry. Otherwise, you got cut up and you probably got stopped out unless you got involved again on the break of 170 south. So Apple has a really good top off which we can play, but that isn't the trade right now. The trade is, for whatever reason, there is support at this 168.50. And there has been on AAPL going on over an hour and 10 minutes. So the first time we touched it here was 10:15, we bounced. We touch it again, 10:25, we bounced. And then we've been touching it. There's been harassment at this level here from 10:50 onwards, right? I didn't say the other one, but yeah, you guys know what I mean. Essentially, there is a 168.50. However, keep in mind the lower highs that keep coming into play. This could absolutely be
I love when
flat
you don't
bottom
say
break.
it, you just have it there. You're like, it will speak for itself.
Right? You got to pause for effect. No, but really though, 168.50, a level here on the 5-minute on AAPL. Let's see how this resolves. You could also look to take short either off the 50 or the 20. There's been deeper retracements into 50. The shallower retracements have all rejected off the 20. I'm keeping my eye on 168.50. I want to see how this resolves.
Yeah, so I had another NVDL scalp. Please just punch, took about 10 pennies. I realize these are small profits, I want to clarify, but it's just, I'm trying to get more into the habit, especially because I do like scalping, of taking these positions that I'm comfortable with. Some of these scalps are going to be like slightly larger position size, still very much within my risk management capabilities, and just kind of having the practice to say, hey, where am I going to get out? How much do I want to take? Like this type of candle action is what I want, just kind of getting out at the top, getting in at the top for the short, getting out at the bottom, or vice versa if I'm in a long. This NVDL might continue to be tasty, though, because we just broke below that 9 EMA. So if we keep seeing ranges darting in and out, I'm going to get involved. I will not take this as a breakdown, though, just because that's not really my bag. That's not a trade I'm comfortable with. So we're going to have to wait and see on this. Also, Smack My Bid Up mentioning SoFi, which I was looking at earlier, saying it's looking to break a diamond pattern. This is interesting. Yeah, we had that bounce here off that 9 EMA, or sorry, that VWAP area. I was looking at this earlier, and I was like, maybe it's a short from 740 to 736, but that definitely is tightening up here. I see what you mean. Smack My Bid Up. I think it's getting a little bit tighter. Mahmoud asking if I consider exploring 0-day to expiry options. If you love scalping, you could make a killing. Thank you for pointing that out. I honestly not as familiar with options. It's something I want to do some more research on. But I know 0-day to expiry are like pretty popular from my limited awareness. So thank you very much for pointing that out there, Mahmoud. Also, what else is happening? here as well. Thank you, Jimmy Cassius, for the kind words. You guys are all the best. I'm so happy to be here. What else is happening? Oh, yeah, what time frames is System Pro FX? That was the 5-minute.
I just want to cover a couple of stocks for some people who are asking. Roku, I see you. NK, I see you. Let's have a look at Roku. You said earnings coming for Roku?
Tonight.
Tonight. Thank you, Adara. Appreciate that. Let's pop Roku up. What is being expected here? Let's just see if the analysts are bullish or bearish on the Roku. Okay, so dropped. What are they looking at here? Okay. Well, I'll read this after. I won't bore you guys with fundamentals. I know we all about technicals up in this place. So let's go ahead and have a look at Roku. Why does this chart keep changing on me like every day, bro? What's going on up in this? You know what? There it is. This is the chart I'm looking for. Okay, because I want to see the RSI and my lines and everything. Okay, so Roku, not a bad look on the day. Where are we at here? 0.42. We just, we're a little bit red. 61, let's call it 61.80. The closing print yesterday on Roku. How has been the trend on Roku? Have analysts been buying it into earnings or selling? Let's have a look at the daily quickly here. Okay, so it looks as if it's been flat as it can get. Ever since it released earnings last time around here in Feb, when we really aggressively sold off that 100, and it's been awfully consolidative. I mean, for the better part of a while, the bottom here on Roku was, say, 62 bucks, okay? With the high at like 66. The bottom came off a little bit, and the trend has changed a little bit. So it looks as if analysts were selling Roku into earnings here after being quite, dead. Let's just be real. For a while, basically, ever since it dropped down from February 21st till April 1st, this thing did very, very little. From April 1st on, we started making lower highs and lower lows, and we've kind of been using that 20 period almost as resistance on a couple of occasions, breaking through it the last couple of days. It does look like Roku had a really good day the day before yesterday. So that could be a bit of a change in sentiment. Look, a bit of a tougher look here. You obviously have that key area of resistance at 66 or 65, but if this does well, you really do have a nice gap to fill here into 85. You could even see 100. That's where we were at $100 last time earnings came around for Roku. But yeah, I got to tell you, I don't really believe in this company, but every time I say I don't believe in it, it really does well. So what the hell do you care what I think? But anyway, we'll keep eyes on Roku today, and we'll Katina, man. Thanks, bro. As long as you care, that's really what I'm going for. No, seriously. We'll see what Roku does. Now, Holo. People were telling me HOLO. Is making moves. So let's have a look at the Holo. You guys want to come to the screen? Calm down, Ram. I'm loading it. So 15% to the good. Ram wouldn't put the screen on because she didn't see Holo. It's like, Ram, take it easy,
I saw, there's no Holo on there.
All right, let's load up Holo. It's doing things here at Dara, popping up 15-somewhat% on the day. Very bull flaggish at the moment. Off that 2 1/3 close from yesterday, it knocked on the door of 3, but alas, nobody opened. 287 HOD, trading above the volume-weighted average price right now, a smidge below the $0.75. Possible dip trades to be had here off the 20. I know I keep mentioning the 20, but it keeps showing up. Look at all these dip trades here. Every single deeper retracement has bounced off the 20. I wouldn't be inclined to get something on VWAP. It's been puncturing VWAP to the downside. It seems as if it's respecting the 20. We'll see what we get. But I got to tell you, the last few times Holo started running, it like faded out on the day. So I don't really have too much that I want to say about this one.
Yeah, Holo has been certainly a weird one. It'll run like crazy for no reason, and then it'll be like, I remember one day I said to Sharif, I was at the big desk in the morning getting the email ready. It was like, oh, Holo's running. And you were like, oh, it's up like 20%. Yeah, then a couple hours later, the thing's up over 200%.
Yeah,
so
remember
Holo
that?
is like, yeah, it's a weirdo. It's a strange little dude.
It is.
Also, have I done anything since last talking? No, I'm sorry I'm not in anything right now, guys. I'm just really trying to be scalpier and make sure I see stuff I like. I have my eye on Ford, though. I really like this. We had that earlier support area. We rejected that 1274. I should have taken it, but I did. I was like, maybe we're curling up, but in retrospect, it's like lower highs, lower lows, Adara. This is a short. Come on now. So with that in mind, I am actually going to set a rip short. Instead of a dip buy, it's going to be a rip short for that 74 level. And if we break above here into that 77s, we're getting out. We're risking 3 pennies, trying to make minimum 6. So I'm okay with that risk reward. It's about 2 to 1 actually. So not bad for me. SMCI getting mentioned here by Zach Frack. So let's take a look at SMCI. Oh, okay, this is nice. The SMCI, this is a bull flag. This is a bull flag. That flag pull, chop and churn, a little bit of a swoop up, then we continue to the upside. Now, though, we could break below that 9 EMA after a nice steady stream of higher highs and higher lows. For whatever reason, that 774 area seems to be a level of rejection for SMCI. Let's see what we're doing on the daily. I know this chart is going to be wild. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. This is definitely, we've kind of given up the ghost a little bit, to use a Sharifism. Lower highs, lower lows. We're going to have to wait and see what SMCI gives to us. But yeah, I mean, in my opinion, it does seem like we're having some resistance, at least on this intraday. And yeah, for that 774, because we keep having a bit of a struggle with that level. Thank you very much, Carrie Weaver, for the compliment. Carrie Weaver also saying to you, Sharif, I care what you think. I think you're very informative. So thank you so much for all the support there. Carrie, thank you guys so much, everyone, for being in the chat. Always love being here and seeing different opinions. Man, NVIDIA is falling off here a little bit. Below that earlier support at 814, it does not care. Trying to break below 810, which, wow, was at a level earlier. So this could get a little bit spicy and dicey in NVDA.
I love it. The dead one is dying, Adara, and not in the good way, as in consolidative. No, it is on the way down. Apple is breaking down here below that support level that we talked about at 168.50, and it's dying down aggressively. Here comes the whole dollar at 168. We could see that awfully soon. 17s now, LOD. Keep your eye on this trough area over here. So this was the pre-market low, but this was on news, right? Because we had all the economic numbers come out at 8:30, and the market started trending down. That is until 9:15, when I guess traders, because it looks like it is traders because we're selling off, started getting involved in AAPL, pushed that one up into almost $2 and 2/3 into 170.61. I'll be looking for a defend at 168 on AAPL, but I'm not going to have a resting order there. I'd like to see how it jives with the 168 whole dollar area before I commit to the trade. So that's number one. We're going to keep our eye out on Apple. But there's a reason Apple started tanking, and that was because we had an interesting 17.4 rejection here. We got into 17.409, moved aggressively down into 17.357 or thereabouts, holding that 50-point area. We are putting in higher lows, but we also have lower highs on the future. But it is looking, I don't want to say bear flaggish, but we do have a move down with a compression, not a flag, sorry, a pennant, because it's a compression. Anyway, we're below the volume-weighted average price right now on the future, so I'll keep that. I'm not inclined to try and take another rejection off 17.4. I'd rather play one of these equity names. What's going on there, Katina Man? The Katina Man is long 427, but he just took some out at 430. What on Meta? Yeah, Meta. 432. So the Katina Man is essentially long at these levels over here. Have a look. So this is where Meta basically troughed out at. That was the low there, right at the 50 period, and look where it is right now. I mean, we just knocked on the door of almost 433. We got to 432, and a third shout out to the Katina Man. I will be looking for another curl up, possibly here, into 444s. I don't know. We're getting lower highs, so we'll see if this trend ends up staying in place over here. All right, we can get these lower highs, curl off that upper resistance line. We shall see. Lots to trade today. There's no shortage of stuff moving, so we'll keep an eye on that. And the strong one, even though it's down over 2%, is goggles. Look at that V-shaped retracement off that 151 bounce. Technically, it got down into 150.87, but it is an absolute V-shaped retracement. In fact, it just took out the pre-market highs, well above that 4 a.m. top that we put in, or what was that? That was a 5:50 a.m. top at 155. We're on our way into 156 at pivots right now. There's some clapping next to me and some aggressive happiness. So what's going on over there?
We scalped this long off the TQs. I'm so proud of this. I watched that VWAP bounce. We had that rejection earlier there. Then we were kind of having that movement up and down off of this. I have no faith that this trade will last very long because it's the futures. If we take 25s, I'll be pleased as punch. Why 25s? Because look at that little area early. That was a bit of a resistance area earlier. So I have no problem taking 25s. Just 6 pennies, TQQs. You can do it. I will life coach you. I will motivational speak you. I believe in your abilities. Not a lot of volume here on the upside, but we just need a couple pennies there, TQQs. You got this. I feel like a football coach. Just one more down. There we go. Okay, we're out. Please just punch. With that trade. Also, PLTR. Self-ability wants to look at PLTR here. Let me see what your question was specifically on that. PLTR on the way down, Quadunk, yeah, I can't, yeah, okay. So PLTR definitely down on the day, but we had this nice, honestly, 1, 2, 3, I'm not even gonna count how many green candles. That is a plethora, to use a Sharifism, of green candles there. Then we see some resistance at 1250. We come down here to this 1222 level, and now, honestly, we're kind of seeing a steady move to the upside. For me, I have to be honest with you, I'm not seeing a lot of Quaduk potential right now because we're above that 9 EMA. Now, if that changes, things get interesting, but we did just get, this was, to be fair, this was a bearish candle here coming down into 2130, but look at that wick to the downside. To me, this wick, and then coming back up to rest above the 9 EMA says, hey, sellers, not yet. Not yet, sellers. Hold your horses. The bulls are still in charge right now. Maybe they're scalping bulls like that lovely image Ramin made, but they are indeed bulls. And so to me, I think honestly, and again, this is, take this how you will, unless we really make a decisively lower high here, we continue to move to the downside, then I think that will be, that'll be a little bit more of a sign. But yeah, self-ability, I think that for me right now, the fact that we're above this 9 EMA and there has been that nice continued movement to the upside, to me, a sign that we could have continued upward momentum. Sorry we didn't get to see your question right away. Hope that helps. Also though, if this keeps happening, this 2135 to 2140, there could maybe be some scalp potential for me. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on that. But yeah, shout out to you. Thank you very much there. Self-ability. NVDL. What are you, or I'll switch to NVDA, of course, because why not? So this is interesting. I was looking for that bounce off that 810, and we sort of got it. Not perfectly, mind you, but I still think, and I said this, I think as long as we're below that 9 EMA, heading to the downside, I think this could be an interesting area, you know, below that 9 EMA. So if we come back, I love support resistance areas. So, and NVDL and NVDA have been handling it pretty nicely. So I like that 3269 area to take out that short earlier. That was an area we had a little bit of bounce. If we reject off of it, 3269, which for reference on NVDA is going to be roughly 815. That's not a perfect translation, but roughly 815. I think I will want all the smoke. Not just some, not just a lot, all of the smoke.
All of it.
What are you looking at?
I'm looking at FBL. Thank you for pointing that out. I'm keeping an eye on Meta because there is this trend line that I've drawn, and I'm kind of happy with it and how it looks, and I want to see if it rejects off it. So we've been putting in these lower highs on Meta. It was an absolutely beautiful bounce off the volume weighted average price, but subsequent to that, we made a new low. We did hold up at 426, don't care why, but the fact of the matter is there is a new low that got printed there. And so if we do start curling down here, I want to play this name. So I'm going to keep eyes on META, and we'll trade FBL in case people are wondering what that is all about. That is essentially,
Oh, I think you have to pay for shorts.
Oh no.
Yeah, sorry about that. I thought I didn't. I realized that after we were live.
You tried? Did you try shorting?
Tried.
Okay, that's fine. That's cool. We'll have to trade Meta then. That's fine. I just want to take a bit more share size, but that's no worries. Let's flip back to the Meta. Hold on, one sec.
Yeah. No.
Oh. Which trend line are you talking about, Neil? Okay, let's bring it up over here. Are you talking about Meta? So, which one are you talking? What color? The yellow one. That's the 20 period. The trend line. Yeah. So the trend line there is 431.73. Oh, that's the percentage. Okay, so what you can do with this program is you can drag from here to there, and it tells you what percentage move that is. Yeah, that's basically what that is. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, actually, good call out, Neil. so everybody else can know. Yeah, well, we're rejecting off that level on Meta, as I expected, really. There it is. So we're rejecting off 432. Comes right back down into 430.83, so you could have scalped a nice buck on that. But alas, it is not tanking. So it did put in a bit of a doji candle here, so I could still absolutely be wrong on there. So let's keep an eye on Meta. I do like these lower high setups. Whether or not it manifests into another down move, entirely different story. Self-ability M, $10 super chat. I'm assuming that is to you, Adara, because you were addressing their question. They say thank you.
Oh, yeah. Well, you are welcome, and thank you so much for your super chat and for your support in the show and for bringing up that Palantir, because Palantir is one we don't look a lot at when we talk about AI, which is kind of weird because they are a big AI name. So thank you very much for bringing that to our attention. Also AI, yes, I'm still looking at scalping NVIDIA, but I don't have anything to say about this right now, so we're going to ignore that. Also, Baba, someone was mentioning Baba there.
Baba?
So Baba Black Sheep, have you any longs? I've used that one before too. I can't even claim originality on that, but
why not? It's still fun.
I appreciate that. This is interesting to me on Baba. We had that nice move up here. We get into 70, almost 75. Shout out to Neil for having this long earlier. Then we have this gorgeous VWAP bounce, and then a lower high. Look at this 74.70, and the way it forms too. To me, this is like, it doesn't give you right away that rejection. It has a couple candles saying, hey, if you're in a long, maybe we're gonna have a little bit of a turbulence here. Then we dip to the downside. I want to see what we do with the 90 EMA because that's a level I like. And also right now it's kind of coinciding with that pre-market area we had right before the open around that 74.60. But then of course I'm going to want to see what we do at VWAP. If this ends up ranging around VWAP with a bounce, that could be something I look at personally. But that is my take on this trade. But Apple and Raisin Pancake with powdered sugar, I love that name. Adara, can you ask IBM what it's up to? I mean, of course I can. You know what I mean? IBM. Okay, so IBM, I made that sound because there's a little bit of a range. It's not perfect, mind you, but you have that 166.80 up into usually a VWAP projection here, that 167.70, so it's about a 90 penny range, not too shabby at all. We did have that brief break above VWAP, which could have, had some people a little bit scared. It definitely would have had me scared if I was in a short around there, let me tell you. But it's interesting too because we do reject off that area that was near where we kind of opened in the pre-market, consolidated a bit, right? That 165, 168.50. So to me that's interesting. Since that break above VWAP, mind you, we've had lower highs, lower lows. If we break below the support area, I think RIP the range. But yeah, right now, I think honestly, Apple and Raisin Pancake with powdered sugar, right now, IWM is kind of up to deciding what direction it wants to go, and it doesn't know what it wants to be when it grows up yet. But I think if it stays within that range, which I think it might be saying au revoir to right now, that could be a promising look. Hopefully that helps. And now I want pancakes. What are you looking at?
I have a sick recipe for really healthy pancakes. Better than my protein snacks.
Really?
They're banana-based. Yeah. We'll get to that. I don't want to make anybody more hungry. We got to concentrate on trading, baby. So I set up my my short here on Meta at 432. I just put a smidge below 432, 431.80s or thereabouts. Let's see. And number one, if I get triggered. Not triggered as in upset, obviously. Triggered as in my order gets filled, number one. Number two, whether I have this right trade. Am I seeing this the right way? I'm short now. Let's see if we get a big move down on the Meta. Let's see here. We're short 84s. Let's go hang out. Oh, wow. Nice big move up there on Meta. So I have to send it to you just to put in my stops, Adara.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I'm trying to get short NVDL, so I'll be joining you in the mega cap short land. But I like that we have these lower highs. For scalping purposes, I think it's probably okay. But I'm just kind of trying to reevaluate this quickly because we did have a little bit of a base here, not perfect base, mind you, but sort of a base around 33s, 32, 33s, right? So if you go to NVDA, actually, NVIDIA, to me, this looks more clear like a downside move. So when I look at Big Sister, I'm getting some confidence we're staying in NVDL. And the reason, I want to clarify too, the reason I call like Tesla and NVIDIA the big sisters of NVIDIA, NVDA and NVDL, Tesla. The reason I do that is because it's kind of like they look up to these stocks, right? It's the smaller version, it's a little bit cheaper to trade. And also, these stocks will kind of follow what their big sister stocks say, right? So that's why I call them big and little sisters, because they do kind of act in tandem sometimes. Did I get how many? Oh, I have less shares than I thought I did. That's cool. Okay. We're going to try to get out here at 35s. I don't know if we will. but that is all. It's all good, baby. Also, System Pro FX, thank you so much for the is that pound or euro? I think that's pound. Super chat. Here's your coffee emoji, folks. Thank you very much, System Pro FX. Hopefully you were drinking some coffee, some cup of joe, or a cup of tea if that is a pound, which I'm pretty sure it is. I saw some aggressive fist pumping.
We just took $1, Adara, just like that on Meta off that 432 rejection. Look, man, I mean, it's the way it is, right? So we're not taking big size though. Let's call a spade a spade. This is small size here, but it is about getting the right reps and seeing the right things. So I'm happy about this. We looked at that higher low, said, you know, there's a trend line that can be had here. That's what prompted me to get short on that bad boy. And Meta being the beast that it is, you didn't have to wait all that long to get a dollar banger on it. So Meta taking the profits there and then running for cover because, you know, whatever, who cares? So I'm happy with that trade. Keep your eye out on that 428, 429 area. That is where the volume weighted average price is hanging out, and you could definitely see some more downside there. And as I talk, Meta continues to go down. So the trade was right, I guess, and I just didn't have enough shareage here, or I should have just held my position longer. So that's on me. And hopefully we'll continue to try and improve at that level. Someone was asking me earlier if I would short the soft one at 393 again. And I said, look, you know, third time may not be a charm. And maybe I was wrong because for whatever reason, again, I don't know why, but the 20 period is absolutely ensconcing Microsoft to the high side there on the 5-minute, and it's kind of like flowing with the waves. I feel like this is almost like a sell program that's waiting to either short or wet the beak on some profits for whatever reason at that 20 period. Look at how well it is hugging that yellow line. That is the 20 period exponential moving average, and it is definitely, you know, what's the word I'm looking for here, Adara? It's definitely shadowing the price action on Microsoft on the day. Wow, Meta all the way down right back into that volume weighted average price. So that 429, 428 and change area came in super quick, and you did get that wick down to it. So if you were waiting there with a resting order, I hope you got filled. Meta down again. Keep your eye on the volume weighted average price. It did break below VWAP on this little retracement here, but that doesn't mean it has to do it again. So I'm looking at the higher lows and the lower highs, compression pattern on Meta, down 13% on the day. The market did not like what the Zucksters had to say yesterday about spending.
Yeah, I mean, the market played Zuck Zuck Goose with those earnings in that they ran away, ran around a circle. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of had to.
I love it. Neil liked it.
Thank you. I mean, there's going to be more Zuck puns where that came from.
Yep.
It is me.
Yeah, he's eating.
I didn't know he was
trying to
eating.
eat.
I'm sorry. But yeah, I'm not that sorry. But yeah, congrats to you, though.
Thank
I'm
you.
certainly not playing Zuck Zuck Goose with profits on that. You had that $1 trade, and I saw how excited you were for that. So shout out to you. I also put shout out to Sharif in the chat.
Thank you.
Also, I really have to address this comment because I love this comment here from Toko Shez. Sometimes I'm not sure if Adara is AI or real. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, she real.
I just really appreciated that. So, and I like the little happy emoji. So I put in the chat, I promise I'm a person. And yeah, I just thought that was kind of funny, so I want to shout that out. I got my 10 pennies on NVDL, and I ended up getting, instead of a part fill, the whole fill there, so please, his dang punch. We could be reversing here. I'm not really sure. We're going to wait and see. I said earlier, as long as we stay below the 90 EMA, this could be shortish to me. But so we are for now. We're going to keep that going. Also,
wow.
NK 279 super chat.
We're going to have to spend the money for all that money that he just donated right there.
Oh my gosh, I didn't. Richardson, 23.99 euro super chat. I'll do this one first, and then we'll get back to NK super chat. What's up, Sharif, Adara, and the whole lovely community? Hope so far our day is running well. All the best and big love to everyone that's a part of this. Stay how you are and keep grinding for the future you are chasing. Yeah, thank you so much. That is so kind of you.
That is very kind.
Very kind. And same to you. I hope you keep killing it.
Absolutely.
And we love the support there. Yeah. Also, NK, thank you so much for the 279 Canadian. Oh, Canada. Super chat there. Canada. Core PCE tomorrow, good or bad? Remember oil hot last month.
Good
I don't know.
question.
This is we're gonna have to wait and see because that PCE has been a spicy one as of late. But I think the CPI has usually been a bit more of a problem child for the inflation numbers as of late. I mean, what are do you have any thoughts on this PCE?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, like, what are we going to do here, Adair? We got a higher print in January. We blamed it on seasonality. We got another higher print in February, and we said, okay, maybe a little bit of seasonality leaked into February. What are you going to say about the March number? There's no seasonality in that March number. We know that for a fact. So if this one comes in hot, I think that is a real problem here. But I did like the fact that we cooled down a little bit on GDP. Now, obviously, the fact that, we cooled down on GDP is not something we typically celebrate. But when we are in basically a high rate environment and the rates are causing issues for certain sectors of the economy, I know some people are looking for that reduction in the GDP and for the economy to slow down a little bit. I know that that's not what everybody wants to hear, but that's kind of how I see things. We'll see what we get tomorrow. But I got to tell you, the market's reacted a lot more aggressively on higher or lower CPI prints than it has on PCE prints, despite the fact that the Fed says that they are more dependent on the PCE print. It doesn't really matter what the Fed says. The market does what it wants to do.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Adara, I have to mention this because we haven't talked about too many small cap gappers, and this one is absolutely pumping to the high side. YYGH. It's called a company called YY Group Holdings. I don't have any details on this company. Let's check trade ideas, see if they know what's going on. YYGH. Shout out to the NOS boss and his crew over there. YYGH. Okay, 7.12 million share float. I don't have the short float on it. The market cap on this monster is what? How come there's no market cap? Where's the market cap?
Is it an IPO? No, because it hasn't passed.
Market cap, there it is, 133 million Adara. So small float, not minuscule, about 7 million share float, and then this one is doing things. Look, I don't have an entry for this one today, but this is an IPO, as Adara said. YY Group announces closing of initial public offering. So let's see what the hell this one was doing. Was this a SPAC? What is this? No. Okay, so this one did just IPO. Okay, on the 22nd. My bad. So that was Monday? Yeah, that was Monday. This one IPO'd Monday, and it's back at that level again, dealing with 4. This is where we opened up. That's where the opening price of the IPO was, $3.88, I believe, right? Obviously, we pimped into the high there at 470, but into 470. But now we're knocking the door of $4 again. Keep your eye on this one. This looks awfully good. I would say wait for a retracement. It's really been respecting VWAP and the 10-period moving average. The 10-period is the green line. The volume-weighted average price is the white line. Whatever, either way, this one has been bouncing off retracements into those levels. That's how I had played until it shows me different. YYGH up 75% nicely off that IPO on Monday. There.
Yeah, the YYGH, now we know why YGH, that one's moving. Also, we have another IPO, Rubric. I'm going to check. I can't. Is this one open right now? This is backed by Microsoft, so this could be an interesting one. And yeah, it's not open yet. I do have. Oh, it's because I spelled it wrong. That's why RBRK. Adara, English. So we're still not open. I do have the book open here. I Sharif noticed this as well. I've been way more organized in my little space since going live, so I have everything ready to go. Yeah, I mean, like before it was a mess on those side screens. We don't even want to talk about the side charts, but everything is organized now. So I have my little book ready for Rubric, ready to see what kind of a rubric this will give us for how this one will continue to trade. Oh, we just got another super chat. Thank you so much, Ahmed Amwala. AED, 10 Durham. My market looks shabby. I'll play it safe. Long Microsoft. Now, I know you've been talking a lot about Microsoft. So,
yes.
You've had some nice trades there. Yes. This one I haven't looked at as much today, but thank you very much, Ahmed Amwala.
Yeah, look, man, let's talk about the fact that, the technicals right now don't have a lot to do with the earnings that we're going to get after the bell today. But the little news that we did get ahead of, I think YYGH might halt here at the $0.25. Keep your eye on that, guys. It just flew through 433 high of day on YYGH. This one is going. Okay, that's the small capper I just talked about, IPO on Monday. With respect to Softy, we got a little bit of information today that Satya Nadella will make his way out to Asia next week. I think Tuesday he's looking to meet with Malaysian leaders, Indonesia, as well as I believe Singapore, or it could be somebody else. I'm not 100% sure. Somewhere in Southeast Asia there. And we've seen that a lot from a lot of these other CEOs. We saw Tim Cook head over there. We know our friend Elon wants to build in India as well. So this is not something really new for these CEOs. What I want to hear is what exactly they plan on doing out there. Are they just looking to expand their services for artificial intelligence to the companies there, or are they looking to build out some infrastructure there? So that I'll be listening to on the call. The other thing I want to hear is anything with respect to ChatGPT. What is he going to say about Sam Altman? Is he going to talk about Sam Altman? Is he going to talk about the monetization of possibly OpenAI at some point? So that I want to hear a lot about. We know that the $10 billion investment is probably worth 10 times that already in OpenAI. Last time we heard about OpenAI talking about valuation, we heard something about 90 billion. So that is very interesting to me. So what I'll be listening for, the major things are the news on AI, Asian expansion into Asia, especially data centers and stuff like that. That I want to see. We know that they're huge with the cloud. I don't necessarily care all that much about the PC segment. I know a lot of that stuff will be, more nuanced for the analysts who cover this stock specifically. But for me, I'm looking for the AI news story. Now, with respect to the technicals, Adara, on Softy Ram, this one is breaking, finally, here, the 20-period moving average. So these higher lows are coming into play, but I don't want you to forget these lower highs as well. We have a perfunctory break right now of the 20-period, and it's not on a closing basis, but it looks to be deeper of a breach of the 20-period than we've had all day, okay? And that includes the opening range high there of the IB high. Shout out to Dan the Man Emmons. So keep your eye right now. The winds of change could be coming here for the soft one as it breaks through that area, but I would say definitely have your eyes plastered at 394.5, 394 area. I like as well the fact that there is a 50-period moving average at this previous area of resistance. It's nice when those two conflate.
Yeah, killing.
I got signed out of the chat, so I have to sign back in. I don't know what it is.
It does not. I've never done that with me. It's weird.
I don't know what it is.
But I log in and out every day, which is like the way in other ways, so maybe that's
probably
why.
yeah.
But yeah, I think certainly Microsoft is killing me softy with its chart. If anyone knows that song.
Of course.
Shout out to the Fusion with this chart. Yeah, I'm telling the whole line. With
Yes,
friend
Adara,
lines,
kill it.
killing me softy. Yeah,
Wow.
we're gonna stop that now because that was killing me. But
good.
yeah. So let's see what we do here. I like this Tesla. Support could flip to resistance. I really want to wait and see what happens on this one. I am interested. What else? Oh, yes, we took a bit of an L there on TQs. I want to talk about it because I'm still proud of what I did with this trade and that I got out exactly where I needed to. I got involved in this short. I watched a couple times that we got into 30s and rejected. I said, we're going to try to take minimum 19s, maximum 10s. That didn't happen. We broke up a little bit. That's okay. Still got out exactly when we broke with that viciousness above 40s. And please just punch there. So, couple comments here. I want to talk about people here. Nick W. saying, can you look at TTD and Moderna? Yeah, I can take a look at them quickly. TTD here, nice look, move up on the day. Is Trade Desk, from one trade desk to another. We'll take a look at Trade Desk. Let's look at, so this one was trading lower yesterday apparently on Meta earnings. So, wow, this is a range. Wow, this is a range. Look at this on the daily. We had that resistance coming back to December 2023, December 76 area. We bounced off 76 support once, March 15th, 2024. Again, April 19th, 2024. This is a massive support area here. Honestly, speaking of bull flags, this looks a little bit bull flagish, not perfect, mind you, but we had the flagpole in the daily starting February 2nd, heading up here into 90s on February 15th, so nice aggression there. Then we kind of come into this little bit of a range, a little bit of a parallelogram, as we will say with these bull flags, and we bounce off 76 twice. So to me, this is a bit of an interesting area. TTD on this daily chart, I want to see if we continue to make these lower highs because we have had lower highs of late, but I think that 76 area is gorgeous support, especially with it flipping from resistance. Let's look at mRNA. Oh, I just wrote MMRNA, which is not what I want. mRNA. which I always forget on the NQ, but is on the NQ. So on the daily here, why do I only see 3 candles? That's weird. We're gonna switch. Yeah, I'm gonna see my daily chart for Moderna is being weird for some reason. But we are today on the intraday. We have kind of an interesting pattern here. We have that double bounce on the 5-minute at 104, trying to curl back up here, higher highs, bit of a flat top. Could we have a version of a flat top break below VWAP? And I say version because we're down in the day. So usually a flat top is after this upward movement. So we're gonna have to wait and see what if Moderna gets a shot in the arm that it needs to continue to the upside. Also, my chart just fell off a little bit there,
Yeah,
so I'm going to get that
over.
together.
No worries,
but
no
you have
worries.
your chat now, so good time.
Yes, I do. Who was it that wanted to know about? Nick Dubb. Nick Dubb. Big Nick Dubb. Kyle gets upset when I call other people big, but we're going to call Big Nick Dubb because we've been calling him for that for a while. Nice look on Lemonade on the day. It is negative. It's coming back, though, Nick, into that break-even point, which is at 1740 technically, HOD right now, 1736. I don't have anything specifically on Lemonade. Do they report soon or something? Let's have a look at the calendar. Oh, yes, they do report April 30th, so in 5 days, and it's an aftermarket. It is a 4 p.m. report. Lemonade, this one just screams, what's it called? Pandemic at me, right? Because this was a pandemic play. It was a pandemic darling. Anybody who's wondering, it offers renters, homeowners, car, pet, and life insurance. So that's essentially what it is there. That's what I remember it as. Let's look at the daily on Lemonade. So kind of like what we talked about with Roku when we looked at it earlier, it has been awfully consolidative the last little bit, and I mean really consolidative. Look at this. We're talking super tight ranges here. Essentially, since the last earnings, the one before that, the November earnings report where it really rocketed up off that $10.5 hold, it got all the way up to 18 bucks. Since that time, 20's been the top, and 16 or 15.5 has been the bottom. So a bit of a tighter range. Even when we got earnings last time in Feb, we popped up, then we came back down. We sold the whole thing. So this could have been an earnings call meltdown where the initial pop-up on the release of earnings was received well by the algos, and then they get on the call, they spit some stuff that investors don't like, and huadunk goes the dynamite. In any event, it has been awfully consolidative, Nick. And with these type of stocks, needless to say, it's obviously hard to decipher what the intention is. As you can see, this is the longer term time frame. This is the pandemic. This is why I said it was a pandemic darling, because it got up to $190 or thereabouts. Now it's trading in the $16 range. Obviously, I hope you are not bag holding that. I don't think you are. But in any event, Nick, it's just really hard to tell how something's going to end up going based on its recent price action here, and I don't know too much about the company. All right, the other one, Trader Nick, another Nick. Okay, so there's Nick W, and then Trader Nick wants me to have a look at NEM, and I told him I would. So let's have a look at NEM. I don't even know this company. Watch it, Darren.
Oh, Newmont.
Of course, I knew it.
They had earnings.
Yeah, Newmont. I should know this because Alfred doesn't shut up about this company. Right?
He likes the most random.
Yes, he does.
And they're
it's
always
so
like
annoying.
bellwethers. They're always bellwethers.
It's so annoying. He's like, I'm buying this and that. I'm like, I haven't even heard of this company, bro. Like, why do you always come at me with these companies, make me feel like I don't follow the market? You know what I mean? It's so annoying.
Alfred is a gem.
He's undefeated. Anyway, great move up today for Newmont. This is an earnings winner, right? Yeah, here it is. Okay, it's a big boy move. Newmont says Q2 production and costs expected to remain consistent. Anyway, so it looks like it's an earnings winner. It's up 11%. Let's have a look at the weekly so we can get a better sense of the levels before we dive in a little bit. Okay, so there was a lot of price action between this and the 50, and the 50 was definitely acting as a resistance level, and that takes us all the way back into the beginning of last year. January 2023 was the beginning of this trend where we kept rejecting off the 50, okay? Now we've broken through the 50 here if this candle closes the way it does. That'll be the first time we close above the 50 in quite some time. That'll take us all the way back into April of last year. It has been a year since we closed above the 50 on Newmont. So that's a good look. Now, When we did break above the 50 last time, look where we found a rejection at the 200. So where's the 200 right now on Newmont? It's hanging out at 427.25. So if we really start pamping here, keep your eye out for that 200 rejection on Newmont. Now, on the day, let's get a better intraday look here. What's it respecting? Okay, so true to form, a lot of these earnings winners, when they're gapping up, they seem to have shallower retracements, into the 10 period, which is the green line. The deeper retracements, as you can see here, come into the 20. So I would say, if you're looking to get something here, possibly that 42.50, because of this crest over here, could act as a level of support if you retest it. But it looks like we're becoming a little consolidative here, Nick. I got to tell you, ever since around 11:30 or so, we've been very sideways in the price movement. Not saying we're going to reject off this level, but I'm just saying this 493, for whatever reason, acting as a bit of a top at the moment. So maybe a dip trade here would be a little safer than punching in at highs. I would say pack your patience and maybe put an order at 42.5. But you really got to be careful with this one because we could mean revert. And you also have to see that the volume is dropping off a little bit here. Also, keep your eye on RSI price divergence. We've been talking a little bit about this lately. When you're consolidative, right, in price action, but you're making lower high on the RSI, it sometimes is a bit of a leading indicator that the price, the good times for the longs may be over. So keep your eye on RSI, price divergence. If we're sideways on the price, but we're going lower on the RSI, just be aware that, things could be shifting a little bit.
Yeah, but right now we're going to shift briefly over to Neil's lesson du jour.
Welcome to the lesson of the day. And we got a good one here for you because I'm pretty happy with it. But as always, hey, this one brought to you, and this segment of the show brought to you by Alfonso AI. Want to beat the market? Then you need Alfonso's AI-powered stock ratings. Their top picks have surged over 100% since October 2022. Scan the code and get 50% off. But what you don't want to have happen is get 50% off of your net when you take one hit, or take a monster loss just because you happen to be wrong on a trade. Now, you're going to be wrong all the time. And there's a phrase I say a lot, but I want to explain what it means today. Let your losers be boring. You want your losers to be very, very boring. They should be simple. They should require no explanation. It's like you can show it, but they should speak for themselves. And what I mean by that is a fewfold. There's a couple of things that go into a trade. Now, if you're like myself, I'm never in a trade without an out first. If I don't know where I'm wrong in a trade or what it means to be wrong in a trade, I don't want to be in it. And that's the first step. Now, it might be a key resistance level. It might be a technical indicator. It might be something fundamental. Who knows? But whatever it is, make sure that you have some kind of an out. And once you do, I prefer stop orders to let you stick to them. It's all well and good to say I'm getting out of it, breaks X price. But if you use a stop order, it's forcing you to get out. Maybe you can move your stop a few pennies away or a little bit away so you don't get that wick run or your stop run, but still have some kind of a line in the sand that allows you to preserve your capital. It's so important. What I mean by this about let it be boring, when it gets to your level, don't adjust, don't compromise, get out. Now, you're going to see an upward trend in Meta. I was short Meta multiple times. This morning, plan of action on their miss, well, the guidance miss, and they beat top and bottom, was short 430, short 440, short 450. All three of those levels, I wanted to look for pullbacks and fades, anticipating you could get a bounce, and I think we'd have some sellers joining in after the way their last time earnings negativity went. It gets into the 430 level. This is what I mean by boring. You take the short. I'm going to reload it after it was a win. But look at that. We're right out. We're not letting it get past. And then the most important thing, it's really easy if you like the short here to see this and jump into the trade. Now, if I jump in here, I've already determined above 430, I'm not wrong on a short till 440. If I take this trade, suddenly I'm going to find myself in a position where I'm risking 2, 3, 4x what I want to then have the out here at 440. So what I mean by boring is there's a stop at the 440 level. And I'm going to take it one step further. The first time it pops up in here, okay, great. It got to your level. It's pulling back. That's just some open action. The second time it gets to this level and it presses at 435, you're pretty clearly in an upward trend. You could make the argument, okay, it's still early action. You're pre-market highs. You haven't really broken out yet. But once it makes that break, you're in an upward trend. And if your trading strategy involves going against a trend, then the best thing you can do, A, obviously have a hard stop, B, sometimes get away from it. But in reality, if you're going to take the trade, a strong market and an upward trend is probably going to get to your price. So you really just have to wait for it. If it's a really strong uptrend and you want 440, you don't necessarily need to be in early. It's one thing if you're trying to short on the way down as opposed to short on the way up. And it's the same thing with buying the dip. If a stock is dying and you're trying to catch a falling knife, well, don't compromise on your price because you're trying to go against the grain. Stock's falling. There's plenty of sellers. You should wait till the price you want to buy. And if it doesn't get there, then don't buy the stock. So that's one way that you can try to keep things simple. The other way, it's almost more obvious. Here, I want to show you kind of like an idea of a win and a loss so you get an idea of why this matters so much. Would be AAL. I'm going to show you two very similar setups. AL, make some higher lows. I want to buy the dip into VWAP. I want to give it to a local bottom underneath VWAP. I had like a previous close level as a support on the way back through. I wait for it to bounce once, take it off of VWAP the second time when it shows buyers, and then there's the one in and the one out. This is a situation where, I could easily, when it bounces here, it doesn't quite run my stop, I could have bought back again above VWAP, but then what would I be doing? I'd be averaging into a losing trade, right? It does hold my stop there and head back higher, and it gets to VWAP, and I like VWAP there. But then you're adding risk into something which is not showing the pattern you want. It's putting in a short-term lower low. There's no need to do that. If the stock is going to trend, which this one does not, it might just resemble something like this, where you buy this off VWAP, similar setup, breaks the bottom, holds VWAP, basically the same thing, a little bit stronger than what AAL was, but it's the same pattern. But you hold this one for the previous day high, a break of the high. Janet Yellen trailed me out there when she was talking about China. But the good thing about this is I actually could have been adding here. Like in that AAL example, it breaks VWAP under and then adds back again. This one puts in a higher low. So if I wanted more shares, you'd actually be at least adding on the way up. And that's the difference. Like the AAL's boring because I got into it once, and when it didn't look any better, I didn't add to it, and then you just adhere to your stop. But if it's going to trend, there's going to be opportunities to get in on a trend. Everyone always wants to be aggressive when you're averaging when it goes against you, but really ask yourself, like, why aren't you more aggressive averaging up when a stock is trending for you? Which one is going to be more profitable? Obviously, that's a rhetorical question. I think we all know adding and being more aggressive with the trend is going to be better than the opposite. So I say it time and time again, it's a very simple concept. Let your losers be boring. It's going to save you a bunch of money at the end of the day, and it's going to allow you to focus on leveraging up on the things that are working for you. So that's your simple lesson of the day. Let those losers be boring.
Thank you very much, Neil. I hope you're recovering okay from that loss yesterday by Liverpool 2-0 to Everton. Shout out to my favorite Liverpool fan after my old man, Neil Roberts. Just trolling Neil. Neil, yeah, come on. How's it going over there? Oh, by the way, I'm long YYGH on a VWAP dip here. We're going to try our hand here on a VWAP dip or a 4-hold or whatever you want to call it. We'll see. My out is going to be the break of that 380 level, so we're going to watch that. I'll send it to you, Adara, as I put my stop.
Yes. Also, I have to shout out Neil because I saw this comment earlier and I forgot to mention it when Neil was like, oh, because someone in the chat was like, I can't tell if Adara's an AI or not, and I was like, I promise I'm not. And then Neil was like, oh, maybe she could be an Android because she didn't wear a coat today and it was freezing out, which that is true, but my excuse for that will always be I'm from Winnipeg. That being said, I will probably regret that non-coat decision later. I just thought that was pretty funny. So shout out to Neil there. Also, yeah, I had this NVDL long earlier. I was pleased as punch with this. Took that VWAP bounce area, and this is just like the type of trades I want to make. I liked this area as the out for my short earlier because it was a bit of support and resistance interplay. So if I can see that again, I'll take it to the long side. Took that there. I probably need to keep taking this NVDL. Dip opportunities, we kind of have these bounces off the 9 EMA. We had a lot of clear resistance and support areas. I was scalping left, right, and central earlier today. So I'm going to try to play these again on the way back to the upside. So yeah, that's the only trade I had. I was really proud of this, like 10, 15 penny scalp, I think, on NVDL. TQs. This was disappointing. I tried to get this here when I saw this very bullish wick here down into 5140s and we bounced. To me, this is an area that I really like because that was a huge resistance area earlier and a little bit of chop and churn there in the pre. So I thought that could have been a nice area. It was. I was a few pennies shy of getting filled, but that's okay. Where's the next trade, as our good pal Obi says. So shout out to Obi, shout out to Amazon as well. What's Amazon doing? Some people were mentioning that earlier.
The Amazonian?
Yeah, the Amazonian and the Amazonian on the chart as well. Amazon, nice little steady stream, trying to get to the upside here. Bouncing off the 9 EMA, a little bit less, I think, volatile and or lively, I should say, than some of these other Mag 7 names right now. Amazon's just swinging from vine to the upside. How's your trade going?
Good. I'm probably just going to have to get out because I have to do the lesson. So I'm just going to get out for a 2 penny winner. No, because I don't want to be managing a small cap gapper while I'm doing the lesson. Oh, trying to connect. I did get logged out of this, so I have to re-log in. Sorry, Adair, just give me another
no worries.
second log in. Oh, it seems as if everything has worked out.
That's bamboozling. Your thing is bamboozling.
Yes, it is, and it's taking a long time to load. So I'm sorry, guys. Give me a second here. Odyssey Fights. He says, Chelsea fan here. Yeah, it was 5-0 to Arsenal. Did you know that Arsenal beat Chelsea 5-0 a couple of days ago?
Really?
It was a spanking of an old-fashioned beat-up. Yeah.
That's intense because it's hard to get points in football.
It is. Goals. Yeah.
Goals.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
On the pitch, I know some.
Hey, I like that. I know everyone calls it field in North America,
it's
but
the pitch.
that's how you know you're dropping European slang because you're going to the pitch. All right, let's get to the lesson du jour, guys. Scalping bull flags. Rammer? Scalping the bull flag, capturing fleeting profits in the bull flag setup. Let's talk about this bad boy here. So the bull flag beckons with its promise of an uptrend, but who says you have to wait for the big move before you can get some profits? Scalping offers a way to capitalize on short-term price fluctuations within the bull flag pattern. That's what we're going to talk about today. But as we always do, we have to just explain what some of these concepts are for the newer traders. What is scalping? So imagine a butterfly flitting from flower to flower, gathering nectar. Scalping is essentially similar in essence. You aim to capture small, quick profits from tiny price movements within a trading range. And that's what we're going to talk about now. So the bull flag essentially is going to be your scalping playground, but it's not going to be the entire flag. It's going to be part of the flag. And the part of the flag we're talking about is this area right here. This is what we call the consolidation phase of the flag. This is the big boy move, right? This is the flag pull, so to speak, and this is the actual flag itself. And you're going to try to work within this area over here on how to scalp. And so without, kind of just giving away everything that I'm about to say, the idea is to try to take this area short, cover here, or take this area long and get out up here. And you're going to rinse and repeat on that strategy. That is until the breakout comes in. And then that's, if you're short, you're going to have to get out. If you're long, let it go, baby. So that's the idea there. So the bull flag with its defined range, think of it as a flower garden, provides the perfect environment for scalping. The consolidation phase that I just showed you offers numerous opportunities to exploit short-term price swings. Neil read the ad?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. And this is what we're talking about here. As I finished explaining, you're looking at getting long on the bottom and getting out on the top, or short on the top and covering on the bottom. So here are the strategies for scalping in a bull flag. There are various approaches to scalping. Let's talk about the first one, support and resistance. So identify the upper and the lower trend lines of the flag. Your idea here is you buy near support and sell near resistance, aiming to profit from the price bouncing back and forth between these levels. So one other thing I want to put. So you've identified your support and resistance levels by drawing out these horizontal or diagonal trend lines. That's fine. But it makes the trade stronger if that area that you've identified both as a support and resistance area has a previous area of importance on the chart. And the bigger the time frame, the higher the time frame, I should say, the more important. So if you're seeing a key area of support on the 4-hour, it means more than seeing it on the 5-minute. So what you're looking for here is to look at these areas of support and resistance, identify them on a smaller time frame, then go back on a wider time frame, like a 4-hour, 1 hour, whatever, and look to see, are these areas important on a bigger time frame or not? If they're not, fine, just move on with your analysis. If it is, it's something, another check mark you can add right there. So support and resistance, very important. Not the only one though. Moving averages we can use as well to help scalp within the flag. Use short-term moving averages like the 7, the 10, the 5, whatever you want to use, to identify potential entry and exit points. The key here is to buy when the price crosses above the moving average, indicating upward momentum, and to sell when the price crosses down below the moving average, indicating potential pullback. So that's the move there, using moving averages. And then there's also the old-fashioned way, baby, price action. Observe how the price reacts at the edges of the flag. What is it doing when it gets up to the top? What is it doing when it gets up to the bottom? Is it respecting those levels very strictly, or is it breaking through them and then closing below it? Because you need to take that into account, because you can't have your stop on the top end of the range if it's not respecting that area. You've got to put it a little bit above that, right? So if it's breaching those areas of support and resistance only to close above and below them after you know that there's bamboozlement in play, or the range per candle is very wide, and you need to account for that. Okay, so look for quick reversals after touching the trend line, allowing you to enter and exit positions based on these short-term movements. Did you do a walk and talk? No? Aw. Okay, okay. The Katina man just came back from a walk. He's $10 in the money on Meta, baby. Big shout out to the Katina man on that 427 long. It is now 437. Shout out to Sean, absolutely killing it on the $10 winner on Meta, bro. Calm down over there. All right. So beyond the basic, let's talk about some actual issues that you may encounter if you're trying to scalp using the bull flag setup. First and foremost, it's very fast paced, especially intraday and especially on the lower time frames like the 1, the 3, and the 5, okay? Scalping requires constant monitoring and quick decision making. It is not for the faint of heart. And as I said, Scalpulation Nation over here to my left, she does it very well, but I gotta tell you guys that, you know, scalping is a tough business, and like, you know, she's constantly looking at the chart, right? You're constantly monitoring.
I can't look away from it. I don't.
So, yeah, shout out to whatever works for you there.
Thank you.
What's going on, Katina man? Okay, the Katina man is going to show us something about scalping. Yeah, yeah. How many trades do you think I had on Meta? He's asked me how many trades I think he's had on Meta so far. I don't want to exaggerate it because I know that you have a lot, so I know that that is already in there. I'm going to say 96. 60. Oh, I pumped it. I had a 6 in there.
But my best one is this one.
The best one that he's got so far is the one that he's holding, quite frankly. And it's $10 in the money. All right, so that is what I wanted to mention. There's scalping, very fast-paced, not for the faint of heart. Make sure you know what you're doing. Try it in the sim first before doing it in real life, because it is a bit of a tougher ask here.
Yeah,
and,
I echo that.
Yeah.
The sim, yeah.
There. And also, scalping results typically in smaller profits. Scalping deals with tiny price movements, so profits are generally small. Consistent execution is the key to building gains. But as I said, small profits should mean small losses. You cannot eat like a bird and defecate like an elephant, okay? Because you're just going to give back everything you've made. So keep that idea. If it's going to be small profits, they have to be small losses as well. Trading fees, another issue that you have to deal with here if you're scalping. Scalping involves frequent trades, and trading fees can eat into your profits. Choose a platform with lower fees or choose a brokerage with lower fees. I mentioned first time around, we do not have this issue on the floor here because our entries and exits are, we're very wholesale, okay? And sometimes we get paid, as I mentioned, to actually add liquidity into the market. So by trading on certain gateways, especially the inverse gateways, we can actually get money for fees. We get money for adding liquidity, instead of paying fees. But also beware of the breakouts. We're talking about a pattern here that is breakout centric. The whole idea of the bull flag is you have a big move up and then sideways consolidation. It is a continuation pattern by definition. What does that mean? That means it typically will continue going north. So by virtue of that fact alone, you have to be on the lookout for the break of the resistance line to the north side. So if you're going short at the resistance, you need to be always on the lookout that the price will continue or may continue to the north side. So you have to be aware of that. And a bonus tip here, I just want to mention combining scalp strategies with other technical indicators like order flow analysis on the book and the tape to gauge buying and selling pressure, potentially enhancing your entry and exit points. You always want to know where the size is hanging out. If I can show my screen here, Ram, this over here is the book. This shows you all the, or not all, there's some hidden orders, but the orders that are known by the market. It will show you them here beside the price, so you know at $3.45 on YYGH, there is this many shares waiting to buy. On 360 on YYGH, there's this many shares willing to sell. So when you see big size at a certain level, you need to be weary of that if you're long, because that may prevent you from going north. So you have to have an eye on the book and the tape as well. Adara.
Yeah, thank you for going over that. And yeah, I mean, this was a really fun lesson for me. I literally was saying this earlier. It reinvigorated my scalping nature going through this lesson of the day. I was like, ready to go.
Hey.
So, and I mean, I think it's fun. We did have some nice scalps today. Snapchat I want to talk about, because this was, talk about a pump and dump or a rip and dip. I don't know what you want to call it. But look, and I'm really happy I canceled my order because I wanted to go long here around that 1107s. That would have been fine for a scalp. But then we had that nice move up here into high of day, 1120. Then we dip immediately below. I'm not seeing anything on this. This could be pre-earnings related frizziness. But also, this is from that news from earlier.
Did they say they were going to shut it down?
Oh, they weren't saying they were shutting it down. Oh
Look
my
at
gosh, they
this.
just said they were going to sell it.
Look at this. TikTok owner ByteDance to prefer shutting down. That's old? That's what they prefer to do. Yeah, they don't want to sell it to Katina, man. Of loss-making app rather than a sale if exhausts all legal options. Algorithms TikToks relies on, deemed core to ByteDance overall operations, making sale of app unlikely, sources say. I know you've been doing a lot of research about this. Are you seeing that they're saying they're going to sell it without the algorithm?
Well, so what I was seeing is they were only going to sell it. Yeah, they're not selling the algorithm. They said that they want to keep the algorithm, which has a lot of people being like, well, the whole reason they want it sold is because they're worried about the algorithm, right? So that's going to be kind of fruitless. ByteDance posted on a Chinese news site that they also own, saying that whoever said they're selling TikTok, that's not real.
Really?
So that came out. I think I brought that at the big desk around 10:50 right before we came on here, but it didn't really impact the market that much. This though, that's very different. This story is very different. What you just said.
Yeah.
And there's going to be a lot of tweens telling their parents in the Senate, Dad, why did you vote for this? Who's going to watch Kylie Jenner's rumored pregnancy unfold over TikTok now? So, well, that's what I was. But I mean, you could. I guess we still could. But Ramin's saying me. But I'm saying that's what I mean. I think there could be some upset there from some young people and some influencers, maybe understandably so, but I think it's going to be interesting to see what the people who voted for this have to say now that it's gone against them. Did you hear too, apparently, I forget exactly who it was, I don't want to say it was someone who was a proponent of this bill. They short sold, or no, they went long Meta.
They were long Meta.
$700,000 worth of shares, and they got ransed for that.
Yeah, look, I think that's going to have to actually be amendment. The Congress people or Congress, whatever members, there's got to be some restrictions on trading there.
Yeah, that was wild.
I mean, come on. All right, guys, Meta is, sorry, not Meta. Apple is rejecting the volume-weighted average price. Apple did curl back into the VWAP over here, 169.25, and down, well, sorry, 22, and down we go back into 169. The closing print yesterday, 169.02. So now we're kind of caught in the middle. We've got VWAP as a resistance level to the north side. We have yesterday's closing print as a support level to the south side. How does this resolve? We are absolutely flat on the day right now on Apple, up 0.01%. I was inclined to take this short until I saw that the support level was at 169.02. I'm like, okay, well, then we may bounce off this area. So I want to see exactly how this resolves, whether we give up the ghost at 169 or whether we pop right back up above 169.20. That is the look there on AAPL. A bit of a topping tail candle came in here on Meta. The Katina man is covered on Meta now, so he's all done with that trade. Look at this candle over here. This, to me, usually says there's going to be a little bit of selling. It doesn't mean that the entire trend is gone. We're going to sell off the entire day, but at least locally here, this topping tail candle into 438 and 2/3 did precipitate a big sale. $4 plus now off the top there on META. Comes down now 12% Adara. And then Softy. I want to mention this on Softy. So Softy was really, and we mentioned this a bunch of times, really respecting the 20 period as a level of resistance on the day, and we didn't really know why, nor did we care. Now it is well above the 20 period, and it is now dancing with the 50. Okay, so the 50 is the red solid line, not the dotted line, the solid line on my chart. I want to see if Softy rejects off the 50 here. I'll be looking to take this bad boy short again. And just so you guys know, the soft one yesterday closed at 409 1/3. The low on the day of Softy was 388. That's like a lot of money. Adair.
Oh, sorry, I didn't
Yeah,
realize
it's
that was
all good, yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. I was looking at Wingstop. I was distracted by this Wingstop chart. This one reports next Wednesday, and a lot of people mentioning this one. I saw this earlier as well mentioned, and then someone just mentioned it right now in the chat as well, which I saw. I can't see who this was, but yeah, Wingstop, nice look. Really weak volume though. 209,000 shares. What?
This girl's losing it.
She's down for
she's
Wingstop?
all about her Wingstop there.
Yeah, she's not going to stop hitting the bang button for Wingstop. But yeah, Boeing also, speaking of things that have been stopping for understandable reasons, Boeing production, I know, has had some issues, but this Boeing recovery, nice. Higher highs, higher lows. Once we got to that little bottom area at 160, I should note as well, the recovery in this chart's nice, but yesterday during its earnings call, Boeing said its own economic recovery could be a little bit slower than expected. So I said that recovery thing, and I was like, we should make that point as well. Also, we're kind of coming into an earlier resistance level, this 162.75. Could it be spicy? I don't know. We're gonna have to wait and see. But we're getting near that area with a viciousness. Live trading by Turner TV Live, aka Ramin. No show. I gotta head out to grab Wingstop. Be right back. So shout out to Ramin, always killing it over there. Ramin and Fabian. Shout out to both of them. Also, I am in this SoFi long. I don't like that we broke below the 90 MA, but I like this area here earlier. This support and resistance level. If we break below 42s, I'm getting out. So we're risking about 2 pennies, trying to make about 2 to 3. So again, my risk reward ratios are something I want to work on, but I'm really trying to scalp this right now. So I'm happy for that right now. Can't stop, won't stop for Wingstop says, Wingstop says, Honest Abe. So I love that. QQQ, let's look at QQQs. Because you'll see how this market's doing. Someone was saying earlier as well today, they were like, oh, why don't you guys trade as many indices? And I would say, you're actually in your TQQ short right now.
I might get stopped out.
But yeah, no, I think it's because I mostly will trade things in ranges. So if I see an index with a range, I'll get involved. But if I don't, I don't. So that's why I don't really trade them. I hope that helps. But Sean will short the market, as he says, semi-frequently as well. So we do have some index trading. I think for me, at least, it's just really going to depend on if I have a setup I like, if that makes sense. So there we go. Is anyone else looking at things? I'm short Google 156.25 says Joanna Brewster. So let's see how this is going. Okay, where's this 156.75? Oh, this is a nice look. Okay, yeah, this is really nice. We kind of get to the bottom, we get to the top of this area, have a nice rejection here, 156.40s, continuing to kind of go to the downside. I would like to see us give that 9 EMA, but right now it looks like you're already 30 pennies in the money, so shout out to you. Spend that money, money, money. It's a nice look. Also, I'll be really curious to see what we do here at 155.75. Why? Because that was a massive support area earlier. Then we had that nice green candle up from it. This could be a spicy area. I don't think you have to search for a level here on Google. How are you doing?
We're 10 pennies out of the money, but I want to explain why I got into this trade. Because we did reject off the 200 period on the 5 earlier on the future. So we did make it into the 200 period again, and it looks like we stalled out a little bit, but looks like I will get stopped out here, and I do. It did pop up. So look, I mean, I could have gotten shaken out of this trade. I still like this level. I just don't want it to go against me too much. So if it does start curling down, I will look to get back into this, but this was a bit of an ARB kind of try here at the 200 period, excuse me. Let's see what we have at the 15. Okay, so the 200 period at the 15 is well above 17.5, so that's not a level. Well, we'll keep an eye on that, because if we do get back into 17.5, and we absolutely could, that could be an interesting area for another short. 17.525 technically is the HOD on the day on the future. It is a level that we printed at 5:45 a.m. this morning. You know, we always take these levels with a little bit less importance, but I don't want to say that they're less important, just to say, you know, that they're done on less volume. So it looks like I did get bamboozled out of that trade, sadly. So my stop was a little too tight, and we're still rejecting off the 200 period on the 5-minute on the NQ June contract. So if this ends up resolving downward, I'll just jump in again. I don't mind. But it does look like it is rejecting right now. Maybe I should have put a dip trade to the top side to get a better cost basis, and then I would have avoided that whole thing. I'm also watching Tesla, guys. I see you guys talking about Tesla. It is on the way down. It broke the volume-weighted average price quite aggressively. The Katina man is now short AMD. Keep your eye on that as well. AMD coming down. Eh? AMD. I'm sorry. How dare I?
Yeah, I know, like, too. Sean was like waiting. He was like, you need to call it by its proper name.
Yeah, I know, I do. Oh, wow. Come on, Future. Come on. Future's on the way down again here. Well, we'll see. I'm keeping my eye on the future. I'm keeping my eye on Tesla. Keep your eye on 162 on TSLA, guys, because that is where the support level is. That is yesterday's closing price. It's also like 10 pennies, I think, above pivots and the 200 period. So there's a lot that's pointing at that specific level. It did reject off, for whatever reason, resistance level 1 on pivots. Sometimes it respects them, sometimes it doesn't. Tesla breaking down below 163. It does look like it may come in to yesterday's closing print. If it does, I think that is an interesting trade to take. Seeing as Tesla, you know, it's got its feet under it a little bit anyway for the past couple of days since earnings. What else are we looking at here? Well, we're still ranging between VWAP and Apple's closing print yesterday at 169, so that hasn't changed. The soft one now is above the 50-period moving average, so this one looks like it is recovering. I was looking for a possible rejection off the 50-period in the way that we were getting off the 20. Doesn't look like it's happening quite yet, but it still may. That topping tail candle on Meta is still printing to the downside, so whoever was wise enough to take that, you've been printing $4, some off the top. Yeah, that's really all I'm looking at the moment, Adara. I didn't really look at this small cap gap, or YYGH has given up the ghost. Broke down below VWAP, so kind of looking at all large caps at the moment.
Yeah, more like bye-bye GH.
Bye-bye GH.
I just noticed you kicked it off of your side chart as well. So
it's here.
Oh, never mind.
There's a small cap tab and a big cap tab, Adara.
I love Sharif's side charts are noted, they are storied, they are legendary, and I appreciate them. Did you cover SMCI? Says Zach Frack. I think I covered it for you a little bit earlier, but let's look at it again because I haven't looked at it in quite some time. Continuing to the upside. Wow. Thank you, Zach Frack, for bringing this to our attention. We had a little bit of consolidation. I said that 774 could get a little bit spicy, and it did get spicy and dicey. We chopped and churned, and then we had this nice little breakout to the upside. I mentioned earlier this looked a skosh bull flaggish, and I think, honestly, maybe not necessarily bull flaggish, but there were some elements where we had that move up, the consolidation, the chop and churn, and the continued upwards movement. I think even if a pattern doesn't manifest perfectly, sometimes you can have elements of the pattern that are worth noting. So hopefully, I don't know if you're printed on this, but congrats to you either way. Congrats to anybody involved in this super move on Super Micro. Rye Guy wants to look at TQQs. This is interesting. I should have taken this TQQ short at 51.83 because of this doji. And you know what? I mean, I still like this level, so we're going to take it. We're going to scalp it. But yeah, I think we're going to miss it, but I'm still going to have this order ready. Why I like this is because we had that area. We got up to 51.90s, which for context on the Qs, its big sister, is going to be about 421.80, right? So we get to that area, and then we kind of see a bit of consolidation, a bit of a pause, a breath. Now we're heading to the downside. I think I've missed my entry on this, but you know what? We're going to... You can't be too stubborn about entries. I know that's something that Neil has spoken of as of late, so I want to be true to that. I want to adhere to these lessons. We got involved in 80s. Initially, I wanted 83s. I'm comfortable with 80s. If we break above this, we're going to give this to about 90s. We're going to give this about 10 pennies. Then I'm getting out. I do want to see here what we do at 75s because that was that top earlier, but I want to give myself a bit more room than that as well. I'm also cognizant of these wicks to the downside because to me, that could be a little bit bearish. It could be these sellers taking a breath for now. Buyers overwhelming. Buyers taking, their time in the sun. But yeah, in general, the main area I like on this TQs that I was taking advantage of earlier was that 51.10 initial reversal here, or rejection here off the open. Then it holds the support on VWAP. So yeah, that 51.10 was a great look. I think if we do fall, I want to see what we do at this 51.70, that pop, then that other area, 51.40, and of course, 51.10. But we know I'm not going to be there that long if it goes down that far. I saw you
I hate you for having a better price than me. You always do that.
It's because I'm too aggressive.
I'm so petty, right? No, I'm looking to defend the level as well. I've got a DCA, a planned DCA at 51.90, and then I'm going to have to be really tight with this. We're doing the wick shimmy dance at the 200 period on the NQ, June contract at the 5. We're dipping into the 50-point level. And I don't usually look at the 50-point level in this way, but we're wicking down into the 50-point level and then bouncing back up. So I'm a little concerned with my short at the moment, I'm not gonna lie. But we're not really moving past the 200 period with any vigor. This is exactly what I'm talking about, guys. The blue line, that's the 200 period. We're wicking into it, but we're also wicking above that 450 level. And look what that 450 level is. That 450 level is a level of support from earlier. Why? Because it was a level of resistance. We crested out at 17,450. And now we're kind of doing that consolidation dance using it as support. So I'm a little concerned with this trade. I'm going to keep a tight stop on it. I do have a plan DCA to get a better price, but we'll see exactly how this manifests. Now, we can kind of have a look at what the Mag 7 are doing to kind of get maybe foreshadow what the look will be on the future. Let's look at what's moving up and what's moving down. Apple is, you could say it's moving up. It's definitely off the lows above 169 right now, ranging between 169 and the volume weighted average price. Amazon is on the way up as well. It's awfully close. Too high a day. Meta did curl off that top there at 439, but it's since found its footing and it looks like I will get stopped out. So I did get that DCA, but this one looks like it's going to go to the high side, breaks 52. I'm out here, Adair.
Yeah, I wasn't able to get out of this as quickly as I wanted to. It was a bit of a fat finger, so we still got out around 90s, which is what I wanted. I can live with that. I just wish I had a slightly better price. We are slightly down in the TQQs, but and also slightly down in SoFi, but up on Tesla and up on NVDL. And you know what? Honestly, I'm trying to trade PNL a little bit less. I find the biggest thing since going live is that you do check your PLL a little. PLL, so Pretty Little Liars, PNL a little bit more because you want to make sure you're doing well. It's real money, but I think that's one thing I do want to kind of slow down and trade more based on what I'm seeing.
Guys, my position didn't update correctly on the position board. I just want to mention my position now is 51.83 with that DCA at 90. So I just want to mention that the position board is not correct, but that may be moot, because we could absolutely be pushed out of this position very soon. It looks like the future will hold up at this level. You have the soft one on the way up. Meta's on the way up.
The soft one?
No, he liked moot point. He liked my moot point.
Oh, it's a nice one.
Yeah. Shout out to the Katina man there. Yeah, Softy is on the way up here, guys, and I don't know. I don't like this trade, but I've already put my, my stop, and I'm going to leave it. Let it be. What is everybody else looking at here in the chat? I haven't seen too many people mention anything of note. Let's see what people are looking at. Agba breaking out. Not AGBA.
Abracadabra?
Abracadabra's back, apparently. Let's load up AGBA. This was a small cap gapper, a GBA. This one showed up a couple of days ago. What's this one up to at the moment? Let's load that bad boy up. So it's down, guys. It's down 2.86%. So I guess it's bouncing up, maybe into that closing print from yesterday. That's around 245. We're printing 238s at the moment. Yeah, AGBA's not for me. I mean, the volume is just not there yet, nor is the momentum trade. So I'm going to leave that one be. What else are you guys looking at? My man there, Marcelo, shorting triple Q at 423.15. Hey man, we're there with you, so I hope it ends up going our way. Otherwise, you know, we're both going to get stopped out at this level. What is my man Fat Figure says MNY? Money Hero.
Oh, I remember that.
It's moving, baby. It's moving. Nice look here for the Money Hero. Let's look at the deets on this bad boy. Up 40%. This one, did it just start moving? No, it's been moving. What's the volume? 4.66 million shares. Okay. Huh. Why is this one moving? Do we have a headline on this?
It's a past runner. I'm going to see if we have any headlines, though. Also,
Okay.
I just remembered we do have an auction. I think it's the 7-year coming at 1.
Okay.
Money Hero, no, that's from April 3rd. I'm not seeing anything on this one.
Okay, yeah, neither am I. And it's moving nicely here. So shout out to Fat Figure. Let me know, man, if you have anything. Ram. If you have anything on this name. Ram, chart. All good. Let me know if you have anything on this name, Fat Figure, because I can't see anything on mine, but we have a good technical break. And it's not respecting VWAP. Let's be real about it. There's a bit of a dance here with VWAP, a little bit above, a little bit below. Is it respecting any moving averages? Not that I can discern, at least not on the 5. How about the 15? Let's flip to the 15. Do we have any respect here for anything? This thing, it's like a teenager. It respects nothing. No, I'm kidding. Anyway, we're doing a bit of a dance here, a little bit above VWAP, a little bit below. I don't have a good read on it, so I'm going to have to stay clear. But I am now officially out of the TQQs, baby. The market heading up, at least for the moment. Let's see what it does at 17.5.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot happening here in this market. I'm trying to long Snapchat, but I'm definitely going to miss that opportunity. We just keep bouncing off that 11.08 area, so I wanted to take that for a couple pennies as a pure scalp play. Alas, it did not happen, so we're going to let her be, keep it on the side chart, and wait for the next opportunity. This NVDL, though, spicy. I like that we're kind of resting on this. We had this move up, then we have this bearish, kind of, to me, bullish move here, these candle wicks saying, oh, not right now. We have them move to the downside and then buyers eating it right back up, right? So I do like this look here. We're going to try to take this out at 33.10s. So I'm totally comfortable with that. I also like this area too because I took a short off of it earlier today because I did like it as a resistance level. So if I like it as resistance and it manifests as support, especially with confluence in the 90 MA, why the heck would I not take it, is what I say to myself. So that's what I'm going to do. We're going to try to get out here. We have it all planned out. And then if we break below this, if we break below 80s, we're going to give this, I don't want to give it all the 14 pennies. We're going to give this like 86s. That was an area earlier. We had that wick to the downside. We're going to risk about 8 pennies, trying to make about 13. That is a really highly specific risk to reward ratio, but I'm cool with it just based on these wicks and these chart patterns. Speaking of chart patterns, we have Surya here asking, thought for Thursday. Was wondering if you guys have heard of this ICT trading style or perhaps know about it. So I just looked it up, and this is Inner Circle Trader. It's used in the strat community, and you don't actually use charts apparently. So that's interesting. No indicators being used, purely on price action. Yeah, that'd be interesting. I'll definitely something to look into. So thank you for bringing that to our attention there, Surya. But yeah, also Surya was mentioning IBIT, and that's one that I've been trading IBIT of since getting involved. So let's see how IBIT's doing. This is a nice range. I'm really sad I missed this 36.45 all the way up to this 36.55. This also all the way up. This is also kind of a bull flag here too, right? We had that 36 area into 36.50 consolidation, now breaking up to the upside. Also that RBRK IPO has opened up here, so let's see how this one is IP going over here in this IPO. Rubric up 21%. Jay Lee saying I'm long 38.08. Get in my honest opinion. Nice. Yeah, well, congrats to you. You're good 50 to 70 pennies in the money. This one's running pretty quickly. So for me, This would be my first IPO since going live, and I think it's something I'd want to be a little bit more comfortable with my stops before entering something like this in live. I'm going to be really, really honest with you. And even I did trade the Reddit IPO in the sim, but that I waited for until we had a few more candles so I got a better sense of how it moved. I appreciate you pointing this one out, though I did have it on the book. I just noticed it's open, and right now you're about $1 in the money, so shout out to you, Jay Lee. I'm going to have to wait and see once we have a bit more action on that chart to see if it's something I'm comfortable with. But right now, I am super proud of this NVDL scalp, so I would like to talk about it if that is all right. So I got involved here at that 9 EMA hold. I was going to give this into 86s. We didn't even get below 90s there. And then I just had my order ready for that 33.08. I turn around, we're at 32.95. So I was really happy I was able to scalp that how I did. And this is the type of trading I need to be doing more of. And this is just a reminder to myself. Do you know what I mean? When I try to do this buy and hold or the hodl, it just does not work. I feel coddled by hodl, and I want to take more of these type of rangy, scalpy plays because they do invigorate me a little bit more, and I think it's the type of trading that I'm more comfortable with and I do a little bit better with because I think I make more sound decisions for myself. So rant over, happy with that trade, and I think this 33 area in NVIDIA or NVDL, which is going to correlate to a roughly 818, 819 on NVDA is, I think, definitely been an area. We had that move down here, that resistance then formed to support, so I like that look. And in about 8 minutes, we're going to have the auction and the lesson of the day, so more scalps being discussed soon. How are you doing?
Long Apple, trying my hand here out of VWAP hold after it took the VWAP. But this is the one that I'm looking at right now. Keeping my eye on TSLA because it did break down below VWAP, held up at 162.75, and here we go. It's now knocking the door of 164, a little bit above VWAP here. May be that the winds of change are coming here on TSLA. It was a nice down move, essentially from 11 o'clock onwards. It topped out at about 11, and since that time, it has been selling off. So almost 2 hours of selling here on Tesla. I guess not a moment too soon to the high side. As it does break 164 now, we'll see if it stops anywhere in specific. I mean, I have this 164.75 area earmarked as an interesting area that owes to the trough that we put in here at around 1055, 1050. Held off that level, and then we made an attempt at the high of the day, which is 166.88. So we'll keep an eye on that. Tesla getting its second win, it looks like, on the day. So we'll keep eyes on that. Flat on my trade right now on AAPL. Keeping an eye on the market as well because 17.5 is inching a little bit closer here. Now the new high of day, not new high of day, that's incorrect. The local high right now on the future NQ June contract 17.842. Sorry, 482, excuse me. So that means we're 18 points away from that 100-point level. And funny enough, the support level 1 is right at 17.5 on pivots. So we'll see if that ends up playing or featuring whatsoever here. And there it goes. Now, new local high as it looks like the future is pumping. So my assessment on the future, rejecting off the 20-period moving average on the 5, was incorrect. And it looks like we will touch 17.5 here. And I put my beak wetter on AAPL for a 38 print. So we'll see if we get that. We're printing 35s at the moment. Looking for a dip and hold above the volume weighted average price for Apple. For the dead one on the day. And then Meta, wow, Meta continues to head north after that topping tail candle that bamboozled me, certainly. Look at that topping tail candle, and then it holds up beautifully at the 20-period moving average at 433 and a fifth. And that didn't look back since, man, because we're now knocking on the door of 438, and looks like we're going to break that top of that topping tail candle at 438 and 2/3. Well, right there now. So let's see if we can break that level and then look possibly for maybe a 444. So $444. We'll see if we get that. All right, we did wet our beak on Apple, and we're nicely 50 pennies, 25 pennies in the money. Sorry, 50 pennies. I multiplied by 2 there.
I was so clapped.
Yeah, I know.
That's still awesome.
Nice 25 penny banger, Adara, on AAPL. Let's see if this one can make it up a little bit higher. I know we're at 17.5 now, so there is going to be possible rejection at the future. I love these 100-point levels as areas of both support and resistance, but it doesn't mean just because we got to 17.5 that we're going to turn back around, but it is something to look out for. You need to be aware of these levels on the futures contract if you want to trade these Mag 7 names. You know, the tail, the dog, you know, that whole thing. So you got to figure that whole thing out. And right now, it looks as if we're, you know, holding up a little bit here at the 100-point level, Adair.
Yeah, I will say as well, I think my my trades in the Mag 7 names. Oh, hi, Randy.
Oh,
Randy the Mandy.
What's going on, bud?
Oh.
Oh, hold on. What just happened?
Wait, can we see that again?
Whoa. He just, okay. It's the extended bear.
Extra bearish. It's the double levered log
Oh, wow.
short bear ETF. It's the double levered short ETF. It's just like when you're extra bearish, that's what that is. Because it's double bears, yeah. But also, you know what's not bearish at all is Roblox. So I see a lot of mention of Roblox in the chat. Wow, this double bottom is stunning. This is like so clean here. This 33.75 bounce area. Then we get up to that 34.35. Make a lower high, but certainly not a lower low. Breaking to the upside with a viciousness. So shout out to anybody in that Roblox long, because that's an excellent look. I was going to see if there are any news on Roblox. Not seeing anything right now, but it had an upgrade on Tuesday, so definitely some positive analyst sentiment on this name. I don't have any reads on it right now, unless it's just kind of getting in on a dip, but it's going on my side chart because I think that's a great look. What else are people looking at here? CGC, shout out to Pretty Panda, I believe, mentioning CGC or some of these weed-related stocks. So let's see how Canopy is doing. Canopy Growth Company. Oh, this is a range if I've ever seen one. You know what Roblox, now I'm gonna keep Roblox on the chart, but I'm gonna put CGC on my other side chart here as well, because I don't need NVDL on my side chart unless I'm actively trading it, because I have its big sister NVDA. So this CGC, the one thing that concerns me for my own trading style about going long here is we do have that support at 884, building on that previous area of resistance. So if this breaks, I think it will break with a swiftness, and we have slightly lower highs. However, there's also potentially a range to play here, and I don't want to get short. So if we have that bounce around that 884, 883 area, I will get involved, which I'm interested in. We have Mikey DFS mentioning Chewy and Mara. Let's look at both of these quickly. Chewy is on the NY. Sorry about that. Let's see. Let's try to chew on this chart here, see what kind of come with here. This is a nice look here. Thank you for pointing this one out, Mike DFS. It's interesting. We kind of look like we're going to have a flat bottom break, lower highs and a flat bottom. Then we have a nice little reversal here, riding that 9 EMA to the high side. This is a fantastic look here on Chewy. 4.15 million shares in volume, so not at all negligent volume either. Is there any, no news on this, and we're still down on the day, but that's a nice little recovery. I'd like to see what we do at that 15 area earlier, because that was a nice green candle. Also, Mara. Let's look at Mara, see what kind of marathon this guy's doing. Thank you for people mentioning the auction here. I do have it up, waiting to see what happens there. I have financial juice up. We're 30 seconds away. Yeah, this Mara's nice. Bouncing here, higher highs, higher lows. And interesting, this looks like it could have rejected a little bit at 18.7, and it did, but then it decided it wanted to do a flat top break instead. So nice look there for M to the A to the R to the A. This is another one I might have to switch out my side chart. There's so many charts to look at here. Yeah, Joanna Brewster saying, watch the longs, we could tank. I am not getting involved in anything here because it's pre-auction and I just do not trust the auction. Although, as I was telling to Steph B in the chat, we haven't had much of a reaction to these auctions as of late. No. So wait and see will be the key thing here.
I agree. We're, especially since we're at 17.5. And really not breaking above or really breaking below. So I think the market is kind of taking the same approach you're taking, Adero, which is let me see what this auction has to offer. Yeah, so we'll see here. I'm going to pack my patience. We'll see how this market reacts, if it reacts at all, as Adero kind of alluded to. These auctions have been kind of hit and miss in their importance as of late. Right now, we're getting topping tail candles going through 17.5. So the wick shimmy dance is being done from the sell side at the moment. It doesn't mean that it stays that way, but it is something to make an observation about, especially if you are looking to take something long or short here. Dipping down now below 17.5 into the low 90s. You know, this could take 15, 20 minutes to resolve. It doesn't have to be a touch and dip, like touching 17.5 and then move all the way right back down. Sometimes you watch this, 20 minutes, you'll get 4 or 5 of these 5-minute candles doing the wick shimmy, either from the north or south side. Wow. All right, dip down now into the 80s, into the high 80s. So we do, for the moment, at least find some resistance right now on the future. And Apple kind of experienced that in spades. So I'm happy I got out the top here on AAPL because it came back down to third. I'll be looking to see if it comes back into VWAP and where the market is. If Apple makes its way down to the volume weighted average price at 169 and a fifth, right? And right now it put in ugly topping tail candle there as a result of the pop into 17.5 and reject. So it looks like Apple having issues breaking with that level as well. What else is going on? The soft one is just on the way up, man. It is unabated to the quarterback here, man. Wow, how many green candles in a row? 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to call this one a green candle. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. If you count this huge hammer candle as a green candle, it's 15 in a row. So something's afoot here with Softy, as it did dip aggressively into 388 after closing, guys, at 409 yesterday. So trying to recoup some of the move. Now, what we could do here is we could kind of, a nice way to use fibs, you could drag the fib from the closing print yesterday and drag it to the low on the day, and then see where we're retracing to. Well, we haven't really made it back into that 61% or that 1/3, excuse me, retracement. So that is hanging out around 396, 397. It also happens to be that little bottom before the Huadun came in at the bell, or 5 minutes prior to the bell. So we'll see. We'll see where Softy ends up finding resistance. I feel like you have something to say.
We had the auction just come in
go
there,
ahead.
but the market
Interrupt me, woman.
Well, it didn't react too much. Sorry. I'm so bad at it. I'm like, I need to get better at just being like, hey.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it came in 7-year high yield, actual 4.716% compared to the previous 4.185%. Thank you very much, day trader cut. This is interesting though. The market kind of continued doing its thing 21. I had my finger at the ready to short NVDL at 33.20. And then I didn't because we had that move up. So I said, you know what? We're going to wait. We're going to stay there. Let's have to wait. Let's wait and see. So yeah, not doing too much here. Also, thank you, Darwin, for mentioning this FSRN news for Fisker. We didn't just have Randy over there, so it's like Randy manifested this news. No, I'm joking, definitely did not. But we did have Fisker apparently telling employees that 4 automakers are in talks to buy the struggling startup, says Business Insider. Although, yeah, I did accidentally say startling instead of struggling. Although also Fisker is kind of startling in terms of how badly it's doing.
What is it doing today?
Well, right now it had news, so it's up a little bit here.
18,
FSRN, yeah. Thank you, Darwin, for letting us know about that. What is happening?
There's a person in the chat by the name of Ram. So Ram is like,
Oh,
hi, twin.
NVIDIA, yeah. That Ram wants to look at NVIDIA. So let's look at NVIDIA, not for RAM, but for RAM. That was confusing. So that, really bamboozling topping tail candle, getting into 824s, closing at 822s, then breaking above. Now we're at 825. So yeah, NVDA wants the dream, to quote Chef Joe. And yeah, certainly something nice cooking up there in NVDA. Not the way that Sharif was, Tim, cooking in that Apple long, because that was a great trade, but also cooking as well. Pop and short. 499 super chat, thank you so much. Up big, Akon, you're so beautiful. And PCSA, little winky tongue emoji. Do you have advice for ending the trading session early after a massive green morning? Also, shout out to the chat. Y'all rock. Yeah, the chat does rock, and so do you, Pop and Short. Thank you very much for that super chat. I have to say, I don't know if I'm the best person to give advice on this personally, just because, I mean, when you're on the show, you kind of trade throughout the show, right? But I think sometimes you might want to end a trade early if it's just, you know what you have to do, you have your levels, just get out. Also, the other thing too is ending your session early after a green morning. I mean, I think, if you see a setup you like, feel emboldened to take it, but also if you want to minimize, or if you want to maximize your wins as well, just maybe keep that in mind. It's hard because I try not to trade on P&L, so like I said, I'm not sure if I'm the best person to give advice on this, but if there's not any, I guess don't force yourself into setups. Just think, this is my money I've made. If there's a setup I like, I can use it, but if I don't, hands off. I don't know if that, I think you might have.
I agree with you. I was going to see what the big kahunas had to say as well. But yeah, that's actually really interesting. I mean, you could do a couple of things. You could have a daily goal. You always hear the Katina men say 2 times daily goal, 3 times daily goal. I don't know if Neil has a daily goal. I personally don't have a daily goal. And so you could set that. You hit your daily goal, you walk away. That's one thing. Obviously, you could hit a max loss, right? But it looks like you're talking about, just taking your winners and getting out of Dodge. Hard to say, because you're always, you could say to yourself, yeah, I see that really good setup. I'm leaving money on the table. I think it's really a psychology game at that point, right? So you're going to have to resolve that within yourself. Personally, I really have never thought through the issue because it's not been something that's, that's really come up a whole lot for me, quite frankly. So just giving my opinion on that. Anytime, if you guys want to chime, I know you guys are in a trade. So, but if you had anything to say about that, we'll definitely want to hear from you guys. Now, the other thing is we're still at 17.5. So nothing has happened right now post auction on the futures. We're still literally hanging out at 17.5, a smidge above, a smidge below. We haven't reclaimed it or rejected it. So I'm unsure how to take trades at the moment right now on not just the future, but on the Mag 7, because that's what I've been watching. So I'm watching Softy because it's a little bit unusual strength coming in here. It's still down 3 1/4. I want to see where this one is going to top out at. It initially had resistance at the 20. It didn't hold up at the 50, and now it is really on its way to a 1/3 retracement from yesterday's close to today's low. Right now, it's almost a third of the way back. That's number one. Number two, I'm keeping an eye also on goggles. Goggles had a very strong day as well. Look at that V-shaped retracement, but it's kind of put in a bit of a rounded top at that $0.50 level, just a little bit below the $0.50 level. 156.40, it's now given up the ghost at the whole dollar level, and it's about to break the 50 penny level. I want to see if this one holds up at 155. Couple of reasons. It's the consolidation area top in the pre. It's also where the 50 period is. So let's see if this one curls and tanks back down, or whether it finds its footing. Still, nothing is resolving here on the future. We're like 17.492. I'm unsure exactly how to see this Adara. So as a result of that, I'm not going to take any trades on the Mag 7 at the moment.
Yeah, it's a really tricky time to trade right now. I said way too many alliteration there, but yeah, it's kind of definitely seeing a lot of oscillation between levels, a lot of chop and turn. We're just waiting to kind of figure out, get a sense of direction. So I think oscillating has kind of been the theme of the day as of right now. After that move up there, Sean's saying let's go, so he's getting excited.
The Katina man is short Meta. The Katina man is short Nvidia and Apple, both, all three.
So shout out to that, and you can check that out on More Trader TV Live.
You're feeling bullish? Okay.
That was a joke. I was gonna say, after that stack of bears we had earlier, that'd be quite.
I thought he was scalping. Short 444 on 440 on Meta. Sorry. Yes.
It's like the Jay-Z album 444.
Yeah, it's lost my concentration there
because it's like $440.40.
Yeah.
It's bamboozling. I had the same reaction. Also, let's get going into these lessons. I was very excited about today's lesson. I was pleased as punch, you might say. And I'm weirdly at the end of the PowerPoint, so let's go back. Here we go. Scalping bull flags, capturing fleeting profits in the bull flag. So the bull flag will beckon and be like, come over here with the promise of an uptrend. But who says you have to wait for the big move? Scalping offers a way to capitalize on short-term price fluctuations within the bull flag pattern. Let's get into it. So what is scalping? It's like a butterfly flitting from flower to flower, gathering nectar, going to one tree, then going to another. And scalping is going to be really similar in its essence because you're going from one part of the chart to the next, You have specific levels perhaps in mind. Maybe the butterfly favors a couple different flowers. It's going between, could be like that. And when you scalp, you're kind of trying to get small, quick profits from tiny price movements within a trading range. Now, let's talk about your scalping playground, and that is the bull flag. With its defined range, like the flower gardens say, the bull flag provides a nice environment for scalping. And the consolidation phase especially will offer numerous opportunities to exploit short-term price swings. Here's one example. This is a nice one. This is just like kind of how it might look sometimes. You have your move up, and then look at this top and turn we have within the flag formation. That will give you some bounce opportunities to get in and out of the trade if you feel a bit scalpy. And then you have your breakout. So let's talk about scalping strategies in a bull flag. I'll talk a lot about scalpulation, but how do you know to get into the scalp in the first place? Because there's a lot of different ways to look at it. Support and resistance is a really key one, and this is personally, I think, my favorite for scalping, especially with planning my profit takers and my stops. You want to identify the upper and lower trend lines of the flag, and then buy near support and sell near the resistance level, or the sell near resistance and buy near support if you're short, because the goal is to profit from the price bouncing between these levels. It's like a trampoline. It's like, or bouncing a basketball, like the up and the down. That's what you want to get involved in. Moving averages here also, you might want to use the short-term moving averages, and I do this a lot as well with my 9 EMA, to identify potential entry and exit points. Buy when the price crosses above the moving average, indicating upward momentum, and then sell when it falls below, signaling a potential pullback. Price action as well. You want to look at how the price reacts at the edges of the flag, look for quick reversals after touching the trend lines, which allows you to enter and exit positions based on these short-term movements. What about going beyond the basics, below the surface, deep into the heart of what makes this butterfly fly from flower to flower? I've got too deep in that analogy. What makes this market move here? And how do you scalp in this way? Because there is the allure of frequent profits, you know, the oasis, the imagery in your mind. But you have to keep some things in mind too. Scalping is super fast paced, and you have to constantly monitor it. Like Sharif knows, if I'm in a scalp, that is all I'm looking at.
Oh yeah.
I am like glued, and if I'm not looking at my big chart, it's on my side chart, and I'm ready to punch out with a viciousness. Like you have to have your eyes on the prize, because it can get real dicey in there real fast. And so you do need quick decision making. It also has smaller profits. So because you have tiny price movements, you have to expect smaller gains as well, which also means you have to make your losses smaller, and also make sure that you just consistently execute. And that's why I've been trying to get better over the last few days. Just making sure if I see something I like, keep hitting it with a viciousness. I smacked my own hand there for some reason. But yeah, that's what I was trying to do with that NVDL today, right? Every time it came into my levels, either direction, you just have to take it. So that's one thing about scalping that I find really fun. That's also, I think, maybe one of the more challenging elements to get used to at first. Trading fees are also worth noting, because scalping does involve frequent trades, and trading fees can erode your profits. So you want to choose a platform with lower fees. Also, beware of breakouts. You know, naturally, if you're getting involved in a bull flag, you're going to be cognizant of the fact it could break out without you. So maybe don't go short at the top of the trend, or if you do so, be very cognizant of your stop loss or your ways to mitigate that risk. And you might want to combine scalping strategies with technical indicators like order flow analysis to gauge buying pressure and selling pressure to enhance and beef up your entry and exit points and your profit. Cha-ching. So yeah, that's the look on that lesson of the day, which I was very excited about. Scalpulation Nation.
I love it. And since you started, the market has done absolutely nothing. Still ranging sideways at 17.5. I mean, I took a quick scalp on the TQQs. Now I'm looking at getting in at the top end of the range. I'm talking about that $52.30 area on the TQQs to defend or look for the rejection. I think defend is the wrong word here. That 17.5 level on the NQ. But since that happened, a few other things happened as well. Apple came right back down into 169. It is defending $169, right back up into 169.12. So that level, which was yesterday's close, continues to feature as either a level of resistance or support. Earlier, it did act as support now. Resistance now acting as support. Also, goggles right back into 155 at the 50. This is the area that we mentioned. We're looking for a possible hold up here at the 50 period on Google. Not saying that it's going to hold up at this area, but something to be aware of. There's another couple of reasons. This area here is the consolidation area top in the pre. I know the pre does less volume, but it is, again, something to keep in mind. The thing that keeps me concerned is NVIDIA, because I think as NVIDIA does, as the NQ does these days anyway. And NVIDIA is putting in higher highs and higher lows, okay? This morning, we got as low as 777s in the pre on NVIDIA. Now we're talking about 826. So $50 worth of range on NVIDIA on the day. That's a fantastic move. NVIDIA now up, started the day negative, up 3 2/3% on the day. So we'll keep eyes on that. I'm not going to trade NVIDIA, but I want to see what this future does. And yeah, it really is. Who's pulling the future down here? I mean, like, what's keeping the future down? It's not Meta. Meta's on the way up. It's not Microsoft. Microsoft is curling up. Apple's flat. Tesla's flat. And NVIDIA's going up. So it's goggles. The Katina Man thinks it's Apple and 170 that's keeping this market down. I tend to agree. I mean, it tried to go earlier, and then it had that rejection, that 170.61 HOD. Right now on AAPL, it was a bit of a tougher trade if you were very biased, like I was, at 170 short sale. Because, you had to either DCA into this in order to get your footing under you, or you got stopped out a plethora of times, or however many times, or you didn't put a stop, period, right? Because if you had a stop somewhere, reasonable, I don't know, 170.25, 170.50, all of them got blown out. It was a 170.61 HOD. At least I would have been stopped out. I'm just talking about myself here. So anyway, keeping an eye on that. The market still hasn't resolved one way or another, so I'm staying clear of any trades right now on the Mag 7 until this market figures out a direction, and it may not. While the market figures out its life and its circumstances there, the soft one doesn't care. It's on the way up. It hasn't quite broken through that 1/3 retracement on the fibs quite yet, but it is still putting in higher lows. So no question about that. Softy, an excellent recovery off the bottom there, and a sustained slow recovery at that. You haven't had aggressive bamboozlement on this way up, which makes me feel bad for not trading it to the high side. That's my problem, not yours. Keeping an eye out. Okay, so 155 did hold, and the 50 period absolutely did hold here on goggles. Nice move up into the $0.50 here. Should have put my money where my mouth is on that one, but I didn't want to jump in because of the future. So kind of hard for me, at the moment, missing out on this trade, but that 155 holds up on the 50 on goggles. Where are we here with the future? Still nothing's afoot. Let's have a look at some small cap gappers. What happened to this money one, MNY? Okay, so it's printing days high. Shout out to Fat Figga, man. Look, good call out by you, Fat Figga. I just can't trade this because, number one, it's a little spready for a $2 name. It's a 5 penny spread. Why the hell is it 5 pennies at these levels? It's done 6 million shares, which isn't that much by 120 for a $2 name. But the fact of the matter is printing higher highs and higher lows. I hope you're printing on it, Fat Figga, because that is a good look there. In the exact opposite way of YYGH. What? Yeah, I know. We've been dealing with that for a while because he's had that name forever. Shout out to him. Yeah, one of the OGs in the chat. That's no doubt about that.
Yeah, that's a nice look there. Also, thank you, Stupid Bitcoin. So we mentioned that RBRK, it's hard to say that name casually. RBRK, that IPO, we did talk about that a little bit earlier. So we'll bring this back up here again, saying it's a live IPO, 60K average volume. Shout out to Jay Lee saying earlier, I think he got out most if not all of this. So shout out to you. I think you had like 3803s or something. That's a great price. Great look there at RBRK. Right now, let's switch to the 1 minute because I think with these IPOs, sometimes you want to see that 1 minute look. This base here at 38, honestly, this 38 to 38.40 is kind of tasty, and I should have been looking at that.
Are you all about the base?
All about that base, No trouble. I'm all about that, but I also don't want any trouble in this trade. So we're gonna have to be careful there. That is for dang sure. But yeah, right now, rubric seems to be following this rubric of this VWAP area. We had a little bit of chop and turn below VWAP, now bouncing off just above VWAP, so that's something I want to look at. Also, though, my TQ, okay, well, someone's roaring, so
yes,
I think Happy Bears are here again, it sounds like. Meta, NVIDIA, Apple?
Meta?
Yes.
440.40 Meta, NVIDIA 826.60. 826-ish, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. 826.50. So nice look there. NVD, yeah, Sean killing it with that NVDA. TQ is breaking down. Okay, this is interesting, but we still haven't gotten below my level. I wanted to see 52.06. We keep bouncing at 52.08. So I'm going to stay at this for now. The plan of this was to scalp. I might have to scalp this earlier. I like that 52.30 area because we had that nice 90 MA bounce. We have the one that, like, you know, these candles are a little bit bearish, which is why I'm very cautious. But, you know, risking about like 9 pennies, trying to get into that 52.30. So I'm okay trying to make about 15, risking about 9 pennies. Again, my very strange mathematical risk to reward ratios. But I like that 90 MA bounce for now, so I'm going to stay in this. We're going to be calm, stay cool, calm, collected. 3 things that I'm not always great at being, especially in these markets, which is why I like scalping, because you get to move a little bit faster. But I do like this look for now. We're going to try to get out just shy of 30s. Let's go, TQQs.
Bang.
Do your thing. 21. NVDA, though, I still like this short idea on NVDA that Sean is short 826.50. So, yeah, quite a few dollars in the money there. Congrats. Yeah, I honestly, if I. Sorry, pardon?
Bidding 821.
821 bid for NVDA for Sean. So that will be, oh, I have to get under my TQ. It's going to be $5 in the money. What's the right key on this? There we go. Okay. We are out of TQs. Bit of a loss there. I said TQs have been my weakest name today. It's all good. We're still up on the day.
Baby.
And all good, baby, baby. Yeah, but it was not all a dream. This market is real, and it's live, and it's giving you opportunities.
Yes.
Keep the dream alive.
Everything is headed down now except Tesla. Everything's curling down. The soft one, Meta is headed down. The Future, goggles, chart, as well as, well, yeah, NVIDIA is definitely headed down. It's $3 off the top, baby. So yeah, some stuff. Things are happening finally in the future. Okay, so now how are we going to work this in? I want to see what we're going to do here. So Meta at the 20 period, big retracement off that 441 top. Here comes 435 in that 20 period. Below the 20 period is the 50 period, believe it or not. 420 to 432 and 2/3. So keep that in mind there. Softies at the 10 period as well. Apple's doing its dance. So this is a range trade here starting to take place on Apple. As soon as I said that, Adara jumped in. I love it. No, it's only been a little while here, Adara, with 169.25 to the high side and essentially yesterday's closing print at 169 to the low side. It's been a decent time here for Apple. There was that outlying event that got us into the $0.50, but it since has reclaimed that same level again. Shout out to the Katina man. He's short these markets, baby, and he's printing. Say that again. He's bidding on NVIDIA at 821. So he changed it to 822. He's moving that up a bit. That's still a 4-banger off the top. Shout out to him. Like Tate McRae. You know she's Canadian?
Yeah.
She's from Alberta. The Katina man knows. He's printing.
Really?
I did not know that. No, I did not know. I don't like hockey. By Canadiana, yeah, she's a prairie girl like you.
Oh yeah,
There you go.
I guess Alberta's maybe more prairie than we are, but yeah.
Oh.
Shout out to Tate McRae. Shout out to her. I love that we're shouting out young Canadians there. So go, Sean. Did not know she was at the NHL All-Star game.
Neither did I.
Also, this FBL, this is how I'm going to trade Meta. If I could short this, I'd probably short this here because I like that kind of consolidation and move to the downside. I'm not comfortable taking Meta while live trading because I am still very new. But you know what is ranging? Rangy as heck, I might add. Tesla. Look at this.
What is it doing?
Like, oh my gosh, this 164, what is it, 164.80 top down into 163.90. The one thing that makes me nervous is we are seeing slightly higher lows. But honestly, then I'll go, I have no problem going long there. I mean, we'll go long the bottom here, 68 or 684. Yeah, I was going to say we're going to go low, but that only gives you like 2 or 3 pennies. Like the amount of shares I'd have to take with this, I don't know if it's going to be worth it for R&R. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. I am interested, but I definitely want to wait to make sure I have a level I like. Also, I wanted to do my analysis on the Tesla because shout out to Craig Taylor saying, because I was saying, oh, I guess I got my analysis wrong on that TQQ short. He said you should never do your analysis on the TQQ, only on the Qs with a plethora of exclamation points. So I appreciate you saying that because I think that's a good point. Because I can trade with the little sister, but I'm not going to really get the same vibe, you know, as I will if I look at the big sister, so the Qs or Tesla or NVIDIA. So thank you very much for that Craig Taylor, much appreciated. I love that we're always able in this chat, in this community, to get ideas and learn from each other. But someone's taking its bite out of that tasty
Yeah,
apple
I'm
range.
trying to trade this range. We'll see if the range ends up holding up here on the Apple. What's going on, Katina, man? The 170 short, sorry, yeah, Apple, yeah. You're still holding that, eh? Ridiculous, man. Yep, look. Okay, well, I was gonna read it out. Top right corner, I've been handed the sticky note, 170SS, means short sale. Already short here in the pre. Thanks, Katina, man. Wrong, by the way. Yes, it did. It did. 170, 170.50. We talked about that big pop on Apple to bamboozle some the weaker traders like myself who would have been stopped out of that 170. I would definitely not have given it, I promise you that, to 170.61. So that's kind of my look there. We're long Apple now at 04s, looking for this range to hold up. The future is down into 75. It's not tanking, but it is down off that 17.5 touch. I'm looking at Tesla here, and for whatever reason, there is this accumulation that's happening at 165. So we're getting all these topping tail candles into 165 bucks, all of which are rejecting, but not with any vigor. And we're on top of that putting in higher lows on each subsequent candle. So there's an accumulation, possibly a flat top break here through 165 on Tesla. I saw somebody in the chat say it looked like a bear flag, and they're not wrong. Actually, that's an astute observation there. I got to tell you the truth. But, you know, not everything that we see that looks similar to a pattern ends up being a pattern, but that's a good observation by you. If we break 165 with vigor here, I think we could easily see that 166.5 top, if not a 167 break. That's essentially the high of day. 166.88 is the high of day on TSLA. What else is popping off? Up goes the future again, looking to take that 500 point level. So yeah, I mean, I just didn't feel like we had tanked off that level in the way that I was looking for, but the retracement came in, at least initially, off 17.5, took us down to 17.4 and a third, and it's helping a lot of these Mag 7 names find its footing. Look at the soft one. It went right down into the 50 period, which is overlapping with the 20 period, mind you, and now it's putting a bit of a hammer candle-ish. The 395 bottom there, right back into that 395 and 2/3. So we'll keep eyes on that as well. The range on Apple at least holding up for now. It's not really doing a whole lot. We're a few pennies in the money, nothing to celebrate, trust me. Trust me, bro. Do you know about that? You don't know about the trust me, bro?
What is this from? It sounds
Oh, I'm going to have to tell you off camera.
Okay.
Yeah, but okay. You will be informed about the trust me, bro. But it is quite funny. Google, okay, so I mentioned this one earlier, and this is absolutely holding up. Goggles is holding up very well at 155. It's also the 50-period moving average. It's also the pre-market consolidation top. Nice move, 50 penny banger off that move there, Adara. Let's see if Goggles can make it back to the high side here.
Yeah, I mean, I love this take on the market from Kenny D here. Woo. Buy calls and sleep. So yeah, definitely the market feeling that a little bit,
okay.
Including Baba. Lots of people mentioning, Darwin saying Baba 75, Baba Candy, HPR Romania, mentioning Bob. Wow, Alibaba. Look at this volume pop too. This is a flat top break if I've ever seen one.
Oh.
Look at this, 74.90.
Wow, that's excellent.
Higher highs, higher lows. This is a nice look. Beautiful breakout. Shout out to Neil for having that long early, because we know this one had that nice move up and then it fell a little bit as Janet Yellen made some mentions of China and China's economic situation. I don't know if that's exactly what made this move down, but worth noting the timing of that. So nice. Oh, you're still in, Baba. Sorry, I did not realize that. Oh, new position. Okay. Oh, so yeah, Neil. Still in Baba, new position, a reload there. So shout out and shout out to Neil for that nice look here on BABA. Also, I'm still looking at Roblox. This one's been on my mind. I think this could be a bull flag, and I kind of want to get involved as much as this is not my type of trade. But I do like that we're consolidating. We had that massive move up. You know what, Adara? You like it? Get involved. I want to get involved at 35.48. We'll risk it if we break below 35.49. I don't think we're going to get it. I think I might be too late to the party, but hopefully it lets me into the party nonetheless, because I would love to join and dance with Roblox to the upside. Also, NVDL, I tried to take a short scalp on this. It didn't work, but I'm proud I got it exactly where I needed to. So I got it initially on this because this was a resistance area, and then we had that chop and turn earlier, came to support. We fell right into that NVDL. We chopped and turned again. I should have gone long this, and that's a lesson I've learned, but I wanted to go short because I noticed we were kind of fading there a little bit. Got short, risked 10 pennies there, got out. So pleased as punch with how I executed the trade. I've learned sometimes even if the trade doesn't work in your favor, you can learn a lot just by getting out in a clean way and everything you do within the trade, right? Like each trade is an opportunity to learn how to react to that situation, react to that movement, take the opportunity to get involved and just see what happens. So that's a huge thing I've learned. Memphis Street Doc saying volume's too low on Roblox. Volume's like, 4.6 mil. It's not great volume. I should have looked at that more too. Thank you, Memphis Street Doc, for pointing that one out. I mean, it's a pretty small position. It's just, again, something I want to just practice getting involved in names. I'm not even sure I'll be able to get into this because we're about 5 pennies away, and I don't want to be chasing waterfalls here. So you know what I mean. I need to give the stock all that TLC. We're gonna wait and see. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Stick to the trend lines and the patterns you're used to. I need to stop singing, but Snapchat cannot stop moving ahead of its earnings today.
Yeah.
This nice little curl continued. There were some nice dip buy opportunities off this 9 EMA. Yeah, this one moved up in a snap. I have to say, it'll be interesting to see how these earnings go. Meta, we know, mentioned AI. That went down. Microsoft and Google, we're going to have to see, because I saw some analyst notes this morning, just some analysts, market people, market reporters just saying, hey, maybe the market's getting tired of AI mentions, because Zuck was very into the AI and the markets did not like all those AI mentions, all the CapEx. So we're going to have to see how some of these AI-related names fare.
Apple's on the way down, so I get stopped out of that position as the market moves up and Apple moves down. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. And Tesla moving up nicely there through 165 again. So Apple, a bit counter market at the moment, but Tesla isn't. Tesla's doing real well at the moment here through 165, looking at 165.50. So we'll keep an eye on that. Amazon as well moving up. Literally all the Mag 7 names except Apple on the high side at the moment. So we tried to establish this range on Apple. Alas, it was not to be. So we will keep eyes on this market. Now, is it time here to take the TQQQs long? Oh, we're short the TQQQs at this level, so I had a resting order at 30s, so we'll see exactly what we're going to get here, right back into those highs, but I think that we do take these highs out, so I'm going to give this one a bit of a short leash here on the TQQQs. Adira, I just sent it to you to put my stop.
Yeah, I wish I had something to say to you guys. Yeah, I appreciate everybody apparently very down for waterfalls. Someone was like, I was listening to waterfalls, so good times there. I honestly, if anyone's seeing anything they like, let me know. Roblox, I definitely missed the move on that, and I have no interest in chasing, so I'm going to have to wait. Thank you, D420 Meds Music. I love that name. It's giving me something to look at here. Do you think the IWM will break 196 today? I used to trade this one quite frequently in the sim. It's not one I'm comfortable trading live yet with my buying power, but I say yet because we learn and grow, and who knows. This IWM breaking 196, this is an interesting look. I pushed back on my chair because I got excited there. But yeah, so I see what you mean. We had this move down. When I did the small cap recap, IWM was feeling some type of way, but it was starting to curl back up. We had definitely some resistance at that earlier resistance area, 195.40. Then we chop and turn around VWAP a bit, come back, make a slightly higher high, ride the 90 EMA for a bit, get the way up, knock on the door of 196, and then we come back down to that previous area. Then we come right back up. We're creeping towards 196. I think the resilience of this, to me, gives me a sign maybe we could get into 196, but it is noting the volume with which we fell from that 196 area outweighed the volume with which we got towards that 196 area. So there seems to be some sellers lurking under the water in this IWM. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to see what happens here. I think it does seem like it wants to get to that level, and by that, when I say it wants to, I mean we have that continued movement. Every time we get a little bit lower here, we keep moving to the upside. So we're gonna have to see what IWM does. Right now, about 20 pennies away. Nicole Harris here with the super
Shout
chat.
out to Hotlanta, baby. Shout out to Nicole Harris. $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Nicole. I mentioned NEM on the chat around 10 a.m. Now it's really moving. Can you have a look at the levels, please? Happy Thursday, family. Happy Thursday to you, Nicole. Shout out one of the definite OGs in the chat, Nicole Harris, baby. Shout out to Elena. All right, let's have a look at NEM. This one is Newmont. We mentioned this one a little bit earlier. This one is a big banger earnings winner. Shout out to Alfred and his investment in that company. I know that he loves this one. So with respect to levels, let's pull this bad boy up. NEM, the ticker. Okay, so right away, I see a bit of divergence here between price and RSI. So I don't know. I'm not trying to call tops, obviously, on anything. I think did I call this earlier that there was price RSI divergence on this?
I think you did, yeah.
On Newmont? Yeah, so then if it's a second time, it's definitely not a charm here, but we're putting in lower highs on the RSI, not necessarily lower highs on the price. So keep that in mind, Nicole. With respect to getting in on this name, I think your best bet is to try to get in on the 10 period moving average. That's the green solid line, all the retracements into the 10 period. Each and every single one has been bought up subsequent to this one over here at 10:05 a.m. So I think, you know, I'm not trying to say you're safe or anything buying up the 10 period, but it seems to be the safest of the bets if I had to choose at the moment. So good look there. And it looks like this market absolutely is headed back up into the highs. 15,525. Don't forget about that level. That is the overnight high on the future. We're about a few points away from that right now at 17,516. So we'll see if we can break the top there on the future. I'll tell you, NVIDIA, high a day, and that's probably the reason why we're at the near the high a day on the futures right now. NVIDIA continues to print high of days, higher highs, higher lows for the monster. It's up almost now 4% on the day. It's looking to take that 830 level and come back into yesterday's high. Yesterday's high takes us into that 840. I think at the highest was 845. I think these were institutional level prints. Subsequent to the bell, it was at 840 level that we have to be concerned of. That's about $12 though from where we're currently trading. So a ways away a little bit. Let's see if we can make it all the way back up there. The soft one, though, right back up. This is a mystery, but you should have had one. I should have had this. This was a beautiful looking hammer candle, and there you go. To the high side, go softy. We could see 400 today on softy. I mean, we really could. 397 incoming, 396.76 right now is the high. But if it continues to have its way, I think we could easily see that 400 print come in on Microsoft on the day. There comes 525. We broke high day now on the future. It is a new high of day, 17,531, and that's taking all these Mag 7 names a little bit higher. Softy and NVIDIA, chief among them. They're both printing high days right now. We're off highs on mostly everything else. Actually, Amazon just printed highs as well. It's a bit of a slower, steady trade there for Amazon coming into that 173 area, but it just printed a new high of day. Adair.
That new, I was basically think of crank that, like soldier. Why we crank
oh,
that?
Yeah,
that soldier. Yeah, so I was basically thinking that.
Did you do that dance?
Oh, I couldn't. I remember we had a sock hop in like grade 4 and everybody was doing that, and I did not know what I was doing. I was like awkwardly watching other people trying to copy the move.
Love it.
I never did the dance.
Neither did I.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess I know there was like a lot of that, but yeah, SoFi right now doing a lot of this movement to the upside. I was trying to get involved in this. Yeah, this is kind of an excessive amount of entry points, I realize, but I'm interested. If I get 50s and 49s, I'm okay with that. I'm getting out if we break below 47s, and I'm willing to actually ride this guy to the high side a little bit more. I want to see what we do at 54s, then at 57s. I'm just trying to build a position. I don't think we'll get filled. I think my timing on this was a skosh late. I got involved right before we had that nice, or I was trying to get involved right before we had that nice pop to the upside, so I should probably, I'm going to have to cancel these. I don't think we're going to get this opportunity. Also, this is a sign to me. I'm like, Adara, why'd you only risk 2 pennies on SoFi? If I'd risked 1 extra penny, we would have got everything we wanted on that trade. So that's one thing. I think I was a little bit too, maybe too conservative with my risk there for that SoFi, because risking only 2 pennies for like a 3, that wasn't probably the
Market's
vibe.
pumping.
It's
Are
amazing.
you seeing this? We're about to hit 50 points here, 17,550. As quickly as we broke through the 100-point level at 500, we're about to touch the 50-point level. And there's NVIDIA 830. Everything is pumping up right now. Even Apple got off the lows there, reclaim 169. Wowzers. How do we play this, though? Just not punching in at these longs. It's just not my style. tougher play here. What do we look at? I want to mention this as well. Mara, what a recovery today on Mara. This one dipped aggressively. It was down like 6% on the day. Mara's up 6% since the bell. It's still down 1/5% on the day. This one dipped aggressively into 1750, and now we're breaking through 19 again. Do we have, no, BPI is not here. I was going to ask him what his look on Mara was, but he's not at his desk at the moment. Yeah, we'll keep eyes on Mara. I just want to mention that for all the crypto heads out there. That one was able to recover nicely off the highs. So good look there. Man, I'm just not, I don't have the read on this market at the moment. Yeah, I'm gonna stay put. That retracement into the 200 period on the future was the long there. All right, well, what else we have over here? Day trader cut. Neil always says sometimes you have to buy high and sell higher. Don't mind the pump. Get in, brother. You're right, man. I mean, that's absolutely right. It's absolutely accurate. You know, you're not always going to buy at lows and sell high. That's a pipe dream. You got to sometimes buy high and sell higher. It's just, where do I get in? I need nice areas of retracement. So I'm just going to pack my patience here. There's about 20 minutes left on the show. We'll see what we get.
Yeah, I'm trying to get involved in Mara here. I want to join that marathon to the upside.
Ooh.
I don't know if this is going to work. I don't like that we weren't able to break above that 1910 high, but I think there's some scalping potential here. It is scalp day or for the bull flags, and I love scalpulation over here on this desk. So I want to see what happens here. I like this 1890, then I want to add at 1885, which in my opinion is the true bottom of this. If we break below 1880, so pretty tight risk. And I mean, when I always want to look for the breakthrough with the viciousness, right? If we like bounce, I'm cool staying in. In fact, that gives me confidence in the trade. If we break down with the viciousness, we're gonna have to cut that marathon short and end up, you know, getting driven the rest of the way through to that marathon, because that's not gonna end up working for me. Let's wait and see what happens. I think I might have been again a little bit too conservative with my entry point. So we're gonna switch this to 95s. Not trying to chase, but just watching what this market's giving me. If the market was giving me a higher high and or higher low and I want a long, who the heck am I to complain? Go ahead, Mara. Do your thing, 21.
21.
Rob P saying Mara needs to break 1920. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that's definitely a resistance area. I'm interested in just scalping this to high of day. Like that, you know what I mean? That's kind of my vibe. If I can take like 15, 20 pennies on this, that's always something I'll be interested in. SMCI is going, says King Bradicus.
Oh.
I love that name. Lots of people have mentioned this one. Up 5%. I mean, King Bradicus, you are not at all wrong. But I just really want to say the name again because it's a great name. This SMCI, definitely to the upside. Riding this 90 MA. Very few troubles either on its way to the upside. Nothing, if it did have a problem, it was just a micro problem. This has been a super look to the upside. I want to see what we do here, though, at this 796. I said that, though, when we got to 774 and we struggled. A stock can have a big move up and take a pause to breathe before continuing its momentum. So I do not at all want to say anything bad about this SMCI here. I'm just going to be watching and see if we break that 800. We know sometimes a stock getting to a key level, especially 100, like, you know, $5, $10 level, especially $100 level.
Oh, yeah.
SMCI 800 could get a skosh spicy here. It's the word I keep using to refer to SMCI. But if we're not calling SMCI spicy, what stock can we call spicy, Sheree? Really? Really?
I don't know, Adara. I like how you're the one telling me what can be called spicy. Do the people know?
I have a spice tolerance of a really small child. Like
I don't know why you describe it like that.
I
though.
cannot have any
like I
spice.
don't like
Sometimes
spicy.
I can't even have pizza sauce. Certain pizza sauces I can't even do. Some marinara sauces are too much.
love it.
Sharif will always come back, like he'll come back from the big desk. He'll be like, "Is it spicy?" And I'll be like, "Yes or no."
And I offer to taste it for sometimes, but I got the Invisalign on, and that's a whole project to take that stuff off. So it's a whole thing. Guys, we're at the 20 period again on Meta. And this is very interesting to me because the 20 period held last time around. The 20 period is a little low from where we are right now. So I could sit there at 436.5, but I don't know if we make it down there, especially with this wick already coming down into that 436 3/4. So we're right now at 437.5, but yeah, you know how Meta is. It moves 30, 40 pennies at a time sometimes, like it's doing right now. But the point is, it's holding that 20 period, and we're not really tanking here off the future. We did find resistance at the 50-point level on the NQ June contract, which has helped some of these Mag 7 names retrace. That is unless its name is Apple. Apple seems to be moving completely counter to the market today. When the market comes down and retraces, Apple goes back up and vice versa. That's a little annoying because we've been trying to time some of these range trades with Apple with the market. Alas, it did not work. So I will here be interested in a trade on the Zucker train at these levels. I do like the 20-period hold, so we're going to try to take a dip trade and we get long there. Line in the sand is going to be a break of 436, so we'll pack our patience on that. We're long 436.95s. Let's see if we can get a bounce back up on these here markets. What else are we looking at? Softy's been dancing with 397 for a while. Up goes Meta, so we'll take some, we'll try to take beak wetter there, but you know how Meta is. Meta makes you wait, and there it is, baby. Nice little move up, 40-penny winner on Meta. Let's see if we can make it back to 440 or thereabouts. It is a decent hold at the moment of the 20-period moving average on Meta, and the future popped back up a little bit since I got in, so please just punch with that. Almost $1 in the money on this Meta trade.
Congrats.
Let's see if we can move up into 440, Adara. That would be just ideal.
I mean, I hope you get your move into 440. I am in the future, or I'm in the TQs. So, I mean, I really want that there. I took this because I like that kind of wick here. I like that we resisted in that earlier pop into 52.40, which, by the way, is my stop. And I said, you know what, Adara? This is not your type of trade, but in some ways it is. You did have that resistance. You had that nice little support area. You watched, you waited, you were patient. We didn't even break below 52.50s when you got in. I don't know, I'm talking to myself, to people, but it's all good. I like the CQs, and I'm excited. I'm actually waiting for a high of day break, which is very out of character for me, but we're a couple pennies away. Once we break above, I want all the smoke. I'm taking this. We're taking names. And I'm really proud of myself for taking this trade because I liked it. Oh my gosh, high of day break. I swear my stomach did like a drop there. This was like,
I have to show you up, bro.
I'm really
I have
proud.
to show you up. Good for you.
Thank you so much.
Good for you.
Don't know how much higher we're going to push here, but I'd like to see at least 70s. That would be certainly pleasing for me, pleasing as punch. The rest of these Mag 7 names getting a nice little pop. So are these TQs. This is. Wow, we're gonna take 75s. We'll take 75s. No, I'll take 73s. I just want to get out of this. So happy with this, guys. I'm very happy as well. I got to take this trade in front of everybody here. I'm like getting a little red in the face a bit. That was a roller coaster, but it was a roller coaster that was really fun to take. And someone as well was saying in the chat, like, you know, sometimes, or as Neil says, buy high and sell higher sometimes. Times I got the dip I wanted. I took that opportunity, and we never got into Mara. So Mara's doing nothing, but I'm still waiting. Nice. How are you doing?
Good. We took that buck on a little bit more actually on Meta, and then it went another $1. So yeah, that's okay. We'll try to work on the patience game over time. Nice move though. Happy with it. Very positive on Meta today. It's been by far my best stock on the day. We've taken this long. We've taken it short. And I was going to say everything in between, but there's really nothing else. It's either long or short, baby. So we'll keep eyes on that. The soft one is on the way up, baby. I can't believe this recovery on Microsoft today and on a lot of these names, quite frankly. Great moves up for all of them. We're not at high a days on everything, but we are a high a day on Microsoft, high a day on NVIDIA, and very close to high a day on Google. We are printing high of day now on the future. I think we probably see 17.6. Guys, we were as low as 17.3. It's going to be, if we get to 17.6, it's going to be another 300-point day. That's what we look for as day traders. We don't necessarily care whether we close up or down as long as that there is that intraday volatility to present us with opportunity for profit taking. And today, it has been there. Okay, and tomorrow it might be there as well. We do get the Federal Reserve's preferred measure of inflation, the PCE. Keep your eye out on that. The last few prints have all come a little high, and that's gotten a lot of talk in these markets about whether we're going to cut this year. Brendo telling me this morning that we're going as far deep as December. There are no more price cuts priced in by odds makers for these markets. Obviously, the Fed has their opinion about how things are going to go. They had the dot plot, Katina Man, and the dot plot said 3 rate cuts, echoing what they said in December. Nothing changed. We will see if they're accurate and whether they follow through with what they've said because, well, these markets are doing things. And but what I did like today was we got a weaker GDP print.
That's
if
true.
you're looking for a little bit of softness in the market, right? I mean, like if the market's printing, if you're printing a 3 and 4 handle every month on the growth of the economy, why would you hit the brakes? I mean, I'm
Right?
sorry, why would you
Yeah.
start cutting, right? I mean, I don't know.
That makes sense.
So
Yeah. I mean, this market doesn't make much sense. So this has been like such a move. I'm really happy with it. TQQ trade.
Yeah, I'm really happy for you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I decided to leave Mara be because I think she's gonna just need to run on her own a little bit. You know, some people like to run like with people. Some people like to run solo. I didn't have an area. It didn't get into an area I liked on Mara. I didn't want to go chasing, so I had to let it leave. Congrats to Bears versus Bulls cashing out on some. Now having SPY puts overnight and now cashing out in some SPY calls. So shout out to you, being bearish and bullish, living up to the name. There is Bears versus Bulls. This has been such a fun market to look at and be a part of. Let's look at that rubric, that IPO from earlier. It's just such a good move. Thank you guys. Thank you this community. This has just been such a fun day, I think, and hopefully rewarding and fun for everybody. Neil calling that 38 area a couple minutes ago in the chat. Neil said that's going to be the last time rubric bounces off 38. Who was right? Neil Roberts. So yeah, we broke down here on this rubric, RBRK. And I would call this, Sharif, can you use your button here?
Oh my good, on what? The
Flat
flat
bottom break.
bottom? Absolutely, wow, that was a hell of a flat bottom break, baby.
Lower highs, flat bottom, swoop to the downside, or sorry, quaduk to the downside for this RBRK. I don't know how many people are trading this. I know Stupid Bitcoin mentioned it. And I know also Jay Lee said he was involved in this earlier. So shout out to you. I think this certainly there were some opportunities there. Mara continuing to kind of curl here, so we're going to have to see what this does. Someone earlier was saying, why do you guys only look at Mara? And I mean, we could look at some other stuff too. Let's look at Coin. Let's look at some of these other Bitcoin-related names, because why not? I just think Mara, as someone was saying in the chat as well, Mara tends to move with a swiftness that I think is really fun for day trading. Coin, though, also moving really nicely here. Kind of a similar look here, higher highs, higher lows. Also, I'll say for myself, the reason I trade Mara is because as someone who recently went live, I find it a little bit more affordable and more manageable for my trading style. There is also CONL, though, which volume not bad on this. This is the Coin ETF.
Oh, I remember you showed that.
CONL. This one up 1.6 billion shares, so not great, but definitely not negligible, to use a Sharifism either. So take a quick look at Tesla before I pass it over. Tesla trying to make this, this is a nice look on Tesla. Tesla trying to break into 166.50. Let's see if the Cybertruck has enough room to vroom to the upside.
Well, if they open these doors, maybe they will. Guys, B-A-C-K. I wrote Mara because Daryl was talking about Mara. I didn't act. Why are you sorry? It's me who should be sorry here. B-A-C-K, big boy mover showing up here. The volume just coming in on this monster. It's been halted a couple of times now to the high side. The first here at 480. That was a 10-minute halt, so pack your patience. It may not open up in 5. Then we rocketed up again, 635. Halted, $6.35 is the halt price. I'll tell you the tap super quick on this bad boy over here. BACK, $7.48 right now is the tap. That's $1.13 away north of the current closing halt price right now on BACK. What is this monster? iMac, say neat. He's like, bring back the Big Mac. Yeah. iMac Holdings owns and manages health and wellness centers that deliver sports medicine, orthopedic care, and restorative joint and tissue therapies for movement, yada, yada, yada. Guys, it's a $7.33 million market cap, and that's with a move from a closing print of $350 yesterday to $635 right now. So literally, yesterday was a $3 million market cap. The float, you ask. Nobody asked, but I'm going to tell you. 948,000 shares, minuscule float, sub 1 million. Be careful with this one. This one could absolutely rip your face off, both good and bad. Let's find out if there is a short float worth reporting. Yes, it's not negligible. 6.25% of the float is shorted, so keep that in mind when you are looking to go north. And it probably behooves us here to do the daily chart analysis so we can figure out where these shorts could be at. So this is a former runner. You can clearly see that from the zigzagging chart. It opens up. It has a monster move up. It has a move down. It's been moving bigly. It really started moving here in March. It had a good day in March to $4. and then started putting in higher lows. So this is not a bad look here. This company's been putting in higher highs and higher lows, but it is bamboozling. I mean, look at this kind of candle over here. You get in at $5.50, $5, and then it ends up closing at $3.63. Not a bad look. For all my small cap traders, BACK could provide you opportunities into the afternoon, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, certainly no looking back, back. Nice levels there. Also, this was from earlier that I forgot to say from the board manager, shout out to you, saying that you took a buck on Zuck. So,
oh,
yeah.
I did.
Yeah,
that's a sick one. I like that.
Right?
I
saw that and I was like, I have to find this because I forgot. So shout out to that.
Can I complain about this trade a little bit? Didn't I say 440? Why do I do that?
It's a great look, though.
Why do I do that?
As a scalper, I can't really call. You know what I mean? Like, I take what I want.
I got you.
I think shout out to you. You did have your buck on Zuck.
It's okay. Buck on Zuck. I love that.
There you go.
I like that. It's very good.
And you didn't play Zuck Goose with your profits, which I also think
I
is
didn't,
to
yeah.
commend. You took those profits.
It's nice to see you, Adair.
So shout out to you know, and you didn't need good Zuck. You just did it without, you didn't need luck
Which
on that.
Zuck was it? Mr. Steal Your Data or Mr. Steal Your Girl? I love that. I love that.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
Also, what else was happening here? There was something. Oh yeah, Donnie Zimbabwe. Thank you so much for your super chat. $4.99 super chat from Donnie Zimbabwe. Holy crap. 825, 830, and NVIDIA call sold. Ring that bell, y'all. Chart. So shout out to you. Can we ring that? Maybe we can spend the money there.
Absolutely.
I was pressing my buttons.
You don't have to convince me to do that.
Thank you. We know this was Sharif's favorite. When he was watching, when he was in the chat, he loved making Sean spin that money button. So yeah, shout out to Donnie Zimbabwe. He's making that money. Congrats to you. It is always, I think it's always nice sometimes too. It's like you have that move up and then you just get out. You celebrate and you keep going. And I think, I want to say too, I'm really proud of this TQQ trade, and I want to talk about it for a second as well, if I may. Because one thing, and this is what I think FOMO is really hard, and I think I honestly have it more sometimes when I don't scalp. And I want to explain why that is. Because if I scalp, I know I have a plan. I said, I just want to take this to high of day because that would be something that's a little bit scarier for me. So I just want to make sure I clinch those profits. So even though we did make it a higher, we'd have made it about like, 20, 24 pennies higher, but I wouldn't have felt as comfortable in that because sometimes too, if you stay in longer, you end up losing. And I've said sometimes FOMO can make you lose more. So I'm just happy I have my 18 pennies because I followed my plan for it. And I'm pleased as punch about that. So, and I know that's kind of, I guess, a simplistic way of looking at it because FOMO is a very complicated thing and FOMO can manifest in different ways for different people. But I found, at least for myself, I sometimes avoid FOMO, ironically, by just getting out a little bit earlier and then knowing if the opportunity sets up again, we can get back in and hopefully, you know, make less L's and take more M's. Shout out to Mr. 21 Savage. Yeah, this has been such a fun day. Day Trader Cut, thank you. Happy you're here. Get some hotkeys, says Memphis Street Doc. Yeah, I need to get some more keys set up there. That is for sure.
That's all good.
AMD, Curtis Sipes mentioning AMD. We haven't seen a lot of mentions of AMD today, or I've seen them in the chat, but I haven't looked at this, so that's my bad. This AMD had a nice little long extended bull flag, then flooped to the upside. That's a nice look. Let's see what we do here at this 9 EMA. Where we're kind of looking to bounce. But yeah, sorry for this wick here. Higher highs, higher lows for the most part. AMD hasn't really had an AM dump. Or not much AM downside. So 2 minutes left. This is crazy.
Yeah, I was looking for the video because I know I screen captured me bothering Sean on the show, and he was reading out my comment.
Oh
yeah,
my
I will
gosh.
find it. I will find it. I wanna find that. Yeah, man. I had like a dedicated TV to the show, so I set up my and like the Katina man and Neil were like part of the fam every day for me, waking up, and that was during the pandemic too. So everybody and their mother, cousin was home, right? All right, guys, a couple of minutes left on the show. It's been a very, very volatile day today. We obviously had that GDP number. The jobless claims come in early at 8:30. That precipitated a big down move in this market. But as you can see by looking at the chart on the futures, we have been incrementally making our way back up. Meta also reported big after the earnings yesterday, and it tanked as big as I've seen since 2021. We could get more of that. We have Microsoft today. We have Goggles today. Big Mag 7 names. Make sure to catch that with Adara now and the Katina Man on the Market Recap Show. They're going to have that all for you live, baby. two big names that are reporting today, and I'm sure we're going to have plenty to trade tomorrow after these names report. Can't wait. It's going to be a hell of a Friday. And like you mentioned, there's a whole host of companies that are reporting tomorrow morning.
I mean, I'm excited. We'll give you the intel on Intel. We'll give you Snap and a Snap. We'll see what's streaming on Roku. We're going to give you too many puns there to end the day.
All good.
But yeah, it's been a really fun day, guys. As Off Grid says, no FOMO, only JOMO, and I couldn't agree more. And you certainly don't have to have the joy of missing out on the next show. We'll see you tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Brendan's going to help you though over in the big
guys.
desk.
Back to the upside we go here. 2 o'clock, welcome back in. Couple hours left to go on what's turning into. I mean, we're 0.5% away from being positive on the day here once again for both the NASDAQ and the S&P. Yeah, that was the dollar on an intraday basis. Wanted to go down to a shorter time frame just to highlight what a wild day it's been for currencies after that number comes out at 8:30 this morning. Huge run up in the dollar. We've come all the way back in and then some. We're now negative on the session, or just went back to positive, but break even after what was a wild morning. That's a 5-minute chart. If you zoom out a little bit, you'll get a better idea here of now a red USD on the day. Again, if you missed it early on this morning, preliminary GDP reading comes in much lower than expected, 1.6% versus 2.8, I think it was. I'll double check in a second, but well below what was expected for that early GDP look for the quarter. Remember, it's not the final number, so that's the one that actually counts. Big tech getting hurt in quite a big way here. Meta down 10.8%, obviously lower than that to start. Microsoft 2.7, Google red as well, but chips offsetting a lot of that. NVIDIA leading 4%, AMD, Intel, both with nice days as well. Even Micron there, 0.8 to the upside. Offsetting some of this weakness, Amazon as well, red on the day. Pretty mixed board right across most of it, 2.5%. Nice to see for Tesla right to the upside. Remember, yeah, we're getting more inflation data coming out tomorrow. So if we have, here's the preliminary GDP this morning, 1.6%. The prior 3.4% gets cut in half. For the reading over reading number, at least for the GDP side of things. Initial jobless claims then also comes out downside, 207. Prior was 212. Continuing claims 1.7 versus basically 1.8 last week. So everything pointing to the downside. That PCE number you see there is a quarterly number, also preliminary, also downside, ahead of what could be coming up tomorrow. Very important for this number. The prior 0.3 to the upside, I think the expectations right now, I'll double check, but are 0.3 for this one as well. Coming up tomorrow morning, going to be very closely watched for the overall market. Nice V bottom forming down here for the SPY, at least now just 0.4 in negative territory. The NASDAQ still about 0.5% to go, but it was all about this one this morning. Huge move to the downside after the close yesterday. We continue, guys, to grind back higher here for Meta.
Go. Yeah, we're short. What's up, everybody? Yeah, we are. I mean, Meta, what a trip.
Wild.
What a damn trip right now on Meta. And we've made, like, we were down. And you guys know that off the jump there. But Meta, wow, what a day, what a ride here. Yeah, let's fix those bears ASAP. But we've just been short a little bit here. So we tweeted out here this morning the short. You guys saw me here. It was great. We lost right here at 430. That's when we should have got away from it. Able to make a little bit back, but then went red up here once it broke 440. Then we were, for some reason, smart enough to switch it to the longs. Man, when you get a pullback into VWAP off earnings, bang, we take that long right there at 430. We flipped the script. We went short 430, then we went long 430. That paid off to where we got out right here, 436.50. That's $6.50. Then we just shorted again, 441. That's a 438 and out. We just reshorted again and out. We have an out coming at 441 if we break higher, but Meta has been just unbelievable. We've written down that we wanted to get longer in our long-term account, and unfortunately, we were pretty good at getting out of it in the first place, up at the top, but we have not bought back in. So will this name go to $480 tomorrow is the question that I want to know. But right now it is ripping upside
what
there.
Up, Randy?
Never can get enough Kalshi and can never get enough Randy.
You always need more Randy. But
Randy bought a whole bunch of Fisker shares today.
Fisker made a move.
No, he did not. He did not.
No, apparently
we were
there
looking at Fisker. Remember, it was going 4 cents, and you're like 4.5 cents. It was like up 10%. And then
Well, look, man, it's
that's
a
what-
10% move when it goes half a penny. Like,
you just put a bid out, and it shoots
but
up.
apparently multiple, according to them, multiple other automotive names were interested in Fisker. So my litmus is, if I put a stink bid in a stock that I'm trying to pick up in this quote-unquote market pullback, and I'm using air quotes in there, then you should just buy the open on whatever that is. This is like the second time in a row that I felt like I was going to get a dip buy in a stock, and then the opposite happened. The lesson of the day, we already talked about it, and shorted 430, and if I just left it at the one short into VWAP, that's all you had to do. It gained to 430, bounced off VWAP, I trailed it out, I reloaded it, and then I went multiple times at 440 as well. Be slightly up, but it could have been a one and done. And then once it broke this, maybe thought about a long somewhere. So the only long position I have on, I had two actually. I have Alibaba. I was in the IPO off the 38 level, but it wasn't. I don't think it was that great, and I wasn't a huge fan of. I don't know. They haven't been the same as they used to be, the way we used to trade them off the opening print, but there were some opportunities in it, and then it gave up to 38 level. But Meta, it was SSR, and it turns out that it was just an SSR bounce play. That's about it.
All right, we'll keep going. Meta back to the upside, as we were saying. We'll keep an eye on how things are shaping up here this afternoon for both Microsoft and Google. Remember, to come after the close tonight. Microsoft a little bit better off, or was it Google? No, it was Google. That was a little bit better off than Microsoft. When I sat down here, I noticed that this afternoon about to take out the high. But yeah, both hit on this number after the close yesterday from Meta.
Yeah, with respect to Alphabet, what I'll be listening for obviously is digital
ad sales to see if they did as well as Meta. It really wasn't Meta. It wasn't digital ad sales that sent Meta down. So just want to see how that does. Obviously, with respect to Microsoft, I want to hear what their new expansion in Asia is going to look like from Satya Nadella, as well as their AI. What do they have to say about ChatGPT, or any idea of how to monetize it?
At this point, we haven't heard yet, but yeah, it's going to be interesting. I was just noticing this as well. 300 billion of market cap wiped off the table today for the Mag 7 on these moves.
I mean,
So hold on a second. I'm not a charter market technician, but there's got to be a name for this at the open, right? Like, because it's not V-shaped. This is Google, by the way. It's not V-shaped because, like, by the point it gets to here, like, there's your V-shaped recovery, and then there's like whatever the heck else happens when it breaks it out. Maybe it's a V-shape and a breakout, or some cool name that you guys want to give it. And the theme of the day is, if you're wrong, stop being wrong. Did it flip into the long? That didn't mean to rhyme, but look at VWAP hold here. So when we talk about trading setups, a wipeout bottom into higher lows off VWAP that breaks out the top, it's one thing to short it underneath my resistance levels, but when it does this and breaks out the top, should have just been long, man. It is what it is. But Google down 2% going into earnings. Do we think it's going to be great? I don't know. I feel like they're in the same bucket, not a similar bucket to what happened with Meta, where you're going to need a little bit of perfection. So I could see them pulling back. I am in Amazon, so I'm just going to quickly go over that one. The difference with Amazon, and why I kind of am still sort of sticking with shorting off the highs, is the overall trend. Like, you've got this lower high breakdown thing happening underneath 173 and a half on Amazon. And so it's still right underneath that level. And as long as it's rejecting this top, the daily chart still has this one underneath key levels. Everything else, I mean, the market's probably going to go green today. I mean, the obvious poll is, will the market get green today? And I have a feeling what most
cannot
people are
believe
gonna
that
say.
poll is what it is.
It's wild.
Yeah, I was going to say, because Brendan mentioned about all this market cap being wiped off, I feel like it's probably,
Right.
that number was probably from this morning, because it feels to me like we're getting like only down 0.5 right now. I mean, what a bounce back in this market. I'm taking this opportunity to try to short against that high. So my big position right now, and it could get busted, is this TQs. We've just taken a whole bunch out right here as we bounced off of, again, that 50-period moving average. So we just got back in, but I'm going to slip this gone as soon as we take that high. So if the market, I mean, you can look at someone said to Adara, like, why are you looking at the TQQs when you should be looking at the Qs or whatever? It doesn't make any sense to me. like I'm trading this. So here I am looking at these levels. So I mean, as long as you're using longer term charts or whatever your time frame is, and you're keeping the same instrument, I think it's fine. And you know, you got to know that this is triple levered. So the market's only down half right now, but this name is down 1.5. So I feel like as long as you're risk managing and you're familiar with it, I'd just be interested to hear if that trader was still in the chat so I could just see what that conversation was about, because I
wasn't sure what that was about.
I didn't want to interrupt, but I just wanted to see what that was about, because maybe I could help address it, or maybe there's something that I'm missing as well. And I think as a swing trader or holding a levered product long term, we know that does not result in the returns that you think. If you hold the 3 times NASDAQ and you hold it for 1 year, you're going to look back. The NASDAQ's going to go up 20%. You're going to be like, yeah, I made 60%, but you're not. It's going to be in the 40s or something.
That decay is going to kill you. But for day trading, there is no difference.
That's why I just wanted to see if they were still there.
It's just it's a preference thing. It's a comfortable thing. Whatever.
What did you choose?
Well,
in the chat, if everybody, you got to be subscribed and be part of the chat.
I'm short Amazon.
I'm going to say no.
I said no.
Yeah, and I think that's obviously chalk here. It's kind of like the Bears taking Caleb Williams, but at the same time, I just wondered if we are getting to a spot right now.
You can't make any money betting on Caleb one.
No. He's minus 30,000 or something right now. Like you have to bet $30,000 to make $100.
Absolutely insane.
But right there, yeah, I think that's what it was on FanDuel. It was so ridiculous. The interesting thing is the Herbert stuff, maybe. That's the only thing that I'm
Let's
interested
go,
in right
Chargers.
now.
Do something
so,
fun.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, it'd be cool if there was like a monster deal, eh? I mean, sometimes there are. All right, let's get back there. Microsoft and Google. So I didn't trade either one of them, but ahead of earnings tonight, I think we just saw what happened to Meta today. The same thing could happen to both of those names. So just be careful. I prefer Google heading into the print than Microsoft, but hey, we haven't been wrong yet.
I feel like Boeing was way bigger.
On the 737, sure, they were doing 30-something, right?
Yeah, we were just talking about Airbus production just coming out. This portion of the show brought to you by our friends at Alfonso AI. Their adaptive AI predicts the best time to buy and sell stocks, helping you increase your odds for generating alpha. Join now. Get 50% off their pro monthly subscription using code TRADER50. Scan the QR code and download the app today. It was 12 a month. The CEO of Airbus just making some comments saying that by 2028, seems like a long time from now, they're going to be at 12 a month for the A350, which is their next gen big wide body aircraft. But anyways, I didn't think that sounded like a lot of airplanes, but I feel like Airbus has an opportunity right now.
Oh, yeah. Do they ever?
Yeah.
Just with the goodwill aspect of it, not wanting to be on a Boeing.
Exactly.
How you feel.
Exactly. Yeah, same. Here goes Ford back to the upside as well with the overall market here today. It's been a bit of a flush since their report this morning. I mean, it was higher initially, but trying to bounce right now.
All right, guys, this is how they did. $42.8 billion in revenue. They had an EPS beat. Earnings per share were 49 pennies. The street was looking for 42. Here are what 2 security analysts already, Bank of America analyst John Murphy, basically saying he sees the upside here in Ford Commercial. That is their F-150, 250, 350. That's what's in demand. In addition to that, they're going to release a new line in the second half of this year in Europe. So they're looking for volume to pick up on that. Ford Blue, which is their regular cars, their regular internal combustion engine, acted as an offset. But the E, Brendo, is really where they lost a lot of money, not making any money there.
Long story short, people still like pickups. It's worth noting as well, this Rubrik IPO today just made another day low down there.
To the earth. I was just explaining the show The 100 to Sean because John Murphy, the name of a character. I don't know why we're talking about John Murphy. But
because something about Murphy up there.
Right. Anyways, yeah, John Murphy was one of the cool characters on.
All we hear is just like random names.
And I was just saying to Sean, like, that's a cool show. I think you probably enjoyed it. I'm pretty sure Marissa would be into that show.
It's Netflix. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm still on that 3-body problem.
Netflix. See, you actually said it the right way this time. How is Ford down? Like, how many names of the reported earnings that we were paying attention to were actually up after market? It was Ford and it was American Airlines, and I think Mobileye was actually up. Somebody else might have been up as well. But initially, everything else was bad, and when the market does this big rally, Ford says, hold my beer, I don't care, we're just going to be going down. Like,
right.
What's going, like that? sometimes things don't make sense. I'm glad I didn't trade Ford today because when that market started rallying, I probably would have been that person trying to go long, like in here somewhere. Eventually, I mean, when it wiped out the bottom, it started working. Okay, but that's not saying much. I don't really see much of a trade in here, but I do want to stick to this notion. I still, like, the GM's been a different story. Like, GM dipped and ripped like everything else, and GM still double top, baby. So we're here, maybe 46. Actually, 46 could break today on GM, which would be a little bit surprising. I said maybe next week because, I don't know, after the fall yesterday, I was sort of thinking maybe, and then this morning I was thinking maybe next week, but that 46 breakout on GM is very much in play after their earnings. A bit surprised by the Ford weakness, relatively speaking, but this one is setting up pretty nice. Good for GM here.
I'm getting set up here because Tesla, we are short the NASDAQ right now. And I'm just going to, I know we're talking about Ford. We just talked about that a little bit. We've left Tesla alone, but guess what? Looky what we see right here. This is, again, we have this on our sticky note. It's Tesla 168. So, I mean, yesterday we nailed that trade. And we had it. We didn't, I think we had $10. Yeah, that's 158. Yeah, that was the bottom. So we had this. We did reload there. So I'm going to try it again, but that high today is 166.80. I'll try it up near here, 167.50 against that. Tesla's huge today, up another 2.5%. Congratulations to that trade for everybody because, you know, those of you that believed in the name, you got a wicked opportunity now to potentially, again, I feel like we got to get good reports next week or tomorrow, from today into tomorrow for a NASDAQ move. But, you know, if we can get above this 180, then I think that people are going to start to use this 50 period as more indicators. So that's 175. So you get above there, then maybe you can start to get back going, and hopefully Elon delivers once again on some of the promises of a newer car coming earlier into the market, so we can see if that works. GM, I think this is true. We said this when that quarter came through. Really impressive. It's now 4 straight days up. I was explaining to Randy that sometimes you get that third day little pullback, and we kind of had that yesterday off earnings, and I could see that like that could have been like a little doji star situation where we pulled back down, but now you're starting to go higher and actually looking like it wants to break the highs of $46. So you're not even that far away right now. I think GM can work here. So shout out to Mary Barra and company. General Motors really working to the highs. You know, story of basically 2 different companies, GM and Tesla. One was working forever for the last 10, 15 years. And right now it's GM's time to shine a little bit.
All right, AAPL trying to get back to the upside this morning as well. Another earnings name. This one from the pre-market this morning. Got sold off pretty heavily on the call. We did get a bounce back to basically aftermarket levels, but hasn't done much since the open today, just back and forth.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, Brendo, here, it was a decent report. They did miss on revenue. The street was looking for $12.6 billion. They printed $12.57, despite the fact that revenue was up 3% year over year. What really is in focus is their first class, business class. That's where they say the majority of their focus is, and that's where the profit margins are, and there's good demand for that right now.
Yeah, trying to bounce as well with the overall market here, guys, for AAPL.
Trying, but failing 14.
You know what I wanted to say? You traded, Brendan brought this to us a couple of stories ago. We forgot about it.
Which one?
And I didn't even see if anybody's talking about it in the chat, but the IPO.
Oh,
Might be a little more, just like it might be more exciting than AAL.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, 100%.
We kind of glanced
It's
over.
RBRK. Okay, I was in AAL at 14. I got out at 13.90. It's failing 14 again. So I'm not bullish on this at all. If the market's at highs and you're making lower highs, not good. I think we can all understand that. That RBKR was, so the break was, thankfully I didn't have much left on our RBKR. Oh, it's New York, that's why. All right, I typed in, no, it's RBRK.
You have it in your blotter.
No, it's RBRK. I know. I'm sitting there like I don't have it in my blotter to be able to just read it. I'm trying to remember for some reason. There you go. Rubrics. I did not take the open print, but right away at the open, it bounced up to like 39 or 39 something, pulled back in, and then showed a big bid at 38. So it bounced the first time. I didn't really trade it off that. Got all the way to 40. I scalped like 38 and a half. And then it then worked along back into 38. That was kind of good. I reloaded that long. And this was about the point that I typed in the chat. I don't think it's going to hold the 38 level anymore. And I didn't have many shares left, but look at the slippage on this. Thankfully, you know, like these trades were bigger than those trades, so that's not that bad. But it's now trend to the downside. I didn't pay for locates, but the last few times I've seen this, I think we've usually seen these bad boys catch a bid in the afternoon. So I want to see it catch something other than 37. I wasn't really watching it right on the IPO open, so I don't really know how to treat 36 even. But if I see like a monster bid, and then some higher lows off that, maybe a bounce into VWAP on Rubrics. They're like a cloud data security company. But the problem for them is they widened their loss when I was reading this morning.
Well, it sounds like a good time to IPO.
I'm like, but yeah, trading it on the first day is very different. Like you don't want to hear that. Like not at this point in the market. You widened your loss like year to year. We're going to come to the market when we're at highs. I mean, good luck for them. I mean, I like security names. Yeah, that's good, but
Rubrik. I think I've heard of that company before.
I just read a couple articles.
All right, let's go talk because we got AMD and we got NVIDIA on our mind as well.
Definitely day highs coming into play right now for NVIDIA. It's been straight to the upside all morning long. That number brought everything down in the pre-market. Again, if you're just joining a little bit late, recap, we had prelim GDP that came out this morning. Was way off what was expected to the tune of more than a full percent, 1.6% on the advanced Q1 GDP number. So the prior was 3.5.
I know.
That's
we were
bad.
talking about that on the midday,
It's
which
nuts.
is.
So that basically priced out rate cuts right through to December.
Yeah, we talked about that, and we said, you know, if we get a strong PCE print tomorrow, it's just going to be, we're talking about rate hikes, not rate cuts. So we'll see how that all works out. With respect to NVIDIA, the big mover today, well over 4%. It had one of its preferred suppliers for RAM, South Korea's SK Hynix, report its highest profits in nearly 2 years. They did well on every measure, obviously with the high bandwidth memory being part of the H100 and the Blackwell chips, Brendo.
Yeah, it's definitely, we saw on that sector board, it's definitely the chips providing most of the strength here this afternoon. Even Apple just saw it pop up again. Back to green, so that's good, but still only just 0.25%.
Just tried to short Meta.
NVIDIA. So look, NVIDIA ends up being good, but not because of the short. And not because I actually did more than one long trade. It was that setup. It's 12 for 14, just taking bull flag breakouts after it fails a false bottom. That said, it would have been a heck of a lot better if I'd taken the first. It gets set up twice, the same thing twice. And the first time I was shorted instead of just not doing anything and then looking for this long breakout, because that one at 800 was actually better. Like that was clean from 8 to 810. But I was short at first. And this actually wasn't a bad trade because I'd taken some profit out, but believe me, I wanted 85, so we're really holding. That's not great. I was trying to get greedy with that short. And then I shorted again off the 805. That was a loss. The long breakout, as for the way I've been trading it, is essentially into like previous day resistance levels. So that's why I'm out here, and that's why out's in front of this 818 area. So that was the plan when it broke 815. It was a good breakout trade, but I did not continue it because I wasn't really believing I just wasn't believing in the long, and it's obviously a mistake. We talk about it all the time. You know, thankfully, like without this, I'm easily red on the day, but like that one trade, let's kind of tip it. I'd call it a flat day overall on momentum.
Here we go.
But if I don't take that long trade, then it wouldn't have. AMD, sorry, I didn't trade AMD. I was in Intel, and it's more the same story. Like it was a great short early, and it was a bad short after.
Yes,
great
sir.
short early.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, I mean, right now, the market's starting to go one more time. I mean, it's about timing, 1,000%. We just shorted Meta right now. We are bidding 440 to 21. Maybe let's switch that up just a little bit here because the market is coming back. Okay, there it is right now. We're going to try to punch something out. Yes, sir. There it is. A little bit of a quick trade right there. Ooh, so spicy right there on that one. So that's a nice little trade there on Meta. Wow. I wasn't sure about that, but we'll put $2 in our pocket on half and then see if we can get to the downside. As the TQQs trying to spice up your life as well. Shout out to the Spice Girls. Spice up your life. You know, you got it. What's life without spice?
That's an oldie.
Shout out to Ice Spice. You know, Nicki Minaj and her on that Barbie song. I like that song, actually.
Actually, that song's not bad.
I know nothing else about her, so.
I don't like that's probably. I think I've.
I
heard
know
a
she has
couple-
cool hair.
I've
That's
heard a
about
couple
all I
of
know.
That's about it.
All right, there it is. Comp SRX1, we got it, man. We got it good right there. Nice trade on the TQs as well, man. As we short the market again. Let's go. I mean, this is what we're doing every day. It's like go back to yesterday's show at this time. Go back to every show at this time. I've been there, done that. We're short again right now, so let's go see if we can make all of this back in one fell swoop. We did trade NVIDIA today. We had a monster here, man, 826 down to 822. Boomed on that one. Lost early on this at 825. Made some back, and I feel like this one was one of those ones where I think I was meaning to go short, and then it just got in and out there quickly on that. So 828, took the short, then it broke through, and that was it. Surprised I didn't wait for 830, but I'm actually glad I didn't because it went to 832. So far, so good on that one. As here we go, Meta is now $3 in the money. The TQs are really coming back in right now. Let's put a bid out right here. And again, this is what we're doing, man. We're trying to do this. You see a Dara now on the midday trading the TQs. Shout out to that. Some of this rubbing off. We like that. And then we're going to go off and watch to see now where we go. We had AMD short 153. That worked until it didn't. Let's go back. Oh, are we done?
Yeah.
All right. That makes me happy and not happy. I mean, I like throwing it back to the guys, but I'm just setting it up tonight because we've got live earnings tonight with
There's a
Microsoft,
lot.
Google,
There's a lot.
Intel. But we got to get some Intel on this market right now. $3 in the money on Meta. Let's go.
So I just got the only long on a trail out on Alibaba back underneath 75. If it gets back to VWAP, I think we go back in. If it gets back above 75, maybe as well. But Alibaba, just to tell you, every single day it's been basically the same. I mean, ever since, this week, forget about last week. Every single day this week, it has been dip, rip, dip, rip. And I said that this morning. Maybe it does the same thing tomorrow, but
come back.
Why not just try it again? It gives a dip, then holds VWAP, and usually makes a new high by the end of the day, and you get some profits out of it. Like, it's crazy to me that you could see something like that so patterned. And Alibaba, I like them. I need to break 77 on the long term. Or sorry, check that. Keep saying 77. 78. Alibaba needs to break 78 on the daily chart, and then you have a shot of breaking the trend. The market's making a nice little pullback. I'm just going to take a quick peek over at, I haven't traded AMD today, but AMD, the weaker of mostly the chip names, it didn't quite get to 155, but look at this level. So the second move yesterday, so down, but then the second consolidation right at the opening range, 1030, was at 154.5. And if you look where it's trying to fail, double top, lower high at that same level. So that's at a level, and it's setting up underneath for a lower high. I like that setup. I know it's strong. Every stock looks strong at this particular moment, but if you look back to yesterday's levels, it did not make the full retracement. And then you throw in the fact that Intel reports tonight, I feel like there should be some risk off.
All right, we're waiting still here on the TQs. Yeah, we got Microsoft, we've got Google, we've got a whole bunch of them coming through tonight. I was just actually looking at it when Neil mentioned Intel because I was like, okay, we got to get ready for some more chip names. There it is right here. It's Microsoft. There's the 3 trillion market cap. We've got the Google and Alphabet here. So you're going to watch out for Goog or Goog-L. We had Merck this morning. Nice report from Merck, up 3% right now. AstraZeneca up 5%. We have T-Mobile after hours, if you're interested in that, with a $200 billion market cap as well. We have I'm surprised that Caterpillar's market cap's only $200 billion. That is a little low. I thought it would have been higher, and they've had a huge move, so that's a good day for them. Down 6.5%, but it's been a great run for them. There's Intel. I would have thought Intel's market cap was bigger than this as well, $148 billion. So
it used to be.
Oh yeah, used to. Well, yeah. I mean, it used to be a lot lower too, right? So there it is, Intel right there tonight. Look at the expected move, 6.9% right here on Intel as the expected move as we go up. Today's moves on Alphabet and Microsoft, both 5%. Sanofi today was the biggest expected mover. They're already out and up 6. After that, Altria, Northrop, Valero, again, $55 billion. I would have guessed higher. Good energy name there in the services on the refinery side. That's about it. So Carrier Global, is that Carrier? So you're coming into summertime, might want to get your air
conditioning, right? That is.
I think if that is. Okay, guys, we are right now, as we go, like, I'm kind of glad that I took my eye off of it because guess what? So we might have a $1 club, $2, $3, $4, $5 on Meta now, as that just collapses back into 438. Okay, so that's a good trade. $5, Neil, right there. I don't know what else to do. That's a good move right there.
We finally got a top in this market. Finally, I'm telling you, it's been relentless. The other thing that's been happening, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, the US dollar was also trending down. That's catching a bit of a bid if you're watching USD CAD, USD JAP, JPY. I have one short on. We're gonna get some out of 72s when we get it, but we just took some out halfway, 73 to 72 half. We're starting to finally roll back over. Like, look at this. Oh,
baby.
But
we're
finally,
in
like
on
the trend,
Meta.
you get a top, and we're going to get a pullback. I think 17.5, that was overnight resistance. That was the first leg. Let's full screen it. That was the first leg where we had a bit of a pullback, was off 17.5. So it makes sense that there'd be a little bit of a bounce zone on this down move. That's why some profits on the way down here. I just had the one short, and we got out of the bobble long on a trail out. But I'm not really thinking long any dips at this point. I'm not there yet. I don't feel like dipping. Dip buying, I should say.
Guys, honestly, it's, like, look, this TQ trade, we're 80 handles, Neil, in the money right now. So, I mean, it's a downside move there. We just covered some down at that level. It came right back into it there. $5 over there now on Meta. It's just a completely different game. So, oh, man. All right. What are we going to do, man? Yeah, what's up to JB Harris and everybody out there as well? All right. Apple, dollar. I don't know. We could cover this at 436. I just wonder if we break that level there. Again, coming into earnings, are we nervous or not about Microsoft or Google? Because if we're nervous, then we should continue to fall down here. We already talked about it. I mean, this is why we're starting to trade the futures, man. I mean, we've been nailing these TQs. This could be another one of the top stocks that we've been doing. What's up, Eclectic Passions, and everybody else that's with us right now? Make sure, if it's your first time, hit the like and the subscribe. I'm here every day, and sometimes even when I'm sick, which I'm going to be changing. All right, right down here, 436, 7. You know, that's $7. We probably should have took that. Let's wait to see if it comes back in right now. We've really cleaned up on the TQs. I mean, this is for me the trade. So we've already done that. That's a good one. We'll see if it can push lower. We might bounce. That just bounced off 17.5. That was the
level.
That was the chance. Wow.
As the second it started bouncing off 17.5, I took another leg out of Amazon. Like, you could dip buy in a situation like that if you want, but I'm not thinking longs. I'm just thinking get some out, right? So we just took 172.40 a little bit out. We're bouncing back into those highs here, but this market's still higher, low, higher, low, higher, low, higher, low the whole way. Maybe we got ourselves a top. I don't know, but we're definitely going to find out. I just heard a little bit about BTC making a bit of a move, and I got to get to Coinbase for you. Coinbase 1, 2, 3 times 225. Remember 225? It's maybe a head and shoulders. I know some people are into that kind of a thing. There is your shoulder, there's your head, and there is your shoulder again. 226 has been that top. So I feel like if BTC gets a little weakness in it, Coinbase can come to that party. A lot of charts are going to look like this trend up. So when I like playing lower highs because it shows you some kind of a high before you get into the position, and that way you don't necessarily have to fight it. TESX, more weakness in the INTC after earnings. My take for Intel after earnings is I remember the last time I was railing about their quarter when it was really bad and it was ridiculous to the upside. You know, and now you're starting to see a lot of weakness in the stock. The problem here is even if it's all bad, they've already pulled back like 30-something%. So, like, what are you going to do here? Like, there's every reason why, even if it's not that great, people could get that whole bottom is in mentality and it's not getting any worse, and you get a relief rally on Intel. So I think it's a little bit tricky for something that far down that is close to some of the value levels, for lack of a better word, not to have a relief bounce. You think about Meta pulling back in when it wasn't all that bad. You think about the reaction that Netflix had, and I think you could be in trouble just assuming that a bad quarter is going to mean Intel goes down, or they also tend to be they're always, reasonable is not the word, they're conservative with their guidance, and that's an expectation. So if they do have a poor guide or like a flat guide, generally speaking, that's what people expect out of Gelsinger and co. So I'm not assuming these guys are going to be down. I don't expect that the numbers are going to be good, but I'm not assuming that they're going to be down. I'm not considering buying them in my long term until at least a couple, probably 2 more quarters, end of the year. But that's because the foundry, they've already told you, that's a 2027 thing. No reason to be in this thing if the reason for growth is pushed out a couple of years, right? You might as well just wait. Mute.
Yeah, I went to load up the after hours show there. We should have Danielle Shea on, which is everybody's favorite guest. Well, she'll be on tonight, and we'll talk about, she had that butterfly, whatever that is, on Meta. So we'll talk about that. Come on, man. I mean, this has been, like we've said it over and over again here on the show. Oh, the butterfly effect? Thanks, Ramin. I do like the butterfly effect. I've never seen that, though. Wasn't there a movie with Ashton Kutcher or something?
It is
That is the movie.
And Amy something.
Yeah.
Amy
Winehouse, no.
No.
Polar, no.
Smart. Amy
Like
Smart.
Kim Kardashian. Thank you, Amy.
No, it's actually
No,
it's not bad.
okay. Meta right now still 5 in. Yeah, we'll watch that butterfly effect. Why not? I still want to. I got to watch that Three Amigos with my kids still. We only talked about that yesterday.
We figured out that it's free.
Yeah.
Didn't we?
Good. Yeah, we said it was on YouTube tonight. We have my son has hockey tonight.
No, in the
Tomorrow,
States.
Saturday. So that should be fun. And then we had a great practice yesterday. And for those of you that were able to see, we have this is my lovely daughter here, although she's a handful right here. You could tell sassy right there. So shout out as we walk back and forth from baseball yesterday. Sore legs. I threw about 300 pitches probably would be my guess yesterday.
Well, better warm up, man.
Yeah, I should warm up. That's a good call. Okay, so the TQs is now coming back into this level. So let's just go, man. Like and subscribe, but do this too. We are sirens it up. I'm going to tweet this out, but again, another day that ends in Y. We're short the market here into the close. This is exactly the kind of trading that I am very, very comfortable doing, and I'm just glad that all of you are here with us as we continue to be who we think we are, and that is a bunch of damn bears. I wrote on here bear right there. So there's been lots of money to be made both ways today, as the market is a volatile one. That is for sure, Mr. Grinch. But you are not a mean one unless you were buying shares ahead of earnings. I just think it's very dangerous. We saw what happened to Meta there. How in the world, although I was like just saying, I think it's going to be down. I just looked at charts and just thought it was going to push lower. That's all that I looked at yesterday with Meta. And on Tesla, I felt like everyone was way too offsides for that. But I just think I like Meta, and I think that it's a long-term hold. It's a great company, and they actually had another bang-up quarter. I mean, they increased daily active users 7% up to 3.24 billion. I mean, like we said, that's 40% of the world have some kind of Meta product on their phone or laptop or somewhere.
You're using one of them. That's
exactly. So the thing is like they come out huge, but then they talk about spend. I feel like all of these companies are going to have to talk about spend. I mean, Microsoft is going to need to work on their Copilot, start to offering more products, work on ChatGPT, try to get Bing integration. They're going to have to worry. Okay, here we go. Let's go.
It's good for NVIDIA.
Yeah, I think it's great for NVIDIA, but then NVIDIA is going to come out and say something similar probably too. If they ever warn about a demand slowdown by any chance, wow, right now, bang, Meta is now $7 in the money as we continue to go lower on Meta and the market. Apple's $1 in the money. Meta's $7 in the money. The TQs is 60 cents in the money. It's a print factory, and we're happy to be providing that for you. Let's go to the downside, man. I can keep talking bearish if you want, but I'll just let my trading speak for itself.
Yeah, the Bears are out in full force today, although they have their heads out of their you-know-whats, because I didn't like how that was going on. But I've only had one position, one short, one in, and I do not think we're going to dip buy on any of these Mag 7 names. The only difference is Alibaba off of VWAP. I'm going to stick with that one. We got about 20 cents to go. We get down there, and if we're holding 17.5, I think this one's going to be good to go off of VWAP. There have not been many longs today on the show, but the ones that were there were obviously winners, and the trend is going to be your friend. So want to make sure we're banking a little something here. We're not even close to power hour. We got plenty of time for this to work out. I maintain we're looking for some new things out here as well. And Coinbase, as Bitcoin is underneath 65,000, that's usually a good sign if you're shorting. Cannot seem to get back up to that 225 spot. I want this off 25 so I can give it to 26. So if there is this continued bounce, I'm going to keep my eye on Bitcoin 65,000. As long as we're under there, I like this 225 level on Coinbase. Comp SRX, I'm not sure that makes sense, but you let me know what you mean there. Meta long added to short. That's a little confusing because you can only be one or the other. But yeah, maybe clarify there. I mean, you added, like, that doesn't really make any sense there. But let me know what you think. And I really don't see wanting to be doing anything but waiting for VWAP if you're trying to catch some longs. The afternoon trade, VWAP retracements, VWAP bounces in either direction, that's been the way to go. I didn't pick up that AMD, but I'm not going to chase it either. I want it at 154, not willing to compromise because I'm giving it to that high. So it's still in the pocket, but I'm not chasing it down here. Otherwise, it's like add, and then I'm averaging back into the high instead of risking what I want off that 154 and a half. What's up, Gurjeet?
All right, everybody. Yeah, what's up, everybody? What's up, everybody? Yeah, I like that. I like you, Nathan Kim, there. I like those bear emojis. We definitely like that. I'm still waiting to see if there's going to be news that hits anywhere that makes me change my mind. We just had this wick there that I'm not happy with on the futures. And look where it wicked out, 17.5. Things that make you go, because that's a pretty key level right there that we just bounced off of. And now, I'm trying to get back up to the upside there. So that is something for sure for me. But Meta, as we keep saying, is pretty good, man. We're $6 in the money here. But we have this 440 area that I was debating getting out if we get back to there. The 50 period's been good on this name. Like, it wasn't that much here, but then we kind of respected it there. I feel like it held here, there. There's the clean break, but why does that look any different than these breaks? You know, this one's now basing. We're actually at the 200. So, like, look at the 200 today. 200, 200, 200, 200. So let's just put a bid here at 437 and just take the money. Because, I mean, if the market's, if we're lucky to get it now, we might have missed our opportunity for that. So this is what we have to do. We can sit here and be all casual and everything like that, but at the end of the day, we got to make decisions, and that's what we're here to do. So I'm just going to do that. You know, that's one thing that I've been getting better at is just like, let's just do what we're doing. And, you know, because we still got the biggest and the baddest right here. We still got the market on a triple levered. You know, like the TQs is all of a sudden just ripped up to the highest net for me right here today. And we just started this trade at 2 o'clock. Even when you guys were on, even when we came on, these are all my fills are from 2 o'clock and on. So I'm pretty proud to be able to show you guys some of the trades that we're making and talk about why we're in them. So yeah, but that wick down there is a little scary. So we'll put some more bids there, and then I'm going to watch out for this meta. I think we should do that, be responsible here. Again, a nice move back up. The only reason I'm hesitant to this, because if we actually take the 200, I mean, this is why. Like, I feel like sometimes you got to ride, right? I mean, if we ever take this 200, which we have not done, then where? And then is that a VWAP? You know, like when I went long here, I actually have a tweet when I went long here at 426. I said my out's going to be 441. And instead we took it right here at 436, thinking that this was good enough. It was until it wasn't, and we went to 441. And then I shorted and we made money on the short. But at the end of the day, you got to pay yourself first. And we did that with half. So let's ride. Let's see if we can get near that again and break it. So we'll ride with the TQs, and we'll also ride with Meta into hopefully what is a short afternoon.
Yeah, 17.5 goes. I think you could see another 100 points, but that's mostly to do with what's aftermarket and what I think the fear would be, because Google is at highs and Microsoft is coming off them, and you know what happens. We already saw it with Meta dragging the entire market down. Here's something that's underneath VWAP. Instead of everything that's at the highs, Apple is starting to struggle with VWAP here. So this is actually a setup that'll make some sense if we take out the 17.5 and looking for Apple to set up under VWAP. I'm still on the offer of AMD. That hasn't changed. But if we don't get a push up and the next move is down, I'm going to hold Amazon to VWAP, and I'm going to look for a short on Apple underneath. But I need to see the futures give it up. At this point, we're still a little bit strong. I'm going to dip by BABA. Really don't mind that. CompSRX, thanks for clarifying. You were saying the long is pressing, but you're looking to go short. So like that, like it's still upward. What I get out of that would mean that it's still upward trending, but now you've double topped and you're looking to go short. So that does make sense to me if that's what you meant. But I'm assuming that's what you meant. Now you can't do both of them, obviously. Someone said in the chat, oh, you could have two accounts, but I mean, even then, like there's no logic to that. You can hedge something with options, but you're not going long and short the equity at the same time in the same instrument. Clearly, that would be wash trading, which you're not allowed to do.
$8.
So Apple, we're looking for a little flush under 17.5. It's still riding that wave. Chilling?
Chilling. Thank you, Nathan. We got the move that we wanted. There's the break of the 200 period moving average. It's $9 in the money. It's pretty good. Apple, I want to do more. The thing is, Snapchat sucks because this was a call that we were wrong on too. I mean, this is how we're going to trade, man, honestly. Take the wins when they're there, and then when they lose, and we're out like stat. So we're not going to ever have those kind of mistakes. You know, but this one also at 1150 is really starting to...
That one got far.
Yeah, get juiced up there. What is Coinbase?
You know what, though? We did... Here's the thing.
Snap is like Mark McGuire.
They say, it's okay to be wrong, just don't stay wrong. Because there was like separate levels here, like every single level. 1075, worked, then out. Then you had the pre-market, the previous day lows. 11, it started working and then out. Then it was yesterday afternoon's resistance level at 15. That was working and then that stopped out. I tried getting back in because I was wicked out when I was late, but even that took out the high. And ended up giving, like each time you're giving something back, but at least you're getting away from it. That's the best you can do. I mean, eventually, if you keep going, you're going to catch a top and it goes to VWAP, that's great. But it's still an upward trend. And that's a tough cost all the way up to finally try to get it. And even then, it's not weak enough. I'm surprised Snapchat could be this strong going into earnings after what we saw last night. But maybe it's because it's already beaten up. That would be it. That's the guess. You know, Snapchat had already been huadunked and held some support down here at $10, $11. So it's got a decent place to come from. I don't know if the short float's going to give us anything. I think it's still under 10%. 8%, it's not bad. That gives it a little extra juice if they can get up. $12, as a trader, $12 looks great as a breakout. But I seriously doubt you're going to get a chance to trade a 12 break. If it's going through 12, it's going through on the aftermarket show. And you're going to come in tomorrow, and it's either over 12 or you're looking at a downside move on Snapchat. You know, the breakouts that are that tight on earnings, you don't usually get them unless you take them in the aftermarket, which I'm not doing, obviously.
So I was thinking here, like we could retake that 200 period, which would kind of be bad. 437, 438. I mean, that wick high there is, I mean, we could get out at 440 now. So I think that this is worth it here. So we just touched in. I mean, it's going to suck. It always does suck to not take the ultimate bottom, right? But like that just bounced again off of 435. Thing is like that could have cascaded back into that 430. So I'm wondering if that's the level now. So you will give back $5, which sucks. That's basically half the trade if you use 440 as your out. but I feel like we got to have an out somewhere. And you know what? I mean, we could get stopped out. I mean, this is what earnings are about. This trade only had a, I'm just watching this TQs because it's trying to get lower as well. This trade was only $1.30 of risk because we were going to get out at 445 break. So that was the idea there for Meta on that trade, just like here. You know, we take the trade here at 440, we average it out, and then we're out at 441. But meanwhile, we wind up taking a $2, actually a $1. This one was only 1-to-1. But you are trying to come back up here off of that low. Yikes! Let's just be responsible. It'll be the 50 period. If we break above 440, let's just get out. So I'm gonna switch my stop is right here, 445.02. So I'm gonna cancel that. 440.02 again. All right, so we'll get out of it, 100% of it, and we'll just get out and see if that works out for us. We did take a low bid already on the TQs. This is another one that's going to have to break the 200 period moving average. We want to have some shares left on this name just in case it does break lower. But again, we've already taken a decent amount out at past support. So happy with that trade. Okay, now Meta's trying to go back in, which is good. Let's get a little less comfortable. And look for something else. So you mentioned Boeing earlier.
So I just wanted to say something because coin clock-in tax, RBRK off 37 level is juicy. There's big money holding that price up. My only caveat would be to say I didn't have much of anything on when it broke 38, but the liquidity through that, like you're probably not getting slipped a couple of cents on the 37 is all I'm going to get it. It's still trending down. I'd rather it see a wipeout bottom, like breaking a level and regaining the level. Because if you just go long right in front, if you get like 05s out in front of 37, I don't think you're risking 6 cents or 10 cents. Like you could be risking 30. And for most people, you might not be accustomed to trading like a $37 stock. You might not be accustomed to slipping 30 to 40 pennies underneath a level like that. So I'd rather it breaks low and then regains it than anything else. I'm not standing in front of it, but you're right. There is a buyer at the 37 even. I'm into Apple now. It just got back underneath VWAP, so that's the level we're looking for consolidation under on Apple. Now it's happened, so VWAP, not many things are underneath VWAP as strong as the market's been, but if this can hold the 30s, we'll give it to that. If it breaks higher, maybe I'd take another shot at it here, but I think the 170 is a little bit better for Apple. I mean, you battled with the 170, and that's where it won. So it's either VWAP or that. I think if you diddle in the middle and this market gets back up there, it's probably in trouble for Apple. But I like it under VWAP at least.
Yeah. So this is a sticky note trade of 170 here today. So we've actually done really well on Apple, but we did lose that first battle there as it broke through 170. And then we just said, nope, we don't believe that. And then we took it back in and got out at one. See, and this is again, oh man. We were talking about doing like a risk profile, like maybe we make something and develop it. You guys already asked me for this in the chat. Like, can we make something that describes risk and how you can play it properly? Like that's 170.15 out and boom to the downside. Take a little bit and then don't really take your real position until it comes into some levels. I've been getting better at this. Sometimes I've even shorted down here. You know, but now we take that first bid at 25s, then we take it at 75, and then we really load it. And then we get out for 15 or 20 cents of a hit off the 170. Then it breaks, and then it comes back down. And that's been the play that's been able to, we're green on the name and well green on it. It'll be my P&L too. Well, no, okay, we're going to wait till everything settles down because, Neil, right now, Meta.
Tesla. Oh, no.
And again, thank you for all the good talk there. We talk about this all the time. It's one thing to be able to talk the talk. It's another thing to be able to do it live right in front of you guys. And I mean, I'm trying to break these trades down as much as I can. And I feel like we just did it again for you right there. So there we go. Nice hold on Meta. The reasons were justified. If this 50 period keeps coming down, well, then we'll keep on adjusting our stop. But there we go. Really worked out for us on that one for Meta, and I still like that Apple trade. So far
we'll
so good
see.
here.
The market's still holding steady at 17.5. It's the kind of level of resistance into support. If you bounce off it, you're trend up, and if you're trend up, Apple's got some, it's got some room to the top. Like I'm not giving it to like 169.70 or anything like that. But Tesla just made a run at the high. Did it get there? Nope, it did not. So Tesla just made another run at the high. See, higher lows. This one's strong. Like I don't feel like this is a short. Tesla looks like it could be going streaking. Like look at this double top. If it takes out 168, there's some room to 168 from yesterday. But my goodness, are people a little bit off base if it takes that one out. Tesla looking like it's going to be a ramp job. Why didn't I trade Rivian today? If you were looking for something to short today, like this stock, everyone's already seen the daily chart. Just a reminder that this can't even, like Tesla's the high of the day. These guys can't even go anywhere. And look at the shorts at VWAP. Every time it popped, you shorted above VWAP and you win. Didn't even look at Rivian today. And it's an easier trade. It's trend down. If you're bearish, then know your bearish stocks. It's that simple. Now Tesla looks like a hole over 167. It's got room to 168. I think it dipped back into the even. If you got to be long something, and I'm not going to get Alibaba, then I'll try evens on Tesla. Before I say that, am I going to get Alibaba? No, I'm not. Cancel Alibaba. We're not going to see view up there. And it's a Chinese ADR. It's 3 o'clock. If you're not filled by now, you're probably not going to get filled at all. And if it gets down there, momentum could be against you. So I want to try to join it. Apple couldn't hold under view up, but I like the setup. Got underneath, consolidated. There's your false break. We shorted underneath at 17, risk about 15 pennies, 1-to-1. If it breaks, I think we would have got some down at the 80s, but I'm not holding it right through to this next top. If I want to short the next high, I'll short the next high. That is what saved my day today, waiting from one step to another instead of fighting it on the way up.
Oh, yeah, Tesla is there. Okay, this is the level again, it's a sticky no level, so we're taking it. I'm just going to take it immediately right now and then see if we can get something back a little bit higher. I thought I was at 167.50 on Tesla, and I guess I was not. Did it get that high? Tesla, the high there, yeah, we were not. Oh, my God, no, it didn't. Okay, good. So we were there anyway, so I don't feel so bad. We did not miss that trade. We're in it now. The TQs is nice, man. Neil, we're over $8 now in the money on Meta as that keeps on going lower right now. And so do the TQQs right now, go lower and lower and lower. We are just back into now, for the very first time, this Tesla trade. And we'll see if this one wants to make some money for us or not. We'll try it into 168. It has to be a little bit higher than that for me. We'll have a starter position now and then put our stop, which I already think is in there actually, because I thought I had my order in before, at 168 and change. So let's see if that wants to break higher on us. So new position is Tesla, but ultimately, I did have a TQQ bid down here at 15s. That's where the 200 period moving average is. So I'm going to put something like at 22, 23, cancel that 15. Maybe we can get that fill. And a nice little bounce off again here for Meta at this exact same level. So 435, I think we should just put a bid and call it a day potentially there for Meta. Let's watch that in case it gets back down here. Let's watch out for that 435 area for Meta.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, Meta's, telling you, man, that move off of that top, it's the even dollar was almost like a trap because the $5 levels where everyone wasn't looking as much ended up being a little bit better in some ways, especially on the way up there. Look, I just scalped Tesla in the other direction off of 67 even. So it broke out to 67 even. The actual high was 167.13. That's this wick right in here. So it pulled back in, bounced right off of it, took some out in front of the 50s. 168 has some room to go. I have a stop right at the 15 cent under. So it's like 30 cents one way, 30 cents the other way. If it gets to 168, great. I think the short 168 to 170 is what I was looking at yesterday, and it just didn't quite get there. It was a disappointment because I wanted 170 on it. Amazon, I might reload it, but it's not giving me a decision. It's at the same level pulled back where we got out, and it's not breaking higher to short the top. It's not breaking lower to think about getting out at VWAP. So we're in a bit of a holding pattern, which is okay. Don't have to do anything. We're not really forced into it. Jay Lee said you sold that RBRK. The volume's starting to dwindle on this, on RBRK. Like it's always the volume's going to be at the start, but even on that last little bounce off 37, not a lot of participation there. I don't think I'm trading this again today. not enough action in it. We've seen, like things like Instacart, or maybe that's a bad example. Reddit is a great example of something that was still doing volume in power hour. This one, not so much. So it's going to be a pass for me on RBRK.
439.50 now, changing our stop on Meta. We may have missed that. May have missed that bottom there. All right, we'll keep waiting for it. I mean, we thought we were going to get it, but if we have to get stopped out here, that's fine too. 439.50, that's where the 50 period moving averages. We'll wait to see if there is something we can do. We can't do anything about it. I don't mean what we can do about it, but let's just see if it wants to come back in there and test one more time. So yeah, Tesla, good long on that one, because right now, well, whatever. I mean, we're out 30 cents. I need to get a bigger position up here near 160, but look at the market. The market is coming screaming back right now. So the TQs, we have that 10% left on this position again. Probably will reload it back up here, but not until then. I'm not going to use the 50 period. We're coming into the power hour right now, the last hour of trading. And like I said, I think that Microsoft and Google, especially Google, I think has a good chance to go northbound there off earnings, especially the way it was bought back up today. Boom. Good quarter from Meta. Strong advertising, everything was there, growing on the users. So I'm expecting YouTube and Reels and all that stuff, or Shorts, to grow as well for them. So I like the space, and I think there's going to be something there. So let's wait to see if Google can go that way, maybe potentially for that. We're still in the Apple short. I don't know where your out is, but I'm
Oh, I'm out. I got out when it broke that 30. I said if it goes to the next high, I might try the next high, which would be like 75s or then the evens. I just don't want to be fighting that one.
Yeah.
Like if it's a VWAP trade, I don't want to be carrying it past VWAP on a retracement. We've seen that work, but it works because, generally speaking, you get a consolidation at VWAP, and if the market makes another leg down, you're laughing. Because the market makes another leg down, the stock underneath VWAP loses its buyers at VWAP, and then you just float because there's no bid. Without that, I think it's no sense. So I'm getting out in front of 168 on Tesla because that was that top. And maybe it's a short at 168, maybe it's not, but I know, unless you're Comp SRX, I know you weren't actually going both ways. You can't actually look for a short trade if you're sitting in a long, unless there's some kind of a glitch in the matrix or the system. So that was a simple scalp trade on a high of the day break. It ended up going, so risk to reward is good, but when in doubt, zoom out. And zoom out that is a pretty big level. You can go further out. Like, it's a pretty big level. Further out on the 15-minute, you see what 168 is, and even the 170 level here on Tesla. That said, I can tell you, I wish it was Rivian that was doing this, because it would be a much better short. But here's the 168 level as we speak. I'm in. I don't like even dollar stops because, well, algos know all about them.
Yes, they do.
Well, that's sort of the thing. Like, if you're shorting a level, like an even dollar, and you're just going to get out on the even dollar, then it needs to be NEO at $5 when there's 5, 10, 20 million shares on the level or something silly like that. Otherwise, it's unlikely to work.
All right, here we go. Nice little pullback down in there for Tesla. We did take some out there, and then once we got the rejection, we got back in. But it'll be a losing trade unless we can get back about $1 back out of the downside, because our average price there was 50s. So just to take 50 cents on the way back is not going to be enough to get us positive. So we're going to need to get back into 167 flat for Tesla to hit that. So we're going to bid right now 50s, and then if it falls back in, then that's fine. Yeah, 168 just rejected, but sometimes you get the rejection and the complete fall back in, but look what this market is also doing. So it's not just a Tesla story anymore. It's like a rebound where this market really bounced off 17.5. I mean, I feel like that's the story there. Remember, we wicked to this bottom, we came back in.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Bouncing off again, bouncing off again, bouncing off again, and now starting to go back to the upside. So,
I should have got it.
Yeah, nice trade there to be able to hold it. Let's see what Tesla does. I guess 168.50, but the next time it goes, it's probably going to go. So.
Yeah, I scalped some out, but if it breaks the high now, I'm getting out. And I should have, it was probably the right call to get it all out of Amazon. Hindsight is always 20/20, but I'm not reloading this. Why? Because the NASDAQ isn't at the high and Amazon is. That's simple. Like, you're still lower high on the NASDAQ and you're at the top. So this can break out the high without the NASDAQ, which means I need a higher level to short, if that makes sense to everybody. If we break the high here, we're going to have to give up on the last bit of Amazon. Like, your trade could always be better. You know, sometimes it doesn't hurt to just take all of the profit when it's against the grain. But Tesla, my stop is now the current high of the day, or just a couple of cents above it, because it's like 101.08. So you can probably figure out where that is. I'm not reloading it. To me, that either works now back into 167 or it doesn't. It's absolutely wild. This market is so resilient. Like, everyone's sitting around waiting for the dip buy. And the truth be told, you just have to take it the first day. Almost every single stock I'm looking at, it's like it makes that big move down. I'm like, yeah, this is going to be the start. We'll get it another leg down. You don't. And not in this market. It's that one day, and if you buy that bottom, we're looking back every single time. And it's like, okay, there you are. It was Tesla. So I'm out of Tesla. The long was obviously better than going for the short. But I said this morning, I didn't get the 170. I'm going to try the 168 today because that's what worked yesterday. So I knew I was going to. It didn't get there till now, so I took the shot. And there it is. So even Amazon came out, and that was the story of should have just taken it all out down there at 172.30. But the shorts were working pretty nicely, and this NASDAQ just doesn't give a darn. The poll's at 1,000.
Wow.
50-50. 1,000 people have voted, and it's exactly 50-50 as we're taking out the high of the day.
And what is the poll?
It's will the NASDAQ close?
Oh, right. Okay, I wasn't sure if we had like a Google, Microsoft poll. There's a super chat that.
Oh, actually, that would have made sense.
That was there. Okay, I want to. what I want to update everybody was there's Meta. So it does take out that. We got up 50s, so we actually got a good fill. I think it was 58 cents. So a good fill, 60s, 58s and 60s as it goes higher there. So we wipe out some levels, take it out, go back up to the upside. So there it was. That's a trade that we have, and it's out. So good trade there. We made some money back there on Meta, but unfortunately, we did give back about $3 because we could have had that 436 again. So that was a problem, 350 or so.
The truth of the matter is that you can't get the big one if you don't hold. It's just that simple. No, like I'm just saying.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, that's what I do.
Because oftentimes people are like, oh, why do you give up so much? And it's like, no, but if you're like, you'll never get a $20 winner if you, and again, it's a different style. Like, to me, I will take the station to station pretty much every time, but that's what I do for consistency. Sean loves to hold for that big. It takes out VWAP, and it's going to double the move if the market turns around, because Meta's going to fall more in that situation than the market pullback in a lot of times because of the volatility that it has. Thanks for mentioning the super chat. I almost missed it. Biz, thank you for this. What's your call for Google? Is it a short or is it a long? Look, we're not here to give financial advice. I'm assuming you mean on earnings, not literally right now because they report. I feel the same way I did about Meta up here. I think if there's even the slightest hint that, like, say, YouTube revenue isn't where it needs to be, then I think you're at risk of a pullback. They're going to print a bunch of money. I'm just worried about what the growth is going to be. And if you have even the slightest hint, I just think there's more risk in the other direction. You know, it is what it is. Like, that's how I felt about Meta. I feel kind of the same way about
higher or lower Google from where it is right now.
I'm thinking the same thing as I feel in Meta. Like, I think
higher.
I think lower. I felt
yesterday you were higher for Meta because I was lower. No,
I was wrong on Tesla. Not
Okay, so you think lower for Google? Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was Tesla I was wrong on. Yeah. Tesla's the one I was thinking the other direction. But no, Meta. Again. Maybe it goes up. This is one of the ones that I recently rebought. So I do not want this back at 130, which is what a bad print could do in a couple of days. But it bounced off the 200 period. I've already bought it there. I don't think, if it goes down there again, I don't think I'm buying it at the 200 period again because I already did. So I'm looking for other things if we
go. We'll take a little bit more on Tesla right now and see if it can get that move back into the end of the day here. For that, I did not reload the TQQ position, but yeah, we are loaded up now. On this Tesla just has to go like 5 more pennies, and we're actually up on it. So let's see what happens now to the downside for Tesla. I still wanted to stay in this. Like I said, we made like 15% of our month yesterday on this exact same trade right here. But boom, right down to the downside there. I don't think we're going to get that kind of market reaction right now, but here we go, printing lower, lower, lower right now for Tesla. So yeah, let's get in position right now. Assume said position. We're bidding 167.60s. Let's go again in the 50s, and yeah, here we go, baby. Let's see if we can get a downside push now in Tesla. I know there's a lot of bulls out there for Tesla, so I don't necessarily think that, especially today, where we don't have that earnings sort of, what was that? Did you, that was a
AMD just hit.
pretty crazy flicker there on AMD downside. Okay, so.
No, it just came in. I've been waiting for 154 half, sorry,
Ooh,
well,
154.
quarters in front of halves. And that just hit just now. So, yep, we were waiting around for AMD to get back up to test that high. There's a double top. We got it now. Yeah. High of the day is 174.50-ish, 48. So you know my stop's gonna be above that. Let's see if we can pull back. But yeah, you wait for it. We said this, if you're bearish and you're waiting for a short off a level and the market's bullish, make sure you get the price that you want, because the market is going to try to give it to you if you're going against the Granadera.
This part of the show brought to you by Kalshi. Have you ever wanted to trade on events that directly relate to companies and the economy? Kalshi is the first legal financial exchange in the US where you can bet on any event. Ever wondered if TikTok will be banned? How many cars Tesla will ship this quarter? What a new movie's Rotten Tomatoes score will be? Now you can use Kalshi to put your predictions to the test and trade on what you really know. Visit kalshi.com/tradertv to sign up today and grab a $20 bonus after depositing $50 exclusively for the first 500 people using promo code TraderTV. It's easy to get started. Choose an event, like whether Boeing will have a new CEO this year, currently priced at 76%. Buy 100 shares at 76 cents each, and if Boeing announces a new CEO by year end, you cash out $100 on your $76 bet. Don't just watch the news, profit from it. Join Kalshi's 100,000 users and dive into diverse markets, make your moves, and potentially profit from global events. Kalshi.com/TraderTV.
Top right on that on that page there was like U.S. capital gains taxes to increase before 2026, which I guess some way, like you could just bet on you really just kind of betting on the election results. But
what was the odds?
But the way I see it is,
did you see the odds or?
Oh, you know what? I missed the odds. I probably should be paying a little closer attention. But the thing is, you could always just bet that, hey, you don't want them to go up because then you're paying more capital gains, so you bet the other direction, then you're happy either way. Not a good way to go about things.
Double whammy.
Or it is a double whammy. But it's just kind of interesting, like some of the things they have up there that you wouldn't normally be able to take a shot on. I love the Rotten Tomatoes thing because I'm a movie person. Although I understand the critics in Rotten Tomatoes don't know what is good or bad. I tend to never agree with them on pretty much anything. But,
that's why art is subjective.
Yeah, exactly. Art's, but what I hate about it is it's a massive difference between what the audience thinks and what, especially when it comes to comedy. It's like the audience versus their critics. It's so different, and they just, for some reason, they don't like comedy or like funny. I don't know why.
Tesla shorted 830 Katina style on NVIDIA. All right, Zach, I'll jump. Let me see what this Katina style trade is over here. Okay, well, you're in the money $1 for if this was me. Oh, yes, good one. We've already talked about NVIDIA a little bit here today. Yeah, that's that top again. We're basically doing that on Tesla, but this actually looks better because you have a triple top. So Tesla's just a single top right now for the day. Obviously, it's topped out yesterday. It's a double top. This is 1, 2, 3. Triple topped in the last hour and a half. I actually like this trade better than what we were doing here for sure. So look, we were shorting against basically this top here, 825, and then eventually it worked. Like we did the same thing. It didn't work, then it worked, then it didn't work, and that's a good one. Yeah, I like that. The only problem here, as we keep saying, is the market, and I'm not going to change my mind on that. You bounced really well off of 17.5, so that's the problem. But you're still at the top now too. It's just the market is going to now wait. There's only 40 minutes until earnings come out. So that's going to be an absolute crazy show. Let's just go over to something else that maybe we haven't, we're not going to have earnings on or anything like that, but it still is a mover that maybe we can catch something if we see something. And of course, that's going to be ARM. So right into here, I like this. Like this looks pretty good to me. So again, support that broke, support right there that turned into, that same support turned into resistance on the way back up. Also the 200 period moving average. To me, this is a trade right here that's worth a look. So again, support there, came into it, broke it, that's the 200, comes back, tests it, back again there, down, probably a decent level here against 98.50. You might want to even go up to 99 on that one, because then you could say, you could have that like 99 problems. But okay, there goes Tesla. So 99 problems, Tesla is one of them, because there it goes right there, breaking back to the
AMD's about to do the same.
So yeah, like to believe in the short in this market is one thing, and then to actually put it on is another. So there it is. We only took out there about 20%, 25% exactly on this move down, and then out there. So it's negative because we lost on more, and we lost about 20 cents more than we did on that. So negative trade there on Tesla. Thought it would go the other way. You had the long initially there. That was good. Yeah, market's still trying to blast.
It was only ever going to be into 168. There was no way I was going to, oh, wait a minute. Oh, you know what?
Meta.
I was just trying to, my
That's a good
system.
Meta. I think you got to be careful.
No, we just got a super chat. I was just going to pull up.
Okay.
There we go, NVIDIA. Donnie Zimbabwe, you got 2 of your 825 calls left. Good time to sell to close. Again, you always have to have your own plan of action. Like, it's not about, hey, let's tell people what to do, because you can't just take someone else's trade or do someone else's decision. I don't know your risk parameters. I don't know why you got in. What you were really thinking about in terms of like taking profit, how much, I just don't know. I do know that the trend is up, and this market doesn't seem to care when you run into resistance levels. It does have room to, the level I liked for all week was 850 on NVIDIA. And it was pretty simple. The V-shaped recovery, I thought you already rejected it once. Yesterday, it famously never got to 850s. I sat there at the open and thinking we're gonna get there on strength. So it got to 840 bucks, which is a turnaround. So clearly, I think there's some resistance at that. But if the market keeps breaking higher, have we seen NVIDIA do another late push? 1,000,000 times. It's nothing for this thing to go another couple points here. But all I can tell you is the next level up that I think is significant is the 840 level. It's more like 841 from yesterday in the morning. And that 850 is a real big one for NVIDIA. And remember, the Meta earnings kind of had some hints at strength for NVIDIA. AMD decides to not quite run the stops, but I'm going to get some out if it gets to 154 even. The last thing I need is it holding the even dollar and I take nothing out. I think that's not making sense. And then 153.5 and then 153. We'll try to keep it simple with this one because everything else is absolutely flying to the upside here. And this is another one right at the highs. It just happens to be at resistance, so I'm not punching long into the top. Maybe that's the wrong call, but I hate going long at the high into overhead resistance or a key resistance level. I just don't like doing it.
Yeah. I mean, we know that Tesla has this 170 level, so I mean, I think all you guys in the chat are probably right. We're probably right, but we're just too early. But I like that trade, so I'm fine. Tesla's up 4%. I was fine doing that. It sucks to lose again that 70 cents or whatever it was on Tesla, but that is what it is. I am going to try a little bit more here on the TQs because we're kind of coming back to this level again, but we only have that 10% left, so we'll put on another 10% just now, and then we'll see. I think we just got 90s there, 91s. We got 91s. Doesn't matter, same price. So we'll wait to see now. Our stop on this was always that high. So again, this is why it's like you guys, you have to be careful because we talk about scalping. They did this on the main show as well, on the midday show, about how you're going to get cut up sometimes, but then you want to make sure that if the trade works for you, you're able to take out a little bit of money. And we just got all the way back down in there. This is scalping 101 right here. Shorting and out, like, you know, out at past support. So you make the money and then you hold for this. Then when it comes back up, you can try to reload it, but you don't want to put on just as many shares as you had here because then all of this will evaporate when you get shut down. So you can't just keep on averaging in all the way back up. You can't just repeat this pattern all the way back because then if you're wrong again, then you're going to lose it all. So we'll put on more right here, right now, and then our stop is going to remain the same, just shy of 53 north side. So if we get through there, we'll give it a breath, but then that will be it. So More to come, up if we can get near 53, but for now, we'll reload this short here and we'll be fine. Daryl, oh, Meta's all the way back up there. That makes me feel actually really good that it's there because we got out at 339.50. Good short there, Daryl, at 442 again. Wow, yeah, perfect, man, perfect. I like that, so cheers to you. Good trade there.
So when you went over the earnings, did you mention Roku? I didn't see Roku on that list, but
Oh, man, I didn't even mention Intel.
But
there
they're
was so
aftermarket
many.
tonight.
Yeah, dude. That's what I'm saying. Real traders stay.
Roku is one of the biggest movers on earnings the last couple of, I mean, you guys can see the charts yourself. This is one consolidate, and it's not 5%, it's not 10%. You know, this is 20s and 30s. The market just went ham again. 170 already on Apple.
Yes, sir.
Goodness.
Oh, we got to watch out for that.
Thank goodness we got out at VWAP. Like right when it took out VWAP, look at the ramp to the upside. So the high is 170.70. Maybe we got a chance to get there. This looks like a consolidation higher for a potential break. The futures are right at the top, but this isn't at the high yet. So I think maybe you got a little bit of a chance. Oh, good news. The early look for individual names is supposed to be back today at 3:30.
Ooh.
I don't know if we'll see anything there, let's be real, but I do think there's an opportunity every now and then to get that early look. And if you see a few big cap tech names and you're in them the wrong way, maybe it gives you a bit of a heads up. But once again, we'll give back what we make on that Tesla long because I went for AMD off that top. The only good part was waiting for the top. You know, I could have shorted it down here, would have just lost a little bit more. We waited for the high, but it just took out the high. You're continuously breaking highs here. I needed to see us fail back underneath the top, but the NASDAQ just took out a fresh high. It's got to come back underneath to be short. Otherwise, we should be looking for some long opportunities. I know what happened. I know what happened to Alibaba. I trailed out. It didn't even get to VWAP and it bounced. Like it's now just sort of bouncing 20, 30 cents away from VWAP and continuing higher. It's a great looking trend, but the trade I've been making all week was bounce off of VWAP long on Alibaba. Just not a chance to get it, unfortunately.
I was always right. I'm at the same problem as you. I was always writing down Alibaba short, and then it never came in to those levels. I'm going to give Apple one more chance here. We've made money on Apple. It's going to been a good stock for us, but here we go. We waited pretty patiently to try to see about this top. So now we're here, so I'm trying to see about it. I was going to get out at, I mean, it was kind of this, so here, let me show you on a 5-minute chart here for Apple, what I was looking at. Is this pivot point right here, 170.14. It's not pivot point, sorry, resistance number 1. We blasted, I'm not going to hold it to that. That's ridiculous. The market is way up now. So I was thinking about like right into here, 170.20. So 20 cents worth of a hit on pretty light. We're putting positions on here, but pretty light short. We should have the long already hit down here at 17.5. So that's the trade that really got going, right? We had saw that. Remember we were in Meta and we were talking about it. We should have looked at that. Like Daryl, I'm not even going to look at Meta right now because this is going to get scary. I think if we do start to take out that high again off of these bounce levels, everything gave people the long that they were waiting for. It's just like we said, is anybody brave enough to pull that trigger? Like the NASDAQ's now going to most likely go green, I would think. I mean, that 17.5 bounce is pretty strong. And if you're going to sort of zoom this back out a little bit on the NQs on a 30-minute chart here, let's just have a quick look. I mean, I guess this is a level, 17.6. I mean, look, 17.6, 17.6, we're all right here. So here we go, man. Nice move there. Upside, the market is really starting to take off. Right now, NVIDIA's at high of the day. Your AMD,
oh my
talked about
Tesla's
that.
already at 170.
Tesla's at 170 now. Oh God. Okay.
Had to flip short.
Yeah. How much do we?
Oh, that
think
long
about
was
this?
so good. It happens, man. Like sometimes you just you don't have to read. We liked the long, but I liked it 67 to 68. I didn't like it to 170. As I just hear them saying, and like Benzinga's telling us that Tesla's at 170. Yeah, we know. We can see it. Like, look at it. It's 170. Thank you, Ben. I almost said Benzino. Benzinga. Fail breakout. Do that, please, because if you fail back underneath, that at least shows me that you're not going to just ramp up. I'd like to see this fail. I'd like to see it be a failed breakout instead of trying to get out in front of it. Oh, my goodness. Now it's at 170.50?
Wow. I just took a 50-cent hit there. I tried 170. I tried 170. You know, I mean, you probably saw it. I mean, whether or not it breaks now or not higher than this.
Damn.
Damn. I mean, this market, man, damn, is going to go higher here, isn't it? Into the close. Wow.
Yeah, I'm not you. Yeah.
You know, the thing
Here's what's
170. I might just sell this. I was thinking about selling Tesla.
I'm not like not blindly, but I drew a trend line last year or 6 months ago on Tesla. Sorry, I'm looking at Rivian, literally not moving. See, what's bad? Rivian's bad. Now you're back under 170. Okay, I wanted to see it fail underneath 170 to get in, but no, I was basically saying there was a trend line. 150 was the bottom for the last year on Tesla. So I've been bidding 151 for a while, 150, 112. And I got the fill, and I was like, yeah, I'm just dollar cost averaging. I'll pick up some more. I'm actually considering if I see 180, why not just take some of that and run on it? But that shouldn't be the way. If you're dollar cost averaging, you're not swing trading. You know, when you turn swing trades into investments are bad, but dollar cost averages into swing trades, to me, that's just a good way to get FOMO, because my intention is to hold that and give it to my daughter, and then she can look at them in her robo-taxi at some point. I've already told her. She's like, oh, I can't wait till I can learn to drive. I'm like, don't worry about driving, sweetheart. It's not going to be a thing for you.
Yeah, she probably won't even want to be honest with you.
No,
I mean,
no,
there's
nobody
so many
does.
people nowadays that are just like, you know, don't even own cars. I mean, we talk about that even on our podcast.
Well, how does Barron feel?
Barron? Oh, no, don't forget about that. I mean, Baxter's 22 years old, and he's already told me he doesn't have any ideas or plans for a car. I mean, they're so into like all these Ubers and just like public transportation and just like getting more efficient than that. And plus, living in a big city, right? I mean, I think that's the big thing, that if you're living in a Toronto or anything like that, like where Baxter plans on being, and I think a lot of the kids nowadays, especially with all this tech happening everywhere, they want to be in these bigger cities. So, yeah, I don't think cars for many kids is on their mind for sure. So, all right, so this is that NASDAQ up there at 17.6. So we talked about 17.5. You pretty much went straight up in a line, straight up there. Okay, Tesla. We didn't get any out yet. Yes, we did. Okay, there we go. So nice little push back down in off that 170 fail break. So let's see if we can get lower on this one. Like I said, this has to get like back to 178 or 168 for us to be up on this name. That's going to be maybe even lower than that. That's probably not going to happen. So we're just going to hold on to see where we can go. Right now, we are still up on the day on the TQQs, position pending. As this just comes in, we just take an 08 out right there. Yeah, this could drop, or this could just be a temporary pullback. If it is a temporary pullback, you might be wanting to get out pretty soon, because this is that level again that we took out pretty easily. It didn't even stop here, 17.85. So watch out for a little bit of a pullback in. We'll put some bids on this name here for the TQQs just in case it does want to stop in and around there. But let's try to hold at least 80% of this for a pushback into the 50-period moving average. So that's what we'll try to do. The 200 was getting very greedy down there, which is why we emptied it out. But now we're back in this name, looking to get stopped out again, it looks like, to the upside here.
Yeah, you know what? We talk about this all the time. Like sometimes the failed break is better than the short at the big level.
Oh, Tesla.
Because then now you have people that longed the 170, and then it showed you the rejection underneath. So it got 94s on the way back through. I've already scalped some out. I'm thinking 168, because if 168's big, the most simple thing is resistance into support. So on a pullback against the grain, I'm thinking that 168 level is the next bid to the downside. And maybe it holds a bid, maybe it doesn't. We got 3 minutes until the early look imbalances.
No. Oh, no.
It doesn't, they probably don't matter, but on the odd chance that Tesla's on there if Tesla shows up as some kind of a bid on the early look, then I would just get out. And my goodness, the other thing that's booming this market to possibly go green is the USD just keeps dropping. You know, the USD's been under pressure pretty much all day.
USD.
So that's definitely one thing. I'll tell you this much, Bitcoin can't seem to break 65,000. Like the only thing not going is Bitcoin 65,000. Like that's the break that you can't get today.
Ooh, that's a nice little.
Like really?
I should check the.
Like what's that telling us? I think that's, I don't know, maybe it's not telling us anything. This is a relief rally in some of the tech names that got beaten up. And the dip buyers are fierce today. That's what happens when maybe we're not out of the bull market or it's a sucker rally. I don't know if I go that far yet. We're going to find out because it's earnings. You got this week, you got Apple next week. It's going to be put up or shut up time. But the big one, there's some big ones tonight, man. You don't get any bigger than Microsoft and Google.
Right.
Let's be real. Like it's trust. Like at the end of the day, you might get bigger percentage moves on Tesla and Meta, but just in terms of like what it means to the NASDAQ, this is where it's at in terms of one day when you get a double barrel action with Microsoft and Alphabet. So I want this 168. I'm actually sitting at just in front of the quarters on Tesla. The fail break is going to be the right one, and sometimes that's just what you have to do. Like you have to sit it out, and if you miss it, you miss it, and try to catch it on the way back down instead of standing in front. What question was I answering? It's all good. Hopefully I answered your question. 1320 Wolf. Sometimes we're just talking shop, and if it happened to answer a question you didn't ask, all the better for it. The question I'm asking myself is, when it was a trend, flat top, triple top breakout, why didn't I hold it? That's the question I will ask myself on the train home. I mean, that and who are the Bills going to take in the first round?
Yeah, well, that question will be answered if they trade up, potentially.
The rumor is a Dunsey. We're going to trade up to
slow down.
There was a the rumor is that the Bills are trading up to the Titans pick, and we can get a Dunsey, like the number 3 wide receiver in the draft. I have no idea what the heck we're giving up to get that, but
a lot.
Yeah, we need a wide receiver, bro.
I know, and they just the Titans just got Ridley, and they still have Hopkins. So there's some potential there.
Remember how sad I was when we traded Diggs? Because we need wide receiver.
Sure. You might be sad tomorrow when that doesn't happen. So we'll have to watch out. So we did reload Apple right here. I mean, I hope it does. I would love the Bills to win. Let's see if we get to the downside now. A little bit of a reload there on Apple. We are already short the market, so this could just be a double barrel blow up again if the market continues to go. But look what we did. We actually were pretty responsible there. Tesla came into 169 and we took an out. So our first out there we got at 50. We got another out right there. I mean, this out sucked. I know that. And at least we didn't get out at the top at 171, but I guess that didn't break. We should have just held out for it. There's another out right there, 20. Again, short. What are we short? 8 O's? What am I short? Tesla. Yeah, 01s actually. So that was a good out there at 25s or whatever that was for Tesla. So we'll see if it can go down even lower than that right now. Not my whole day, but my success on the TQs is at a flat spot right now exactly. So we have to wait now to see if we can get this back in. If not, we're a couple pennies away from getting taken out on the high side. We just got to see if we're going to hold 17.6 again. That's it. If we don't hold it, we're gone. If we do, then we're still here naturally. So let's wait to see if that is something that winds up happening. Pretty okay with it right now. I do have some bids at O's again. Hopefully those will fill. If not, cool. Apple now, nice move down in. We've now got 15 cents in the money on this one. We'll take some more profit down here as we've just done the same thing again. We talked about 170 on our sticky note, and that came in, so we shorted it again. So it's nice when things work out. We always talk about that, and sometimes I feel like if I just stick to the plan, Stan, everything would be okay. So there it goes. We got a 77 there and an 80. Now let's see if the market wants to fall down. I feel like sitting duck in this, though.
The difference, see, the benefit of sticking to the plan, which is easy to say, but it's so true. If you lose when you stick to your plan, as a trader, you just don't care. Because it's like you were going to do that anyways. That was your plan. That's the thing you really liked. So what? That's part of it. When you lose, when it's not in your plan, that's when it'll burn more because you knew you could have made another decision. You could have gone another way. But if you had an A+ setup that you like, you take it and it loses, that's a cost of doing business. The early looks are back. There just aren't any. It's just Visa at 1.9 million to sell, Ford at 1.6 million to buy, TD that's dual listed. For anyone that's looking, TD 1.5 million to buy. Just understand that oftentimes when you see that on New York, like it'll come out as a sell in Toronto. I feel like it's almost always the case.
Oh,
so yeah,
what was the early look? Did we get it? I missed that.
We don't get the overall number. It's just we have the individual names back. That's all. And if you see this thing on New York, which had an imbalance this morning, it's just a cash deal buyout. I'm trading in both Toronto and the U.S. It's not really going to move anywhere. It's like pennies at a time. Palantir early look. No, never. That was this morning. So it really is just Ford, which was a huge disappointment today. Like the market ramped and Ford had a lot of trouble.
That's true. Yeah.
I'm so surprised by that. GM got back to the highs. Like look at the difference. Ford didn't have a backward. GM got back up to the highs, and Ford did this.
I'll get a water.
Oh, never mind. Of course, as I say it, Okay, when I last looked, Ford was at VWAP, and I guess eventually all things broke out. See, you could have just gone long, literally anything. Weak stock, strong stock, all the longs are good. Look at this VWAP hold breakout setup on Ford. It's only 15 cents, but 15 cents on Ford ain't bad. Can Boeing keep going? That rhymed. Boeing. All right. I voted red, and I don't think the market's going to get to green because we're still half a point down on the NASDAQ. But you know it's a strong day when Boeing is up 2%. This is the best day it's had in a month for Boeing, 2%. I know that's not really saying much, but it has to start somewhere for Boeing, right? It has to start somewhere. The last time it had a big move up, it was a horrible idea to buy it. So my approach is let it make some higher lows, let it break the 50-period moving average, but good for you, Boeing. Good question, Christopher. How does Intel earnings affect AMD? It's a double-edged sword there because while overall demand issues in the guidance for Intel obviously is going to affect, say, AMD because they're in the same sector, you have to remember that AMD's been eating Intel's lunch when it comes to data center. So you always have a situation where if their margins are poor and some metrics are bad and overall AMD is still executing a little bit better, it's not always a one-for-one that it's a bad thing because they could always be stealing some business or continuing to hold off Intel for some of the data center business. But in a general sense, lack of growth is not going to be good for AMD. There is a bit of a sympathy play, but it's not the easiest one to think about. So, I would always look for it, but I'm not going to be married to the notion that if Intel, what's the bed, that AMD necessarily has to be down. Just trade it off its own levels. It was just, okay, so Tesla was about to break 169. You could see it was right there. I'm like, I had my bid down in the 168, 33, well, 30, yeah. And now we're right back up to 70. So if it breaks 170, I'm just going to get out a couple cents above it. I don't want to hold back to the high. I don't want to reload the trade. I don't want to do anything, but either this works right here, right now, and I might even I might just get out at 169 even if that's the best we can get. It's now 335 in here. There's still 20 minutes to go, 15 to the imbalances, but wow. Even when you think you've got a huge, look at the wick on that candle. Like if that short can't even get back to 168, how strong is that? That's insane. That's the kind of setup that is exactly the short you're looking for when you're trading. It's a parabolic move up, a wick down. I'm telling you, that's the kind of setup you love that should be back at 168, no problem. Station to station baseball there, but nope. Instead, we're going higher. I'm out. So once again, it's not a bad trade. It'll actually be slightly positive, but the dip buy still would have been better somehow. Doesn't make any sense, but it's still going.
All right. All right, muted. We just went and got a water here so we can relax a little bit and watch this market come to the downside because the more I sit here, the more I'm going to scalp out of this thing. We do have another, okay, here we go. We do have another bid down here for the TQQs to the downside. So we only have 15% of Tesla left, by the way. So we'll see if this can come back in a little bit for us, but I don't really care about that now. I'm just on this market tip. So we'll have to wait to see if we can get a little bit of a push down. This level here is 80s. So that's something, 88, something like that right now. All right. I do have a bid at 88, so we just bounced off that. I put another bid there at 80s. Maybe we can get down in now that we've seen that, and then the ultimate would be right into here, 52.50 would be a great out for us if we can get down there. We don't have to get too greedy here into the close. So that's one thing for sure, but we'll have to wait on that, 52.80. The out there. Yeah, okay, so Apple, let's go, man. Let's spin this one. Money. The TQs is going to be my PL1. I'm going to put another bid at 92. I can't stop myself. But Apple's starting to go to the downside right now. So let's take another out. There it is. We just punch out there at 60. So far, so good. Right now, Paramount is getting close to a merger, apparently, so we can see.
But it's going down, so it must not be a good deal, I'm assuming.
Yeah, nice move down there for Paramount. We've talked about Disney a little bit here as well. Nothing happening
What a
there.
mess.
Okay, market. Okay. Now we're starting to pull back in again here. Yes, sir. All right, let's go to Adara, and it's 337.
Lots of big movers in this market today. And the S&P 500, of course, especially with earnings. But we're going to talk about some of the names we haven't talked about making big moves, all of which are actually going to be in the health or biotech space today. First, we have Merck, MRK. This one beating earnings across the board, trading higher over 3% on a nice earnings report. Another earnings name here as well, Bristol Myers Squibb. BMY also trading a little bit lower, this one here, despite a nice earnings report. And last but not least, we have Pfizer trading to the downside here. This one actually not earnings related. GSK, according to Reuters, looking to pursue some legal action with Pfizer with regards to technology patent concerns. So PFE to the downside. Lots of big movers, of course, throughout the day, guys.
Pfizer might lose that 25 level. This is the pandemic. The 26 is the pandemic support for Pfizer. Yeah, this is going to be a give up the ghost for me underneath 25. I got to stop down there. Not at 24.99. I don't believe in that kind of stuff. But if I zoom it out further, that's the pandemic low. We go all the way back to 2020. Now it's starting to pull back, but it's going to do it without me because Tesla was the one thing I still had left into the short side. Whoops, that's one too many. And it came right back above the 170 level. I could get back into this one. I just feel like this is like Tesla's making higher highs, right? So why go back into the name that's making the higher highs? Took the shot at the 170. Thankfully, scalps them out, and thankfully had a long in there. But it could always be better. It'll end up a green afternoon, but if it's only long, I think you guys get the idea. Like you'd make 4 or 5x if it was only long, whatever you made this afternoon. The news on Paramount, if it was going up, I'd care. But if you tell me they're close to some kind of a deal and it's tanking, that means nobody likes the deal. Yeah, like this is what's happening. I don't know what the details are here with Para. I just know that they turned down at one point a cash offer, and the shareholders must be pretty upset about that, clearly.
Yeah, we'll have to wait to see what's happening here as we get Skydance getting involved here. Here it is right here.
It's tanked.
Yeah, it's Skydance and Paramount inch closer to merger as key hurdle looms. That's on CNBC. So, yeah, that's not this story. It was right here. So Paramount and Skydance. So, yeah, we'll continue to watch out for that as this market fades back in again for us. I mean, we're pretty cruising now, guys. Like, what a, not a nightmare or anything like that. I mean, the stock market's been very, very kind. But at the same time, like, it's like a heart attack waiting to happen because like, we were so close to this one not working out for us again on, well, not again, but like now it's P&L number 1 for me and it's not even close. So we were almost like dead red on this name. And then all of a sudden now the market just does not what we thought it would do, but you know, it came up to another level of 17.6 there. We actually, what gave me more confidence was pulling this out and just looking again at the longer aspect of this. But this is the problem with, wow, okay, our net is starting to do it now. But wow, Neil. Money, yes. Money. All right, here we go, man. Nice move to the downside. And we're spinning it as well all over the damn place right now. Apple's 50 cents in the money off a sticky note reload level. Tesla now $1 in the money as well, coming back in, maybe into this 169. Let's just take some out here. Why not? We have the opportunity to do that. We have enough shares on board. We'll spin that out right now. And we're starting to get lower and lower and lower. And this TQQ trade, she's a monster, but we like it. Let's go over to Adara. You got news?
I do have news on Paramount, so just clarifying that headline with regards to the key hurdle looming. The key hurdle in this potential Paramount and Skydance deal does seem to be apparently Paramount has an outstanding carriage renewal with Charter Communications. So I guess some tie-ups with Charter Communications potentially harming this deal, although it does sound like all parties are interested in final discussions for this Paramount and Skydance deal, according to this report from CNBC. Worth noting as well, they're actually looking to finalize terms of the deal by May. Apparently. So keep an eye on PARA. If I see any other headlines resulting from this, I will let you guys know.
Thank you for that, Adara. You can see the price action. I mean, it's tanking, so you know that speaks for itself. Just don't assume if you act like an algo and hear deal and buy and don't get the real deal like we just heard from Adara about the details, then you could get yourself in some trouble there. It is bouncing a little bit there, but the story's got to be finding those shorts. I backed off. I wanted to preserve the little we were able to make in the afternoon, but it was the right call to sort of just look for something that wasn't making a fresh high. Now, you got the cues that were cresting, but you had names that were kind of making higher highs the entire way through. I know AMD would have worked, but at the end of the day, it was still making higher highs. So I'm going to get out of that one and not try to keep fighting. Like, look at the trend back into the upside. That kind of would have worked. But if it's holding the same level, that's a lot different, or making lower highs, that's just a lot different from getting higher highs the entire way, because then you're just fighting.
Yeah, we did a good job getting out of something down there. I mean, as we were talking, we came right into the 200 period moving average. So, I mean, like I was saying, I just hope you guys are all seeing these trades, because like there's Tesla, boom, out again down there. Apple, out again. Whoa, we missed that. We did put a bid down there, but missed it. So that's not a good out. So 169.40, we're right down there right now. That's where we were, and we missed it. Literally bounces. But that's kind of the trading that we're going to continue to try to do here. I'm just going to put a bid now at 53. Maybe we'll get that if it comes back in, and then we'll wait out for the rest of this trade to pan. So far so good here on the downside. Just waiting, like I said, to see if these TQs wants to continue its trek lower. So that would be nice if that was to happen. Now, which do you trade, Goog or Goog L? I trade Goog L. We've been doing that since the jump. This is a name that I love to trade. But we have no trades on it today, but tomorrow will be a different day. Yesterday, we absolutely had a fantastic day with Tesla. Today, not so good with Meta, but a couple great plays back in there. Good short again, Daryl, if you're still in that, off that high. I should have reshorted that. We were too focused on the market, but the market and Tesla's been good here, so I'm happy with that. But that was another good opportunity right there to get Meta off of that level that we already had. So I like looking back and seeing that like all these levels are holding and stuff, because it's just justifying, what my trading style would be. We do miss that trade there, but we reloaded this one. And now, as I said, it's not, boom. That was a big one for me. We had probably, honestly, on the TQs, it's a $52 name. We probably had 6 or 7 times the shares on this that I would have had on Meta. So for me, we're happy what we're doing. Let's just continue this. It's 345. Everything's going to change when these imbalances come out. And what was it? I even missed what it was. Did we get it at 350?
No, we still don't get a total number, unfortunately.
Oh, we still don't get it. Okay.
But like just the early look on the New York numbers, like I'm going to say, because Visa was a sell side and AT&T actually goes in the other direction, it looks like it's pretty mixed. You have TD with a buy, Verizon with a buy, then you get a couple of sells in VRT and PCG. But overall, it looks a little bit mixed. There's no big names early look. I mean, 400,000 for Uber. Like that's a name that we might care about, but none of the big cap tech names. All that changes at 350 when they all come in. And your guess is as good as mine. Sometimes you get a sell imbalance when you've had this kind of a relief rally, just because profit taking on a rally up would mean sellers, and you could always see that. But no guess from me. The early look isn't really telling you anything on some of these individual names. Worth probably having one of the. I'll probably be looking at like a Google or a Microsoft at 350, just because those are the ones that report, or maybe like a Roku. Like Roku should be. I kind of think Roku is going to be the wildest one in the aftermarket show. Like if there was a decibel meter, which I don't think we can do, if there was a decibel meter, like which symbol gets Sean the highest on the decibel meter, I think it's going to be Roku tonight. But that would be a guess.
No, I don't care about Roku. But I do think.
I'm just talking about the excitement of how much it moves.
Nah. Because I'm not.
No?
I agree with you. I think it's going to move the most. But I'll be more excited about like the names I own. And the names I trade. I don't really, honestly, I don't have like an affinity for Roku, but I do think it's going to be wild. And do we have the earnings board? All right. Why you sound so sad about that? People love the earnings board. I mean, by the way, Fabian, like right now we're working on a brand new podcast room and everything. So Ramin is, lone wolf over there doing that. So we'll wait a second for that. There it is. See, look how fast that came through. Wow.
We got some biggies.
No, the biggest one I'm going to be so excited about is Teladoc. What is TDC doing? Anyways, we'll have to check that out. All right, so just joking around on that one. Yeah, Roku. Here I am. Roku, Alphabet. Whatever stock is called after the close, I really like that one. No, Intel, Microsoft. I mean, those are the ones, man.
It's
and then tomorrow, I own AbbVie. That should be exciting. So that's
I own
something for me.
Chevron. Who else we got tomorrow morning?
Yeah, I used to own Chevron XOM. I might still have some XOM. Other than that, though, yeah, wow. Tomorrow is energy, man. Wow, we're getting a lot of energy tomorrow morning. And so get your rest, get some energy, because tomorrow is coming full blast. But tonight is what it's all about, man. Intel. There's over 40% of the S&P 500 reporting this week. So it's a big week.
It's put up or shut up week.
Yeah, it is. And a lot of names are getting shut up, but then they're just coming right back up like Meta. Meta was like, no, we're not going to go down 20% like we were down here at 415 or whatever it was. Now we are at the price, not the time. Now we're all the way back up to 445 and looking to really take out the day's high again into the close. So what an impressive battle back for Meta. I feel like
Not for Teladoc.
I feel like if I feel the same, I didn't even look at Teladoc. I feel like if I feel the same about Google or Microsoft, like they had a bad report, but a good report, but then a bad guide and some things that people don't like, I think we'll have to look for the long, because today they really bought this name and they bought it easily all day long.
Buy the dip.
Meta just keeps going. I'm just going to take some more TQs.
So just quickly for Teladoc, 16% short float and this daily chart. I mean, they probably don't have to do much. Like, you probably literally, like, come on, man. Like, you could sneeze and this thing could probably float up the way it's been heading to the downside. Like, Kathy Wood just has to hit buy once and Teladoc could fly. This is a weekly chart, not a daily chart, by the way, because it's important, I think, sometimes to be able to see really where it's come from. You don't get the same perspective if you only looked at a daily chart. Roku, with less than a minute to go, Roku's at the high of the day. I don't know exactly the timing on when they come out, but believe me, they're going to be rapid fire because you've got a bunch right at the close, and you're going to have to be like head on a swivel. But the imbalances are about to drop as the market is trying to drop. So you know what? If you voted that the NASDAQ was not going to go green, looks like that's going to end up winning. The NASDAQ is not going to get green, although it was an impressive rally.
Really?
No, but any way you cut it, that's a pretty bullish rally to end the day. But some profit taking, which would make a little bit of sense going into these big earnings that are about to drop soon. So let's see if the imbalances come out here. Not guessing what it's going to be. We'll just try to react if we see anything crazy. Maybe you get like a Roku or a Google, Microsoft with something now-ish.
The NASDAQ danced a bit.
Visa's there, but nothing.
We got out nicely of Apple right before. So that was good. We just got a 60 fill on Apple. We are getting very light on the NASDAQ. We'll put another bid there at 63. We'll take some out there again. So I don't have any imbalances up.
320 million to sell is the total number.
Yeah,
nothing.
so kind of an
absolutely nothing. Anything individual is pretty bunk.
Of nothing.
Micron at 900,000 to buy is loosely interested, but that's not even 1 million shares. Intel's not even 1 million shares, 790,000 to buy. Amazon's a buy of 750. So like there's some small buys for some of the big names, but that just means the bulk of it must be sell side here. And we said Visa is a nothing burger, right? Because Visa always pairs off. TLT. I don't know what it means, but the more volatility we have in the afternoon, the bigger the TLT imbalance is. It just sucks that there's nothing. I've never seen any trade here on TLT. That 6 million, and when you pull it up, that's the 20-year ETF. Like, it just never does anything. Like, you get all excited because, like, look at the size of that imbalance. Oh my goodness, it's only done 28 million shares, and it absolutely doesn't move. So, you know, there's probably some logical explanation for that we just don't know, but it's worth ignoring. You know, I wouldn't trade off that ever.
We're just looking at some notes for tonight. 351. So we did, again, I'm not really doing anything. I'm just trying to watch out to see if there's anything that is going to happen. We are still only 40 cents in the money on Tesla, but we already got out of everything. We have 5% left now. Just holding out to see if we can get back in. You know, I might as well. I got to clean everything up because I got to get over to the desk anyways. 169.20. We'll just put a bid down there. And how about just our stop order will just go in at a 170 break. We had a little bit higher than that, obviously, but now, as we got to get the heck out of here, 170.02. If it breaks that, we will mark it out of the rest. of our position, which is 5%. So we'll wait, which is nothing. So we'll wait to see if that happens through. The TQs is doing nothing. And then Apple, we took advantage of that. Like we said, we only have 20% left, or no, less than that, 10% left of Apple. I got to keep track of how many shares I have. We'll put another bid here at 90, take some out, and just sort of empty this out. So good trading on Apple. Up on Apple today for sure. Up on the TQs. We're going to wait to see what happens. I mean, this Tesla trade's not going to be up on anything. Maybe we get them moved out. Maybe we break through that 160, 170 level. Snapchat was a flat trade today, which kind of sucks because we did have an opportunity to take out a lot down here, but it was only 10 cents. So we were in a good position. We were up on it. And then as it came back, we just kind of gave it back, and we held the last bit of it till 11:10 break. So there's that 10 cents back and wound up actually being a flat trade. Really, if Meta collapsed, feel like, and that's another one that I don't even have written down.
You know what pissed me off?
Snapchat.
No, what's pissed me off about Snapchat
Yeah.
is this wick right here. Like it was kind of cruising, and I had reloaded off of yesterday's high, and I was getting some out, and I had to get up. It was 12:30. Like I'd just done like the lesson of the day kind of thing, and you would get up and go to the candle, that kind of stuff. I threw a stop at the high, thinking there's no chance like that's gonna fill. Had that bad wick out, and then made a little. That to me, this was a revenge trade. I don't usually revenge trade, but that's 100% a revenge trade. I ended up giving up I was up on Snapchat and gave up half of it, and all I had to do was not do this revenge trade back in. It's like, so what? You wicked out of the last 25%. But it's still trending higher. Why reload? It's little things like that. Like nobody is immune. I don't care who you are. You're not a robot, although, maybe there's robots out there somewhere. Eventually, Optimus will be a thing, but you're not a robot. Revenge trading's true. I get a wick like that. I get pissed off. I jump right back in and give back something I shouldn't have on Snapchat. So you got to learn from those lessons. I know it was an easy one right there. Like the second it stopped out, I was like, yeah, that was pretty stupid. Why even bother doing that? And it's trend up. It could just be this stock is so badly beaten up and it wasn't going to make lows because of that. I think that's more the case here with Snapchat. It just underneath that 12 level. Apparently Zoom's doing something, but what do we have here? Zoom moving? No.
No, they're just saying that something about USC canceled some of their something. Okay, so we got out of Apple, we got out of Tesla. Tesla didn't even break. I just punched out. There, I got to go over. So we get out of the 80s there. So nothing kind of at the end of the day. Unfortunately, I do have to move over. So whatever happens here, happens here. The TQs, I'm just going to have to start to get out of this one again as it's 355. So we'll just start to layer some of these outs down here. We're at the 200 period. So I'm fine with it. I do think the market has a chance to fall back in right now. But what are we going to do about it? Absolutely nothing. We got to get flat. So here we go. Thank you for watching me anyways. Neil will take us in for the next couple minutes. We'll be joined with Dara and then Danielle Shea on the recap show. So
on Microsoft Day.
Yeah, Microsoft. We got Microsoft, we got Google, we got Intel, we got Snapchat. Roku.
Why didn't I always forgetting Roku?
Yeah. Well, yeah. All right, Snap right there. I just want to make sure. Yeah, post-market April 25th. Yeah, so 8% short float on Snapchat should be exciting.
Oh my goodness, Snapchat. It's just, there's going to be so many movers tomorrow morning. As always, you make a plan, stick to plan, try to get into the same symbols. That's what it's all about there. Look, let's be real. Like today was a huge surprise. I don't care who you are. Like maybe there's some people that were long off of that bottom. I guarantee you there's always somebody that's super bullish in a situation like that, but certainly didn't see it coming. Had a couple of longs, and there's nothing that got held on to long enough. Keep it that simple. But I'll tell you, if we're not at least trying to go long in Alibaba tomorrow, I don't know what else to say. Like, how many days in a row does that have to do exactly the same thing? This is a good day for them. And what I also love about it, we only got 3 minutes to go. I just wanted to quickly point out, it's doing it when Pinduoduo is doing nothing. It's one thing when they're all going up. It's another thing when it's doing its own. Making its own move, and I love that about Alibaba. Like it's like it's grinding higher because of a lack of offer, whatever it might be. Chris with the Intel and rocket ships. Okay. I mean, it's up 1.6%. You know what the good thing is? if you're measuring not how far something flies up in terms of the atmosphere or like how many feet it is off the ground, but you're just measuring how far it actually flies, well, if you launch from below sea level, then you can get some impressive numbers without getting anywhere near the stratosphere, right? So Intel has a chance to launch from somewhere in, I don't know, the middle of the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, and therefore it can get a nice little relief rally. I think that's certainly possible. I've been surprised by Intel moves after quarters that when you read it, it's like, what is even going on here? That's as bad as it could get, and then it's up 10%. But I'm speaking as somebody that sold 40% of my Intel position. Some of it was called away. I got called away here, and then I sold some at the 50 level, and I'm not buying till it gets to 25 or next quarter. That's just my approach. But you never know what can happen, man. Good luck to them. I'm never rooting that the stock goes to the downside. I've never been in that camp. Like, even if I think something is going to be bad, I'm never hoping it's going to be bad. I've never shorted anything in my personal account. I've sold covered calls, and that's about as far as I would ever get. Hope everyone's having fun here, because I'm just staring at a couple level twos. One of them is Tesla, which made another press to the high of the day. It's absolutely relentless. Like, I cannot believe, had this one short on the breakout, it's like, let's go 67 to 68. That's me shorting and getting out for a small hit. That's me trying to short again. It was just a long this afternoon. We could have done so much better only going into the long. All in all, you know, I'm gonna be pretty happy that we managed to get away from the worst of it and be slightly up today. And most of that had to do with just having an NVIDIA long. But the shorts, they were dumpster fires. You just had to find a way to be getting out of them where you could. You know, that's the best you can do. If you have a stop, that was lesson of the day. If you have a stop, adhere to it. That's very, very important. If you're waiting for a key price level, do not try to short before it gets there if it's against the grain. I think you can get into so much trouble. Appreciate you, Steph B. DJK, Tesla 138 to 170 is amazing. What would be more amazing is if it can get to 1,000, like Kathy Wood said. She's made some promises I'd like some stocks to keep. I just recently bought Tesla 151, that's all. But you know what's good, and the market is good every single day because it either makes you money or gives you opportunities to, and at a bare minimum, if you're not learning from the market, then I think you're missing out on a huge opportunity because every single day we're learning something. I know I learned a lot today, especially with that revenge trade on Snapchat. But Adara in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and there we go. Ye market is closed. The NASDAQ did not go green, but it was an impressive rally nonetheless. 0.6 to the downside is the NASDAQ. The ES 0.5. I want to say. So, you know, overall, it's an impressive rally. We have Tesla finishing up 5%. That was insane. Big shout out to Fabian and Ramin. Fabian was working on the new room. Fantastic. Fabian and then leaving Ramin there to do her own thing. Great crew, as always. Can't wait to see you when that's on board for the podcast. It's a great looking room. You guys are going to love it. But big shout out to the midday, Sharif and Adara, as always, kicking butt. But hey, you got big earnings. Let's not waste any time. You know who I am. You got Adara at the desk. You've got Sean at the desk. You've got Trader staying late for Google, Alphabet. I should say Alphabet. Microsoft and Roku. Let's go.
All right, Microsoft is a banger right now. Welcome to the recap show. Thank you, Neil. There it goes. Microsoft up to 415. We're starting to go upside right now on Microsoft, so the earnings are now out. Yeah. Microsoft up to 416 and starting to go. Nice move up there for Microsoft. We will get these exact numbers for you. Don't worry about it right now. Okay. Intel right here starting to go up to the upside as well. No, Intel cranked there. Sharif wins again. When does this guy ever lose? Oh, yeah. Forget about that. We'll talk about that after. Nice downside move here for Microsoft is getting killed right now. Down to the downside. Intel getting killed. Downside down to $33. Killed, it's down 4%. Let's wait to see what happens there. Microsoft is the name that we're most excited about, up to 420. So Adara, give us those numbers.
Yes, please. Okay, so we have Q3 revenue, $61.9 billion versus the expected $60.8 billion. That's a beat. We also had, what else did we have here? We had quarterly increases, 21% in quarterly revenue for Intelligence Cloud. Quarterly revenue for productivity and business up 12%. All I'm seeing here are increases. Personal computing also increased by 17% here. They returned $8.4 billion to shareholders through share repurchases. all of this is positive.
Perfect. Next time, let's share her screen, what she's reading, so everybody can see that. All right. Right now, Intel, just to give you the Intel numbers, right now, Intel beats 18 cents versus 14 cents. Sales, 12.7, missing. They miss on sales. Let's figure out what's happening right now with the guide. So it has to be something about their guide. So we'll have to wait to see this one right now. Microsoft upside. Here's Intel right here in my ear. Loss of 5 cents for Q2, so that's not going to be good. So we're going to see what's going on with Intel right now to that downside. Google is now out. All right, so Google, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please come again. Yes, sir. We talked about this one for Google. Watch out now. We said this was the beat of the day, and there it goes, Google. We're going to go 3 for 3, man. Tesla upside. Yesterday, Meta downside. Today, Google upside. Yes, sir. Boom for Google. Our largest holding goes boom right there. Up 7%, Adara. I guess, hey, I guess they're not that bad in the AI game after all. Google right now up 19% year to date and starting to say, what past high? 171, 172. Google is rocking. Gap EPS 189 right now, beating 151. Estimates of 80.5. Crushing sales of 80.5, crushing 70.5. Wow, we are oh my God, $70 billion buyback?
Yeah.
Is that what we're hearing right now? Google $70 billion buyback right now. So if you're holding Intel right now, sorry, it's Google's world and we are all living in it. Nice move to the upside. Wow, Adara.
Yeah, I mean, Google,
what a difference a day makes. Yesterday, we're like wondering what's up with Meta. Today, it is an instant disaster for Intel. It's a nice move for Microsoft. It's a nice move for Google. And yes, sir, what a good day to be long.
Yeah, especially these mega caps, both Microsoft and Google here making some nice moves. But Google,
let's go.
That $70 billion buyback, also announced like a 20-cent dividend. We know what buybacks and dividends did for Meta, not this quarter, but the quarter before.
Let's go.
Q4 2023. So we know the market does like dividends and buybacks. Google, Alphabet overhearing that and giving the people what they want. They're also, that massive revenue, massive EPS beat. Really strong look here, much like Microsoft for GOOGL.
All right, let's go. Thank you, everybody, for watching right now. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Tell us how good we are doing with these earnings. Thanks to Miss Adara here as well. Over 4,300 right now watching us. Thank you so much for coming through one more time. And it's Microsoft. It's a banger, up to 421 right now. But the story of the day, in my opinion, continues to be Google. Huge move up, man. We are still going. It is now 9%. This is a double-barreled beat right now. Expected move on this, 5%. Google right now up 10. What a good day to have Miss Danielle Shea come through. This is a monster earnings out right now. Thank you to everybody who's here right now. What's up to Brad, Patrick, D-Loaf? If we get anything else out, we are going to come with that. Intelligent cloud revenue up 21% for Microsoft. The cloud wins again. Nice move up. I expect Amazon to be up. Boom! We expected Amazon to be up on this move, Adara. And there it goes. Amazon taking out that 180. Wow. Oh my God, we maybe be eating some lobster tonight, man. These moves are upside. And I was like, whoa, on all of this.
Yeah.
You know, slow down. Let's see where these earnings are going to come. Is the market due for a pullback, or are we just dip buying? And the Qs say, hold the beer again. The NASDAQ was down at one point today, over 1.5%. They ended the day down 0.7%, something like that, 0.5. And now the NASDAQ says, thank you, Sir Softy. We've been calling this thing Mr. Softy from the jump. Nice move back up there to the upside. If anybody's in Teladoc right now, bang for Teladoc. Nice report there for TDoc right now coming through. Q1 there, EPS missing, but better than expected, I guess. No, that's a miss. The sales were better on Teladoc. Nice move. Neil's favorite name is now out. It's your boy Roku, and let's see what's up with that one as Neil goes home and plugs in his Roku. Neil, you know you have one, and boom for Roku, Neil. It's 12%, and it is an upside move. Neil doing cartwheels over there. Get the camera on this guy. 35 cents beats versus minus 35. No, Neil's getting off his makeup. Ouch, Neil. Roku is trash coming from Neil. 30, not today though. 35 cents versus 62. They beat, but still losing money, so Neil's not going to be wrong on that one. Sales, a huge beat on the sales side of it, but Roku for right now, Adara, monster move up. It's 13%. Looks like they win again there for Roku one more time, but I'm most impressed with Google. Give me something I don't know, Adara.
I mean, with that Google, I will say this is one that I mentioned on Monday that I was excited about as well with Google. I thought that it could be interesting, a chance for them to redeem themselves with those snafus with AI. The stock was strong going into it. I'm seeing if I have any guidance out here. But yeah, I think the main thing with their 20-cent dividend, expecting to pay quarterly cash dividends in the future. So that's definitely a nice look as well. Not just dividends, but quarterly dividends there for Alphabet. Also, yeah, we had that massive EPS beat, massive sales beat as well. $70 billion for Class A and Class C shares. Buyback opportunities there. I'm going to see if there's anything else coming out of this name here. But yeah, I mean, really nice look, I think, across the board for GOGL. Roku, also worth noting, they had stronger than expected guidance as well here for ROKU. $935 million for total net revenue for Q2 projection versus $931.42 million expected. So higher than expected revenue projections here for ROKU.
Whew, man, this is, I mean, Google is still going right now. There's a couple things out now as well. Atlassian Team is now out as well. Another decent name here on the market cap front and on a nice little move to the upside. 32 billion in market cap for Team here. Atlassian Corporation to the upside there as well. BYD is Boyd Gaming, so that's not the one that we're all worried about right there. But there goes Roku again. Nice upside move for them. Up to 69er. Let's go over and check out what Microsoft is doing. 420. Puff, puff, pass on that. So we'll have to wait to see where that's going now. But again, if we're going to talk about Microsoft, there it is. I want to see what Danielle has to say about this, because that top right there at 428, we actually didn't even come close to that. So Microsoft right now, actually the implied move was 5 right now. So we are underneath that. Let's drop a little anchored VWAP here at its last earnings, right down there, 405, 406. So what was once down in the dumps today, down sub 400, now up to 418. She is a nice one.
You got Snapchat in here.
Microsoft. We have Snapchat in here. What do we got for that?
Yes, we do. So revenue,
Oh my.
Yeah, this was a bit of a miss here for Snap. Quarterly infrastructure cost per daily active user, 83 to 85 cents. Here, let's see what else is coming in.
Gary, would you think Snapchat was up or down on that report?
I would assume it's down.
It's up 23%. What is going on? Snapchat just ripped up to $14 right there. Snapchat is absolutely ripping on this one. Loss of 19 cents, I'm hearing. We'll get this all. As soon as we get it, we'll go back. But it's so far so good here.
Oh, it was an EPS beat.
On Snapchat, yeah, so we'll get it for you, and we'll come right back with all of that as Snapchat right now popping nicely to the upside. Wow, what a day we have right now. There's the tick right here for Snapchat, coming right back into 13 and change. If you have a bottle of water near you, let's have one right now. It's Hydration Nation, Adara, let's go. You know, we put on the best shows with Brankles. We put on the best shows with Obi. We put on the best shows with Randy. Now we're doing it again here with Miss Adara. I want to thank you for joining me, Adara. And I want to thank everybody else for joining us as well, because without everybody, we don't got anybody. And we are about to soon have Miss Danielle Shea coming through. So let's just have a quick look at some of these other names. So Snapchat continues to go. Get the big ones numbers, and we'll review them, okay?
Oh, sorry. So they
beat
on Snapchat. Yep. I think that's probably what moved them up. 0.3, 3 cents earnings per share versus negative 5 cents expected. So surprise profit here for Snapchat. Also, sales of 1.19 billion versus 1.12 billion expected. So there was a beat here. They also saw a 10% increase in daily active users. So some of these numbers not too bad here for Snapchat.
Let's see if Meta has any tailwinds here because, okay, no. That was easy. All right, that won't take too long. I thought maybe on that Snapchat there was a chance that potentially Meta possibly going higher there. Google continuing its move. The only problem with Google here, let me just double check this. I don't think there is no air up here. I just want to go to a weekly chart just to see something. So there's that push there on a weekly. We've really taken out these highs, man. That 150, we came back in just the other day and held it. Like as you zoom back out there, why is Amazon moving is what I want to know. So Google looking for that high. When does Google report? April 30th, so next week. So again, on a good report from Google and Amazon, hold on a second, we got to go back into a 1-minute chart. I could see this one starting to go up because we got that good report from Microsoft Cloud. So we know Amazon is there with AWS. Google, obviously a strong cloud play as well. We will break more of these numbers down for you in just a couple minutes, but there it is right now. I want to say a big thank you to Trader Nick. If this hold just made 20K on Google, thanks to Miss Danielle Shea, 20 grand. Hello.
Indeed.
That's not bad. I mean, I made 50 grand. No, I didn't make anything. That's a great call right there. Thank you, Ms. Danielle Shea. I'm not sure what call she made on Google.
Yeah.
Maybe she'll know. And we'll discuss that when ready for that one. But we are excited to have Ms. Danielle Shea coming on board in just a second. So, Adara, let's start to review a little bit. So, the big one here, do you have the Intel numbers? Let's look at those.
Yes.
We're down to $32. Intel's down 5%. And in just a matter of 2 minutes after we review this, we'll get Danielle on here and see what she wants to talk about. So give us Intel quickly.
Oh yeah, I'll give you guys the Intel and Intel. I think the biggest thing is extremely weak projections here.
Okay.
But 10-cent EPS for Q2 projection versus 24 cents expected. So that's less than half of what the expected analyst expectation was there. Revenue also weak here. 12.5 billion. They're seeing 12.5 billion to 13.5 billion here versus 12.68 billion expected. I saw somewhere else they were expecting more than $13 billion in revenue. So either way, these revenue expectations a bit weaker than the overall market consensus here. But they did beat on EPS for this quarter, 18 cents versus 14 cent estimate. They missed though on revenue, just barely 12.72 billion versus 12.78 billion expected for Intel. I think Google though, that's the main story. The dividend and share buybacks.
What dividend news?
Oh, Google, 20-cent dividend.
They
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, said that. Yeah. They have a dividend.
So we saw what happened with Meta there, instituting that dividend. I'm not sure. I should know if Google had a dividend before. Something is telling me they did have a small one, but it could have been a special dividend that they had released before. So there it is right now. Thank you so much, Dragos, right there. Yes, up 17 grand there on Google. Without any further ado, if she's ready, I mean, I could be no more ready. It's going to be Trader Talk with Danielle Shea. So let's throw over. Here it is. Okay, hey Danielle, ooh, we got the blue on right now today. Is that big blue for IBM, or that was not a great report there from IBM, but what a good day today. We just had a couple plays out. You were here last week talking about Meta. How did that trade work out?
Man, I kind of screwed up my Meta trade. I had a great trade on it. I was targeting 450 and I got out a little bit too early this morning. I got a double, which was okay, but I needed more. So
Danielle, I didn't do that well. I just doubled.
Well,
wish I had those problems, Danielle. Okay, I don't know what was going on with Google, but what a quarter that was. And there's been a few traders in our chat, and I know you've been listening to that have absolutely destroyed this name. I feel like that was some great calls that you and I have talked about on this before, and especially some of the stuff that you were mentioning, bouncing off some of these key levels, holding this move, and then if you go out to a weekly, it even looks better on a longer time frame, in my opinion. We really held that 150, and now it's up and away. The Danielle Shea method, from what I know, and I've been teaching everybody, is that when you get an outsized beat like this, we could potentially see an extended move tomorrow. How does Google look in your opinion?
That's right, Sean. And I mean, this one's looking great. This is just the daily chart that I have without the overnight data. And, I had a target at 170 on it. And right now, during this overnight session, I mean, we're up twice the expected move up into 177. Your expected move on this stock was only about $9 or $10. So this is a huge move. My next price target is going to have to be 190 up into 200. This is a stock that I've been buying for a long time. I have to tell you, though, I was hesitant about this earnings report because we've seen Meta get smashed. We've seen Netflix, Taiwan Semi get smashed. So the fact that this company is doing so well in this environment is absolutely amazing, and it's going to be great for the NASDAQ tomorrow.
Yeah, we're still starting to go upside. We just saw the NASDAQ up 0.9 right now in after hours. But this is the story of, I guess, a different market. Sometimes you can come in the morning, and today it was looking pretty bad for Meta. But as you probably noted as well, as you were trading it with your options, and you mentioned that butterfly there a couple of times last week, but Meta started the day kind of in the dumps down there at 416, and then they just bought it up. This 200 period really got going there. I like the fact, Danielle, that we talk about an increase of spend for AI. I think we can trust Mark here because he's done well for us before, buying some of these dips. We saw Meta go down 70% in the past. I think spooked a lot of traders, but these are different times, right? The market seems to have a footing here.
Yeah, Sean, I'm a little surprised at the Meta move just because it was such a huge move. Typically when you see twice the expected move, it's not going to recover. And so what that tells me is that when we had this overnight move of about $100, when you had the expected move at $40, that was just a little bit of an overreaction because what we had this morning is, we had traded all the way down. Well, during the overnight session, we traded into 400. But during the cash session, we were down at 415. I had a 450 butterfly and I thought, there's no way this thing is going to come back. So I wanted to get the debit out of it that I already paid. And it came back perfectly, which just goes to show that, typically a lot of these stocks are going to stay around their expected ranges. And 450, that was the expected range. So the fact that it recovered really well, I think points to exactly what you're saying, that people kind of realize, okay, maybe what he's saying isn't that bad.
Yeah, I feel like at some point you got to just sort of let it go a little bit. And I actually is going to go, I sold some Google and Meta a couple days ago. It looks like bad decision on one and okay on the other. I'm going to put you to work a little bit here, Danielle, because what is going on with Snapchat? Snapchat right here is up 34%. The thing about this is it's reminding me a little bit of when you and I talked about Affirm. We have 8% on the short float right now for Snapchat. It is starting to get way up. We've already taken out this level on the daily that we had an issue with up and in around 12. You want to talk about an extended move. I thought Snapchat was in and around 9%. You probably have it on your screens, but I want to fade this name, and I think with a high short float, and again, off of some of that negativity from Meta and some of that spend, I love the short in and around this $16, $17 range. Are we looking to get up there tomorrow, or maybe this move is perhaps too extended?
So it looks like the expected move is about $2.50, and you're up a little bit more than that right now, but not substantially more. So for me, I would just have to see where it gaps in the morning. If it gaps up $5 or more, that's when I would start to say, okay, maybe we don't want to short it quite yet. But honestly, it's all about the trade at market open. If you want to short something that gaps up like that, you just really need to watch the first 15-minute range. And if it gaps up, creates a wick right at the top, right at a critical resistance zone, like you're mentioning around 16, and then you start to see it rolling over, yeah, short it.
Yeah, okay, I think that's a good trade for tomorrow. We'll see. Now up 35%, yeah, $4 move against your 250. So we'll see if that can get going again. All right, we've talked about some of these plays that have already happened. Is there anything right now, Danielle, that potentially is on your radar into the upcoming weeks? We have AMD coming through next week, and then NVIDIA might be something that you're looking at because we're just in that sort of fun zone right now for options. Is there anything you're looking at right now that some of our traders might want to dive in with?
So, for me, Sean, it really depends on if these Google and Microsoft moves hold.
Okay.
And I think right now it's looking pretty good right now. So we have Microsoft that has come up. It's just shy of 420. If we can get Microsoft and Google to both gap up tomorrow, and specifically if Microsoft can be up above 415, where you have that critical resistance, that's going to be a great sign and an opportunity for us to go long stocks like Amazon and Nvidia, because that's just going to give us some more positive momentum. AMD is the one that's been a little bit lackluster, but I think that the one I would focus on the most is going to be Amazon, and then actually probably Apple as well, because that one's been recovering pretty well. But if you look at Amazon's already held the 100 simple on the daily chart. It's holding that 165 price point. You've already recovered up into 180 during the overnight session. So look at this. If you can gap up above 180, you're up above resistance at that point, and you're not that far away from trading to that previous all-time high. So I think Amazon's going to be the number one spot I can focus, along with maybe Apple, maybe Nvidia, maybe Tesla. Okay, fine. There's a few spots.
I was gonna say I feel like that's what I do with the sticky note every day. I just come in, I'm like, okay, where's Apple, where's Google, where's Amazon, and all that, because I really think that that's what we should be doing, and I think that that's what you do as well. Focus in the areas that you have experience trading in, because then we can analyze these moves based on past experiences as well. All right, I know you don't have a Cybertruck, but what a report, what a crazy movement we had there for Tesla over the last couple days. I mean, everyone got super scared down here, Danielle, that we were looking to break through that 150, and we did that, and we did that pretty easily. We got all the way back into this 140 area, which who knew that it was going to stop there, to be honest with you. But now you're almost all the way back up to 50 simple. You and I like that indicator, I believe. That's in there and around this 175 area. I think this is a story for a year and a half, 2 years from now, when we finally do see some of these new vehicles on the road. I'm a little bit worried. I'm not worried about manufacturing with Tesla. I'm a little worried about the EV market and demand for some of these names. Now that we're into India a little bit, taking some reliance away from China. What says Danielle Shea about these Tesla calls potentially, or are we getting a little too exhausted to the upside? I say we are.
So I think it just depends on your time frame. As far as trading is concerned, this bounce has been really nice. When you get that big gap up after earnings, it typically continues, which is what's happening here. And today, you had another 5% up move, especially because in this name, you had a lot of people short. So I think that for the very short term, we can probably keep trading it up into maybe 180, but we'll have to see if it breaks 180 when it gets there or not. As far as the long term, Tesla's had a lot of problems recently. You'd really have to recover up above probably 225 before the long-term charts start to look good again. But, the stock is volatile. It can happen. It can move. And I still think the future will be bright, even though right now it's been a little lackluster.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. Look, you can only produce so many cars with so much demand. Let's wait to see the Tesla story. And again, when you have a vision like that, hopefully we'll be able to. What do you think about getting rid of some Uber? Because I was looking at Uber, and I'm kind of thinking that if this guy's going to, and I don't know if you heard the comparison. We used to have, I think it was Elon that said this, because I was listening to someone about an elevator, how we used to have these sort of elevator people that when you get into an elevator men, women, and you would say, floor 5, fine sir, and then he would push floor 5, and then you would get up there and come back down, and then eventually it just became we push the buttons ourselves. So you get rid of the Uber driver, and then all of a sudden, you have a bunch of these robo-taxis everywhere. I look at Uber, Danielle, and we've been pulling back in a little bit. I was pretty bullish on this name. I'm trying to change my attitude about it. I still like the AI aspect of this, and I'm just not sure what my opinion is on Uber. So I ask yours. My macro is a little cloudy, potentially technical. You seeing anything here with Uber?
So, the weekly chart still looks pretty constructive, but the daily chart has shifted you know, pretty much everything else right now. So when you see this shift in pattern where you're going from this nice bullish trend and then you start to break down, you break below the 50 simple, and then you break below the 100 simple, really on a shorter term basis, I mean, that's a short, because after you break the 100 simple in these critical support zones, it could go all the way down into here at 58. That being said, you know, it's going to largely depend on if the NASDAQ can hold and the NASDAQ can bounce here. Maybe we get a positive reaction post Google, post Microsoft, even post Amazon into next week, and that's the low. That would be a great situation. I don't think it's super likely, but I would prefer that situation.
Yeah, I would as well. Today we had energy moving around a little bit. We saw end phase the last little while there. Yeah, I was looking at the cues here. Nice move up in after hours for the NASDAQ and holding highs. So I think that that's pretty important up there at 5:30, or sorry, 4:30, the price right there. And actually, the time is similar to the Q's price right now. Isn't that funny? Okay, Miss Danielle Shea, we got to get ready to get out of here, but I know that you're always putting new content up there on your YouTube page. Did you get a chance to post anything new for the viewers this week?
I did. I posted a couple new videos. I was just on Fox right before I joined you.
Never heard of it.
And I also posted a new video about how to trade earnings using Vol Crush. So I posted a trade yesterday based off of my Visa trade. I also posted a couple different butterfly trades here. We've got a Tesla one, 295%, another Tesla trade from last week. And I just finished recording an SPX 0 DTE trade that I was going to post this evening.
All right, so check that out. We have a lot of interest in those DTEs. So maybe next time, if you do have an example of a trade that you've made, we can cover it live right here on the recap show. Okay, it's always a pleasure of ours to have you on, and I'm glad that you continue to come through. I want to make sure that everybody checks you out on X and on YouTube. It's Miss Danielle Shea. Thank you so much for joining us on what was a very exciting evening.
Thank you, guys.
Ciao, that's Miss Danielle Shea. See?
Yeah, that was the.
You know, we get it done, and we just basically crushed a good recap show. But the thing that's getting a little crushed now, when we talked about that with Danielle, can Microsoft hold these highs?
Well, I actually have some thoughts on this. So for one, I think the reason maybe that Google, I was thinking about this, the reason that Google did maybe so well in terms of the market reaction is because I think we expect less of Google than we expect of Microsoft. We expect a lot of Microsoft. They have OpenAI, they have Satya Nadella, and I think with Google's AI struggles, the fact that it did so well, that it also announced dividend and buyback, that's something the market is more willing to respond to. Also worth noting, Microsoft hasn't released its guidance yet. It's going to release its guidance at its conference call at 5:30. So that could be a little bit interesting, I think, to see.
Yeah, that's more than interesting. That is actually a fantastic point. A lot of the market has been moving on guidance, right? Like we saw Meta give a great quarter, but then they didn't like what they had talked about with the CapEx and then the move there. But Google, that one's been holding, and I'm really, really excited to this one. Let's check our long-term accounts after this and be pretty happy with that, up 9+%. But as we said, man, what can go up can also go down. And we did have a bad report yesterday from Meta. And that's the gap down for Meta. Google's the other way. So again, you kind of get lucky with one and maybe not with the other, but that is what earnings are all about. And I know that you've just started trading live, and you said something very important today, that there's not that many traders around here. And for some reason, people are always like, oh, you shouldn't trade your P&L. But now you're seeing, imagine, you get excited there, and I think you and Sharif are doing fantastic, but you're like, oh, wow, like this is like $1 in the money, and then you get all jittery, right? Like today, we had trades like in Meta that are $6, $7, $8 in the money. So what do you feel about trading some of these earnings calls and potentially looking for bigger winners now that you're in live?
That's a good point, and I think it's something I want to do, and I think as well, I find just in general, and maybe this is true of all traders, but I feel like more comfortable in a trade, and like I'm able to execute the trade better if I see a level I really, really like. So I think if I see anything on these earnings plays tomorrow and going into next week with Apple as well, AMD as well, then I think, I'm absolutely willing to get involved as long as I take it appropriately with a level I'm comfortable with, B, a style and strategy I'm comfortable with, and C, a share size I'm comfortable with.
Look up for me XOM quickly, because did XOM come out?
Tomorrow morning.
No, April 26th pre-market. Good look right there. I saw someone here, Bears versus Bulls, just asked me XOM earnings, and I was like, I don't know. We had this move down there. I think this might have scared people, down from 120, 150 down to 120 there. But you are right, it is that day. Quickly before we go, guys, just a quick little review, and then we'll do roll call. We're not going to do sticky note reviews. We'll have the sticky note up tomorrow. We have so much happening right now. Thank you to Arcan here for the super chat. I missed out on Tesla, but I couldn't resist to switch from Microsoft to Google. Thank you, legends. You're already a legend, Adara.
Oh, that's nice. I mean, I don't know if you've been trading for however many years, you've been rocking the market recap, but I'm just happy to be here with all of you guys. Day 4, this is awesome. This is so fun.
Perfect point right here from pro day trader. Intuition is everything. There's actually, in my opinion, not much else. You got to feel the trade. You got to be able to think about what you want to do and then execute it, and execute it with confidence. I know that's something you talk about all the time. All right, here we go. What's up, Michelle? Roku's bouncing around, but we're going to do a quick little roll call. All right, quickly here, I'll get everyone into the chat. This is your chance. I will start to yell at you in a couple seconds. Roku bouncing nicely, man. That was a great report. And then Neil said it was trash, and then all of a sudden it went from 70 all the way down to 60. And now we will find out what does happen with Roku tomorrow. But again, a very, very violent one. Neil said this one would move the most, and it's actually flat right now on the day. So it moved. No. There is no doubt about that one. The winner of the day, though, before we do the roll call, is Snapchat. Snapchat now up 27%. Google, the best name, because I think like this, most people are in this. Google up 9. Micro MSFT. Did I just screw that up? Yes, I did. MSFT right now holding forward at 415. That one's scaring me because we don't have that call yet. And then shout out to Sharif that will be happy to roast Neil tomorrow, as I have some of the setting powder, I think, in my eye. Ramin told me that's what it's called, setting powder. Powder. All right, a lot of people waving, so it's roll call. Let's do this again. All right, Intel got complacent. You may be right on that one. Shout out to Zeus. Right there. Roll call. Pro day trader. The Piper's here. Mike Breeze is here. Mitchell Burden is in the building. What's up, Mitchell? Ponzi's here. Caputi, electronic music producer. The Nathan Williams is here. Small Goblin's here. Jam Low Key, I guess, is here.
I don't know.
Bang, bang, yeah, good one. Derek S. is here. Hugh is here. Bbot 5000, The Piper, Silverado, VM Mark, James, Mike Breeze, Mike L, Ponzi, Bonzi. Any plans tonight?
I might go to the mall. I went to the mall yesterday and then didn't buy anything, and then was like, I should have bought things. So now we've wasted even more time. We're going to have to go back tonight. What about you?
Is that what you're doing? Just going to the mall and just saying, like, I want to buy something? Because I feel like that's what I do, too.
Right? Because it's like you don't want to buy. And then I realized, oh, the sale actually ends today, and I do want that thing. So now we're going to go back. I don't live far from the mall. I just don't like going to the mall. What about you? What are your plans?
Yeah, so my son starts his summer 5-on-5 hockey league.
Summer hockey?
Oh, yeah. It's not even stopping. It is. I was looking. I don't have a free day till I think it was like May 15th or something. It's insane. Every single night. But hey, you live the life, man.
Yeah. You love it. So
you gotta love it. You gotta love what you're doing. All right. Thank you so much to everybody. Thank you to Adara. Thank you to Danielle Shea. You know,
of course,
so many ideas, making our viewers rich every single day. Apparently, over 20 grand that one guy made on that.
That's amazing.
I'm not trading with enough shares. All right. Thank you so much for watching. We're both back tomorrow. Rise and shine at 8:30. I'm Trader TV Sean. This is Miss Adara. And we will see you on the flip side tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you, Danielle. Thank you, Fabian.
Thank you.